Hello, everybody. I just had to make myself coffee because I was like falling asleep, and I don't drink coffee, so this is gonna have me up until like 7 a.m. probably because I don't drink coffee ever. Oh my god, it's so fucking good though. I don't think I ever made myself coffee myself. I always just buy it when I have it. Anywho, let's bring up my girl Pickle. Hey, Pickle.
No, welcome to Hades channel.
Yeah, I gotta get my sounds, my beginning sound. Welcome to my channel.
Turn my phone down.
Let me pull it up. Oh, that's not it.
Oh,
That's
is
it.
that a
That's
little
another
toot
good one
toot
though.
toot 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 toot?
Okay. Welcome to my channel.
I
Love
love it.
Dreamer. Oh, look who's here! What a nice surprise. Hey,
Welcome,
Apple.
welcome to Hades channel.
I wish I could like change the words to say that. Wouldn't that be cool?
We probably could, by the way. There's probably a way. In fact, there is
Yeah,
a
there
way.
definitely has got to be a way because there's
Yeah.
like AIs of like Obama talking and stuff. And it's obviously not actually him. So
No. Yeah, you could probably change it.
yeah,
Now I've got something to think about. Yay.
yeah.
Apple Doodle, what are you doing?
Let me say hi to some people. All right. F. Lie, Bouncing Tigger, Exposing. Exposing, are you coming up or are you staying down there tonight? Harley Quinn, PDX.
I always want to sing the Tigger song when I see Bouncing Tigger.
Koi Kane, what up, what up? All right, I like that name, Boxing Tigger. It's cute.
It's like I have a tick and I have no control and I have to do it, so I like whisper it to myself.
Is that the wonderful thing about Tigger? Is Tigger a
It's because
wonderful?
it was off thing. Yes.
Yeah.
This coffee is actually like banging. I can't believe I made coffee that was so good. It's like delicious.
Is it warm or cold coffee?
I put ice in it because I wanted, so it's actually it's not
Yeah.
it's neither, honestly. It kind of looks like cool because it's not ice, but like I
Yeah.
put ice in it, so it's like cool, so it's not hot anymore.
Speaking of Apple, I
Uh-huh.
found Coffee Mate makes a apple crisp coffee creamer.
Ooh.
So good.
Hey, Poncho. Wait, what is it? It's apple flavored. What?
It's apple crisp flavored coffee creamer.
Oh my.
It's really good.
The only coffee I
So
like, the frap, like when you go to, yeah, no, don't hate. But like when you go to Starbucks and they have the frappuccinos, the
Yeah.
ones with the ice and the cream on top. Like
Yeah.
probably because I don't know. But a normal cup of coffee, I don't know. I stopped drinking it. Like I do like coffee. Don't get me wrong.
I
Excuse me.
prefer tea over coffee, but yeah, I will absolutely drink like a caramel frap from Starbucks. Yeah, I will do it any day of
Yeah,
the week.
yeah.
my dad prefers tea. My mom is obsessed with coffee.
There's
But
a
I
oh, go
can't get
ahead. I'm
over how
sorry.
good this coffee is, though.
America is more like in the UK. Like they drink tea. I don't. I don't like hot drinks. Like I just
Yeah.
don't. I don't like drinking hot drinks.
Yeah, I
But
don't really like
in the
hot drinks either.
no, I know. I don't like. Yeah. So
Not
in
like
the
I'll have
UK.
hot chocolate in the winter, but
Oh
that's really
yeah,
it.
yeah. I like hot chocolate, but apart from like hot chocolate and I think that's about it
See,
actually.
I don't like hot chocolate, but my family culture was
What?
tea. I don't. So my mom always had like, we always had Constant Comment and Earl Grey and other stuff. So I grew up drinking like a warm cup of tea before bed. So
Yeah.
even now I still like need a tea or something warm before I go to sleep.
Yeah, I couldn't do that. I would wake up having to pee. That would annoy me. Hey,
I do that
Forest Friend,
anyway, so
Heroin
yeah.
Girl.
What's that stuff that you can get here? And it's like a malt drink, and it's supposed to help you sleep. And I can't remember what it's called.
Oh, we have
Horlick.
malted milk. Oh yeah.
Horlicks. It's under the brand name Horlicks. I don't know if
Yeah.
you have something similar,
We
but
have
yeah.
malted milk you can make warm.
Interesting. I don't know if I ever had malted milk.
Oh, it's so good. Now, see, I'll drink a warm malted milk chocolate, but I don't like hot chocolate. It's just, I don't know.
Do you like cold hot chocolate? Cold chocolate?
No. mean, I don't even like a mocha frap. I won't drink. I don't like. I like the caramel or the vanilla. But you know what I really like warm? Spiced apple cider.
Oh, I've
I
never
don't
had
really like
that.
apple cider.
The spiced warm kind is like, oh, it's Christmas in a
Oh,
cup.
do you like you mean like mulled wine? Maybe
You,
that's what we call it over here. I don't
kind
know.
of, but it's not alcoholic at all.
Ah, okay, okay. That's it. Yeah, I don't mind that. I couldn't. I could have a cup of it, but I couldn't like drink two or three. But yeah,
Right.
everybody here, everybody in England, they just want to drink tea all the time, and it's like when you go
Yeah,
anywhere,
why
if it's
why
like
is that? Why is that like the drink of
I
England?
have no idea, because like I prefer coffee to tea if I'm going to drink it, but I don't like hot drinks. But when you go
Well,
anywhere, it's like
I
if you go,
think that he came
sorry,
from like, no, you're fine. I interrupted you. Um, and I'm still interrupting you. I'm sorry. He came from the East. And so England had access to tea. Coffee is very American.
mm-hmm.
Like South America, Colombia, that whatever. So I think that they didn't coffee didn't show up on the scene as soon as tea did in England. So makes sense, like historically, that tea would be more, British and you know, Great Britain and
I
UK
thought,
and all that.
yeah, I thought it had something to do with the Boston Tea Party, but I'm not
That's what
big up.
Poncho said. It's
Yeah,
because
I'm
we
not.
brew all that tea out in Boston. I don't
Yeah.
think you're
Yeah,
serious though.
but like, what was I going to say? I've totally forgot. Wait a minute. Yeah, so when you go anywhere in England, right? Say you go to a nail salon or a hair salon, they'll say, "Do you want a cup of tea, cup of
Yeah.
coffee?"
Really? Even at a
It's
hair
always,
salon? No.
yeah, they always ask you if
At
you
the
want a cup of
hospital
tea.
they do it.
Yeah, in the hospital, and it's like, no, I want a fizzy juice. I just say fizzy juice, and they just look at me like, okay, I don't know how we're going to give you that. We've got squash. You guys don't know what squash is, though, do you? Do you?
No.
Like the
No.
vegetable
No, it's like well, there is a
or the
vegetable
sport?
squash. It's like a cold. It's like oh no, it's not cold. It's like you dilute it, so it's like it comes in all different flavors, like raspberry and apple, blackcurrant and raspberry, strawberry, and it's a bottle of it's like you put a small amount into a glass, so like a quarter into a glass. You fill the rest with water, and it makes a drink. It's not like Kool Aid though.
Mm.
So I'm trying to think what you guys would have that would be similar to that.
Gatorade maybe,
I don't
but not
know.
warm.
No, it's not warm. It's cold,
Okay. Yeah, probably Gatorade then.
possibly. But you add water to it, and it makes up. That's why it's called diluting, or we call it diluting juice because it's a big bottle, and you just pour a little into a glass, add water, and then it tastes like flavored whatever.
We have pouches like you can buy in the store, like 10 pouches for $1 that you add to water and it makes your water flavored like something.
Maybe it's something like that then.
Yeah.
Yeah, the big thing here, like, which is concerning actually.
But they tell you like over here, I don't know over there, but over here they say like when you're big, because you don't give water to babies, right? Everybody knows that. Like you can't give a baby, like a brand new baby, they can't drink water.
I
But
didn't know
like
that.
once,
Why?
yeah, they because their kidneys aren't developed enough to handle it, so they actually
That's
like
so interesting. It's water.
yeah, their little kidneys can't handle it, so they'll actually end up with too much salt in their body, and they end up like dehydrated, but it can kill them. But once they get toddler years, a lot of parents will dilute like apple juice with water or grape juice with water.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, yeah, I've heard of that. Yeah, there's a lot because you have to be careful with like if you've got kidney problems, you have to limit. Well, I know this, but I didn't know babies couldn't drink water.
Yeah, you can't give brand new babies water, like it will kill them
Babies are
literally.
weak.
Babies are weak, but they smell so good.
New babies do.
New babies do smell
Old
good.
babies smell like poop.
My husband just looked at me like I'm crazy because we can't have babies, but I've been on like a baby kick for like a year where I'm like, oh, I just want a baby. Oh, I said my husband. I didn't say my new husband. I got a
Uh,
new husband, y'all. No, he's just recycled the same one.
It's true, Pancho. God made them cute, so we keep them. Otherwise,
But
we
that's
just
the
get rid of
truth.
them.
It's
That's way too
100%
true.
true.
Same thing with kittens and puppies.
Oh
They're
yeah,
so cute.
definitely.
So, about the Menendez brothers, we can start with that. So, Eric, as you guys know, I'm sure, got denied his parole, but
Yep.
Lyle still does not have an answer yet, as
I
of
think
36
they
minutes
want to
ago.
deny Lyle, but they have to come up with a better reason because honestly, and I'm not talking like I know people get all up in arms. I'm not talking about the crime or whether he deserves to be free or not. I'm saying that the reason that they denied Eric was a BS reason. And everybody,
I
like
know.
legal
I thought it was.
pundits and
I don't.
everything,
I don't think that they should be free, but to say that he doesn't have enough remorse when he spent 30 years trying to better
right.
himself, I thought that was a shit reason.
Well, and they said like it was because of his disciplinary action. His last disciplinary was in 2011. There are people who have committed similar crimes who have more recent disciplinary actions for worse disciplinary actions, violent ones that get out on parole. Like I'm going to say it like this, and this is just my opinion. Um, if a child predator who offended in the last 5 years and then has bad disciplinary in jail can get out on parole, it's not like these guys are like serial killers. Like their crime is very nuanced. I don't think they're a threat to society anymore in any way whatsoever. Um, a child predator
Yeah, no, I don't
obviously
think they
would
do it
be.
again.
No, they can't technically
But
do
I
it
still don't
again.
think that they should be free. Just because they wouldn't do
Right.
it again, I still don't think they should be free.
No, and I can appreciate that. I'm just saying that the reason they gave it's very much. I think it's that the governor, or not the governor, the DA was like, "Yo, these guys need to stay in." He's buddies with the guy in charge of the parole board. I mean, I'll be interested to see if they deny Lyle why, because Lyle has had no disciplinary actions. Although, in my opinion, if you look at the ages of them at the crime and the history that they claim to have of abuse, Eric would have been the easier one to let out on parole. Anyways, he was just 18 when it happened. We know men mature slower than women do. You're not, I mean, I don't care what the government says, you're not an adult at 18. And he was abused by not only his father, but also by Lyle. So I'm like, what do these guys have to do? Like it's I think it's a good lesson for all of us in that make
Don't
sure you
commit murder.
don't ever get in trouble because the system is not fair and impartial like it claims to be.
Well, it shouldn't be impartial towards murderers. Murderers should go away for life. I just stand on that.
Well, I mean, that would be not be impartial. That would still be partial. It would be, you did this, you took a life, you deserve to give a life. So, I mean,
Exactly, a life for a life.
yeah,
They rot forever. I know that's an unpopular opinion, but I was actually
every
surprised.
line.
I was surprised. All my comments today seem to have been mostly. Usually, people are like, "Let them go," but a lot of the comments I got today when I posted about it were like, "Oh, I'm so glad that he didn't get out," and I was genuinely
Yeah,
surprised.
I think
Yeah.
people are afraid to voice their opinion, and now that that at least we know for a fact Eric isn't getting out, they're more comfortable saying like, "No, I don't agree. They should get out," because it's not. There's such an overwhelming social voice of them. They should be free. They should be free. That I think people who disagree are maybe a little less apt to speak up because they're afraid they're going to get attacked for it.
Yeah, Apple. What do you think? Do you think that they should be let go, or are you conflicted?
I'm conflicted because, like you,
Yeah,
well, if they took a life and they did, and
two
like the way,
I know
lives.
I'm conflicted
yeah,
too. Like I always say, like how much time is enough time? Like they've been there for over 30 years. They were so young when it happened. So I do
Mhm.
understand wanting them to get out, but also
yeah,
they left their parents unrecognizable. They could the dad's brains were pouring out of his head.
I
I mean,
know, I know, and the
like
fact that they had to go and reload as well. That's the part as well. It's like
Right.
you know,
yeah,
Well,
you
and
I
how
never
they
thought.
know.
acted. how they acted after it also,
Yeah.
like they were
I
awful. Like they
know
were.
that the parole board did cite with Eric. Um, they said, I mean, I'm paraphrasing. Okay, again, this is me paraphrasing, not exactly what was said. But the parole board was basically like we get your dad, but like why your mom? They said to Eric, because the mom was less understandable, you know what I mean? Like she wasn't the one who committed
Yeah.
the certain type of abuse. I do believe she did abuse them as well, but just not the same way.
Yeah. Didn't one of them say they didn't, or I don't know if this was just, I don't know if I've got this wrong, but didn't one of them say that they didn't feel that she, because their mental health, because apparently Kitty had really bad mental health, and I don't know where I heard this, so don't quote me verbatim, but didn't they say that they didn't believe that she would survive without the husband, so they thought they were like almost like an honor kind of like mercy type thing.
I don't remember them saying that. I do remember that being said. I think it was by a family member. Um, like the history of it, and again, this is what they're saying. It's not necessarily the truth because like none of us were there. We don't know what the truth was, right?
No.
But I know that they have said that the reason that they did it to Kitty as well was because she did abuse them, just not in the same way their dad did. And
Well,
she didn't protect them. And they felt like that they had to do both. They didn't have a choice because they felt like both of the parents were going to kill them.
yeah, she kind of turned a
Hey,
blind.
Miss
Well,
Peyton.
hi. She kind of turned a blind eye. Well, not you know what I mean. It's that's how they portrayed it anyway. As if she was negligent in the respect that she knew it was happening, but she didn't
Yeah,
Yeah, I wonder
protect them.
how she would have reacted if they only killed the dad and then she knew that her son
it
killed
would
the
have been
dad and
so
she was by
wild.
herself. It would have
That
I
been,
mean,
yeah,
they accused her of other kinds of physical abuse. They accused her of how if you were dating somebody and someone swooped him up, how you would be jealous of that other girl or hate that other girl because she took your man.
yeah,
They said that their mom kind of treated them like that. Like she was disgusted that they were engaging in that. Like she blamed them. Like, "Oh, if you didn't do this, then your dad wouldn't do that. Da da da." Like, which is weird.
it's very backward.
yeah. Some
But
moms are like that.
also, some moms are like that. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I've I know there's lots of opinions, but I've researched the case so much that
See, I'm not. Oh, wait, go on. I'll say it after.
no, you're fine. I just have researched the case so much that even though I don't condone what they did by any stretch of the imagination, and yeah, I do think they wanted the money too, that they
Yeah, I was
basically
gonna say
admitted
she
that.
just brought Poncho brought up a good point. If
Yeah.
the mom stayed alive, they wouldn't have gotten the money.
That's
No, and
true.
I think they would have gotten some amount of jail time then too, and they would have been cut off. And they've said themselves, like,
Well, they would if the
if we
mom was
were
alive, they wouldn't have gotten the money because she would have gotten the money.
right, like they would have been fully, but I think she would have fully cut them off as well. Like she wouldn't even
I'm
have
sure
supported them.
she probably would have. That's what we're saying. That's probably why
Yeah.
they did her too.
Yeah. And then like I said, they admitted that money was part of it. Like they have said, like, we didn't know how we would survive if we just left the situation because we wouldn't know how to get a job, how to support ourselves. They've admitted that stuff in different interviews throughout time.
Yeah. Miss Invisible, I don't see that the comment was deleted. I don't know. I see that Doodle Bear retracted their message, but I didn't see anything missing from you.
Let's have a look. Sometimes, and this has happened to me, believe it or not. Sometimes I think they call them Google moderators. They will delete your comments because I remember when I was in a chat ages ago and I typed a kiwi fruit, like I just typed a kiwi fruit emoji and it disappeared.
Oh, say it again, Miss Invisible. Let's see if it
Yeah, but
comes through this
usually
time.
other mods can see who deleted it.
Yeah.
Not if it's a Google mod. If it's like one of Google's moderators, I don't know why they do it. It's like a glitchy
Like,
thing.
is it a
What is a
bot
Google mod?
moderator?
Yeah, it's like a ghost and this. Do you know what I mean? It's like a glitchy thing that happens. It's not
It's a
supposed
bot.
to, like a bot. Yeah, kind of like a bot.
Okay, okay.
Well, it's definitely a bot, but it's not meant to just randomly remove comments, but it does. because it's happened to me on 2 occasions, and it wasn't a mod that did it, because I was I
Yeah.
was a mod as well, so I would have been able to see who did it to
Yeah,
me,
you
but it
could see.
wasn't. Yeah, it
Um,
was.
So are there just Google mods in everyone's chat? Because I didn't know that.
they block certain words and stuff.
Yeah, but I
Well,
don't have the Nightbot thing in here, so I
Yeah,
don't
so
know
I don't
what.
know.
it's weird because it was just a kiwi fruit emoji, and I'm like, what? Why did that get?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So it's like there's no rhyme or
If
reason
it
to
was
it.
the eggplant, maybe I could understand, but
Yeah,
Yeah.
when I had the Nightbot and it was deleting like everybody's comments, so I didn't figure out how to use it yet, so I just never brought it back. But it was deleting everybody's
um,
comments. I felt so bad. It was
Oh
like
my
blocking
goodness.
people.
Yeah, he
I
can
need
be
to
a
figure out how
little
to use that thing.
shit, that
But yeah,
Nightbot.
I'm not still convinced that the parents like even actually like sexually abuse them, because I know there's like stuff proving it, but I never saw it, so I don't know. I need to see it.
I mean, talking to you guys, the lives that we've done and the lives I've missed that I've then watched later, has shifted opinion. I'll put it this way: I'm glad I'm not the one who has to decide because I don't know if I could truly make a just and right decision because I have a soft heart for what they allegedly went through. But I don't think that they should have done what they did. I again, why didn't they just go tell the cops? Like, just go tell.
Yeah, exactly. And like Miss Invisible just said, no matter how much abuse you would get, like I say this with Gypsy too, so it applies to them also. Abuse
Yeah,
does not mean that you should murder somebody.
yeah.
Do you think though? I'm just throwing a like a. I was going to say a spanner, but you guys call it a wrench out there. Do you think it had to do with the fact that they were both male, and as a male, like you would,
Well, they said
especially,
that.
right, especially at that time as well, isn't it? Because it wasn't like this day and age. People might be more inclined to open up about something like that, but back then they would have felt not just
Oh yeah,
emasculated, but
that's a big argument that people make, that like, you know, if you were, especially if you were a guy, you couldn't come out about that kind of stuff back then.
Yeah.
yeah,
I somebody said in chat, and I apologize that I didn't catch who said it, but I do think it's important to point this out. If it was just self defense, if it was like they were on the boat and they were trying, my demon, so they were trying to like unalive the boys on the boat, then self defense, then that makes sense. But they did plan it. They did go buy tickets to a movie to cover it up as if they were there. They did go back and reload. There's a lot of thought and planning put into this. Intent is, the biggest part when they talk about, you know, if we're going to get a conviction or not.
yeah,
Proving intent is a huge part of a conviction. And obviously, whether you think they should be free or not, the intent was absolutely 100% there. They chose to do it, they carried it out meticulously.
hmm
They just weren't, you know, I mean, I don't know if you could get away with, people still get away with stuff, but I don't know how in this day and age, to be honest, because like it's hard to get away with anything.
yeah. It's like I still feel that Gypsy should be behind bars. She should still be in prison.
Gypsy makes me sick because one, what the f is? Did she watch an episode of John and Kate plus eight and decide that's the haircut she needed? Because girl,
I know, it's so bad. I know first she did
it
Casey
is.
Anthony and now she's doing Kate Gosling.
It's not even a bad, like it's not just a bad cut for her. The cut itself is bad. Like whoever did that to her head, that's who she needs to sue. Like what is with the fuzzy? Like I can't. Did I? Maybe she got one of her prison buddies to do it. Did she sit in the sink while they shaved it? Because like what? 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 I
It
can't. I
really
can't
is
get over it.
bad. I have a picture of it. I wonder where I have the
I
picture. I
I
should have had.
saw it on your video you did and immediately messaged you and I was like, what the hell?
It really is bad. Look, this isn't even it, but this is like kind of like it. Hold on. Whose phone keeps doing that?
Not mine. I'm on my iPad.
I don't know. My phone doesn't make that noise. I
I'm
don't
on
know where
mute,
it's
so it
coming
couldn't have
from.
been me. So that's
Weird. I
I'm
weird.
in
wonder if it's like. I
control.
wonder if it's Discord doing it or something. It's not a Discord noise though, is it? I closed
No,
Discord
I don't
too,
know.
so I
You know what
closed
it
it. Maybe I
is?
have to actually log out.
The haircut.
I
It's a
also.
bad flock of seagulls haircut.
It doesn't look like this haircut though, like from like when she first got arrested.
Yes. She's
right?
got
It really does.
cowlicks. She should, somebody, I'm going to say it again. I've said it before. Nobody loves that girl because if somebody really loved her, they would have said, Gypsy, don't do that to your head. Just stop. You've been trying to put extensions in for 6 months. Just let it grow out. Calm down, girl.
Yeah, seriously. Oop,
Leave your hair alone.
it really is really bad though. But
It-
yeah, so I found this video and it's called Why Gypsy Rose was Released from Prison, Why the Menendez Brothers Aren't. So I thought that was perfect. So hold please. Okay. I haven't watched it yet, so we're gonna watch it together
okay,
for the
let's
first
watch it
time.
together.
Now at
Monica,
4:30, our
yes.
coverage continues on the parole hearings of the Menendez brothers. Eric Menendez was denied parole yesterday, and today it's Lyle's turn to face the panel.
It's
been a long road to get to this moment. And here's Hetty Chang with the timeline of how the punishment for one of LA's most notorious murders went
That
from
lady
life
needs
in
to leave her
prison
hair alone,
to the
too.
possibility of
Yeah.
parole.
This was probably the worst crime scene I had ever seen.
It is the shotgun double murder that captivated millions around the world.
They thought they could get away with murder.
Two Beverly Hills brothers, Eric and Lyle, arrested, then convicted of the brutal murders of their parents, Jose and Kitty Menendez. In 1996, 18-year-old Eric and 21-year-old Lyle are sent.
Oh my God. They got sentenced 7 years after they did the crime. Holy shit. They were in jail
Oh, yeah,
for
they had
7
more
years.
they had more than one trial. They were in jail with OJ.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
7 years just to get a sentence. I knew they had more than one trial, but 7 years, Jesus,
Yeah.
that's crazy. Wow.
to prison. Their sentence, life without the possibility of parole.
Who would have
Until
imagined
now.
a year ago, if we had been sitting here, that we'd be talking about Eric and Lyle Menendez have a possibility of getting out?
Now, 36 years after the murders, the brothers fight for freedom. Behind them, supporters from far
They have supporters all over the world.
and near.
I've wanted them out for 30 years, ever since I was a juror on the first trial.
The Menendez brothers and almost all of their family members wanted them out too. After 3 failed court appeals,
And I was always going to choose my brother over my parents.
the court of public opinion may be what gave the brothers a chance. From Monsters, the Netflix series that earned 11 Emmy nominations,
The infamous Menendez brothers.
to Peacock's documentary Menendez plus Menudo Boys Betrayed.
We are reviewing the
Okay,
information.
I have a question. So
The
I only
Menendez
watched
case back in the limelight,
wait a minute.
and
I only watched one of the. I don't know if it was the documentary or the show. It was one of them. The one I guess on it was on some streaming service. I know there were two, and the one I watched, I was like, "How is this making me feel sympathy for them?" I was like, "This makes me think that they should be locked up forever and never let."
That was the drama. That was the actors, not the documentary. It was
Yeah,
the-
I think it was the
yeah.
actors. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that one
yeah,
painted
so
them in a terrible light. It was not
so
fully true.
that's my question. So the other one painted them in a different light.
Yes. The other one was a lot more sympathetic, and brought in like the new proof of abuse.
That's so interesting though, because like it's the same exact story. That just shows you that documentaries and stuff, like you can't go off that because it's the same exact story and told two completely different ways. Because like I heard people talking about it and saying, like, oh, they felt so bad for them, and then the one I watched made me think that they were absolute monsters.
Yeah.
So
If you
That's
want
the
to see a
story.
good one, the American Crime Story version that's done by Dick Wolf, the guy who does Law and Order. Thank you. My husband's like Law and Order, duh. I'm having a brain fart. He did an OJ version, he did a Monica Lewinsky, and then he did the Menendez brothers. And that version is, I mean, it's pretty unbiased. It really just kind of tells the truth.
yeah,
And that one's actors, not a documentary. I don't want to call it a docu-series because again, it's not a true documentary. It's because it's got actors playing out things and whatever and whatnot.
yeah. There's always going to be stuff for a dramatic effect, but still the way they tell the story, it makes it seem like the Menendez brothers are evil.
Right.
Okay, let's keep playing this.
back in court. Last year, Eric and Lyle were sentenced to life with the possibility of parole.
How would you characterize this moment where we're standing here today talking about the possibility of parole?
I always believed that this day would come. I didn't know when it was going to happen. I knew someday it would happen.
After an intense 10-hour hearing in front of the parole board Thursday, Eric Menendez learning he would not be released, at least for now. His brother Lyle's chances for parole Friday, an uphill climb.
I think it's a miracle that they got parole hearings to begin with. I still believe in miracles, and there's room for more.
Hetty Chang, NBC4 News.
And of course, the Menendez case has gone viral. New generations really hooked by this story.
Hooked indeed. In those generations, we're talking about millennials and Gen Zers. They're on their phones watching videos about the case and creating their own content.
Our Brittany Hope has been covering the parole hearings.
If you think about it, it didn't even happen in our lifetime, and we're like very interested in it. So that's true. At least Gypsies happen in our lifetime. You know?
Some of us are old, and it did happen in our lifetime.
It's on TikTok and Instagram for us. What has been the chatter you've heard, Brittany?
It's been a lot of questions and a lot of speculation. And of course, people who feel strongly on both sides, right? But really, at the end of the day, it's those questions like what happened with Eric yesterday? What can we expect to happen today with Lyle? So a lot of people who are following every single detail around the world on this. But there was one question that we were asked that a lot of people asked. So I went to legal expert Royal Oaks to get some answers.
Gypsy Rose Blanchard and the Menendez brothers. What's the difference?
I just
so
looked.
Many of you have been asking in the comments, why is Gypsy free and the Menendez brothers aren't? I asked our legal expert. Here's why.
A couple of differences. Number one, the evidence that her mom abused her is absolutely indisputable.
Are you
the
fucking kidding me?
The parents of the Menendez brothers, that's in question. Also, she served about 8 of her 10-year.
Yeah, and they're served 30 of their life sentence. Oh my God, I don't even think that they should be free. But when you compare it to Gypsy and this is their excuse, this makes me mad.
Murder 2 sentence, and as a result, parole was kind of easy to decide.
All right, so Brittany, what else are online users, what are they curious about here?
Hey, money and freedom, right? They want to know, can the brothers make money from their stories? The short answer is yes, but it would be kind of tough. The other question, like, okay, if parole doesn't work out, what happens with their freedom? And as we've been reporting, you know, there's that habeas petition with that possible new evidence. They could possibly get a new trial. So yeah, a lot of those, but people are really looking at the details. And right when I get off set, I'm going to go back to my phone, keep looking at the comments because they're rolling in and we're answering those. So there's that little box in the bottom of your screen. That's the QR code. Take your smartphone, scan it. That brings you right to our NBCLA TikTok. You can check out our NBCLA Instagram. Ask us questions. We're taking care of you because we're all waiting for this too, right?
Right.
Okay, let me do that again.
Zoom in.
If I have a question.
All right, what do you guys think about that excuse, that reason?
First of all, the brothers could still get out because Governor Newsom could give them clemency. He could supersede the parole board.
Yeah,
I think
that's kind of the only way, or if they go for parole again, I don't know about that.
It's 3 years, but they said that it's short. It's fast tracked to 18 months. So in 18 months, they can go before the board again. Newsom, I don't know, honestly, with as liberal as he's being and with his stuff he's got going on politically, I can see Newsom letting them out, giving them clemency. I could see it. He's not a fan of the DA in that area.
Right.
I mean, yeah. I mean, DAs generally suck. I'm like so conflicted though because I don't like DAs because like I feel like they just want to lock people up and put people behind bars, and it makes me mad for the Menendez brothers. And it's also like they're murderers. I don't know. Exactly, exposing exactly what abuse did Gypsy suffer.
That's really irritating me a lot.
Yeah, right. And speaking of, Gypsy even said that today in her live stream. You heard when she dropped that, she was like, "Oh, the abuse. Anyone that does that to kids, you know, I had to deal with that growing up." And it was like, "What are you talking?" And the fake tears. She always cries with no water coming out. Yeah. Oh my God, it was so annoying. Yeah, did you watch it yet, Pickle?
I got through like half of it before we went live. Your video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God, it's infuriating.
It is infuriating.
I mean, if you're gonna compare, like, say, oh well, if you're gonna, I'm trying to think how to word this. If we're gonna argue a supposed abuse, because again, we don't know for sure either way, because there is a lot more proof that Gypsy was medically involved, but not necessarily abused. Obviously, with the brothers, the abuse is a lot less documented, if it exists at all. Because again, we don't know for sure either way. But if
Yeah.
you're gonna say like, oh well, the Menendez brothers should stay locked up, but Gypsy should be free, that doesn't make sense because if they were both abused, if we're
Yeah,
gonna
no,
let abuse victims
absolutely.
out of jail, then we're gonna let abuse victims out of jail. It is what it is.
But
But
also, abuse is not an excuse to commit murder. Like someone else said before, unless it was
agreed.
self-defense, which neither one of these situations were self-defense, then
Yeah.
they should be locked up in prison forever.
I think that if I were Dee Dee after the she turned the pellet gun on Dee Dee, I would have put that
Yeah.
child, which she wasn't a child, but she was Dee Dee's child. Is my point here. So put her, if I already had,
She should have
Dee
had her
Dee,
going to see a psychiatrist.
I would have put her. I would have locked her up in a mental hospital somewhere. Like that would have
Yeah,
nipped
it's
all
like
that
me.
in the
Like, yeah,
bud.
you got to start with psychiatrist though, and then get her locked up. But yeah, she should have been like
Something.
putting her, like making her see someone. 'Cause that's not normal to like
No.
pull a gun on your mom that you think is a real gun. You don't even think
Mhm.
it's a BB gun, and then to shoot it 10 times. Not even just like once, like in the heat of the moment. That's bad enough. She did it 9 more times
Do
after
we
that
knew?
too.
Do we know if that really happened at all?
Well, yeah, no, they
Yeah.
went to the DD went to the hospital.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, she didn't say, she made up an excuse. She said they were mugged in a parking lot, but Gypsy tells the whole story and says that her mom went to the hospital. We have the hospital records, and she says that her mom made up a story that they were mugged in a Walmart parking lot or whatever. So
Yeah.
it all lines up. But Gypsy changed her story within the last year when she went on Kale Lowry's podcast, from Teen Mom, exposing
Yeah.
her films with her. But she said that that she knew it wasn't she knew it was a BB gun the whole time. It's like, that's not the story you told for 10 years prior to this.
Right. And you know what? It hurts either way. So, like, again, intent. Let's
Oh
talk about
yeah, I've
intent.
been shot with a BB gun. It
She
does hurt.
wanted to hurt her mom and 10 times. Like, my good. It wasn't like, oh, I accidentally shot her in the foot once, or something stupid like that.
No,
Like,
yeah, if she shot her 10 times, enough that she felt the need to go to the hospital to get checked to see,
yeah.
Wasn't
And
I don't personally think a BB gun requires a hospital visit, but Dee Dee did. But Gypsy said that it only grazed her and blah blah blah.
not 10 times. It only grazed her. No way.
wasn't she double fisted as well though? Didn't she have a dagger in the other hand? Or hand?
I think I've heard that before. I don't know if that is true, but I have heard that.
I don't know how you'd be able to hold the gun because BB guns are still big and kind of chunky.
It could be like a handgun, where you only need one hand. I really don't know, but it could be.
But regardless, the fact that she was like it wasn't just once or twice, and then she thought, "Oh my God, what am I doing?" and dropped it. It was the it was the ferocity of the fact that she was just shooting 10 times.
Can I just say the meanest thing in the entire world?
What?
I said, can I just say the meanest thing in the entire world?
If you want to.
if Dee Dee was really that abusive and she didn't beat that ass for getting shot 10 times with a BB gun, then she really wasn't abusive.
I agree with that one. Yeah.
Hey, Pancho, welcome.
Hey, Pancho.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Good, welcome.
I just want to mention a couple things with the whole Gypsy deal. If you guys remember in the interrogation video, she takes out her teeth and puts them in her pocket, and she did that for sympathy.
Absolutely.
All right, and then if you watch once they leave her and she realizes it ain't working, she pulls that crap out of her pocket and puts it right back in her mouth without wiping them off or anything.
Yeah, so she thinks the detective is coming. I don't know if you saw it, Pickle. She thinks the detective is coming back in there. Well, he is coming back in. So she takes out her teeth because she knows she's caught at this point.
She's so gross.
Yeah, so she takes out her teeth to try, play the whole meek little, like, I'm abused, I'm so little, petite, and like a victim. And then he doesn't buy her crap, and then he walks out of the room. She puts them back in her mouth.
I think a lot of the law enforcement involved in her case would have locked her up for the rest of her life if they had the choice.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, a lot of the law enforcement are still upset about not being able to complete their investigation because that deal was made. There's been a lot of talk behind the scenes that they're not very happy still.
Oh, I've heard that
The
too.
other thing I wanted to say was in the video that you guys put out today of her talking about her show and all that crap. Do you notice that she covers that eye on purpose? Because whenever
Yeah,
she
with her
lies,
hair.
that
Yeah,
eye
she covers it.
wanders.
Yeah.
Yeah, she tries to cover it with her
Yeah.
hair. That's why she left
Yeah.
that side unshaved. She left that side longer so
Exactly.
she could cover
Yep.
it.
Because whenever she's telling a lie, that eye goes all over the place.
It's
And
true.
if you're watching in the video, her eye is all over the place. And then
Sadly
Yeah, it
true.
really is true.
yeah.
I'm gonna play the video in a little bit. Apple Megzy said that yes, Gypsy said in her book that she also read it out loud while reading her book that she was holding a knife in the other hand.
I thought that. I thought it was in her.
Yeah.
I thought it was somewhere that she'd said it, but I couldn't remember where.
I remember hearing that, but I didn't know it was in her book. So yeah, that's definitive proof.
As far as BB guns, though, they have those CO2 ones where you can just keep popping them like a regular gun, and they're the size and shape of like a regular pistol. So they're not as bulky as you would assume. I still want to know about the other attempt that Nick talked about. Because Nick talks about another attempt that nobody knows about.
Yeah.
I would love to know everything he knows because he said there's some things that he's never gonna tell. He's like, taking it to the grave. But I don't know why.
I
he's
wonder if they're
protecting her.
poison.
Well,
I wouldn't doubt it. I still think in the back of my mind that Dee Dee pulled her out of school to protect the other children because of the stories I've heard of the, pushing your eye through your skull and all that stuff. And I still wonder if Gypsy's the one that poisoned the grandmother.
Yeah.
Because who would think of using that kind of poison in someone's food other than a child?
I know it definitely wasn't Dee Dee because even Gypsy said that when the grandma died, that Dee Dee had a really, really hard time with it. That's why it annoys me so much when Christy says, "Oh, I wonder about if Dee Dee did it." She's like, "I never thought so before, but now I wonder." It annoys me so much because she's gotta put everything on Dee Dee. The woman's already dead. Now you're gonna accuse her of murder too.
The one person that can't defend themselves, and then she goes after Nick because he keeps his mouth shut. And whenever she thinks she's going to open the mouth, you have these infiltration groups and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
You're right.
It's true.
I mean, I really hope that at some point in his life he has an epiphany or, something happens and he decides to speak. I really do hope that happens.
Well, I hope he has an epiphany.
Hope
Yeah.
so too.
Yeah.
I understand why he hasn't yet, because there's still the tiniest chance that he thinks that something might change and he could get out. Even though it's probably not going to happen. But there's still it's not a definitive no yet. Maybe once it's a definitive no, which is going to happen. Unfortunately, everybody knows it's going to happen. Well, not unfortunately, you know what I mean. But yeah,
Exposing. I think they canceled the show because they had no viewers. I don't think it had anything really to do with the emails. I also think they were starting to turn on her because that last season they were starting to let out little tidbits of not believing her story.
Yeah.
And there was things being released, even TMZ.
Yeah, they were starting to make her look bad, and she deserves it.
Yeah. I'm gonna play her live in a little bit, but I was gonna bring it up then, exposing. I think that I think it's bullshit. I don't think that she ever got offered a third season. I think she's embarrassed that she didn't get offered a third season because the viewers, like you guys saw, the viewing was so bad last season.
Yeah.
It got a 1 star. I've never seen a show get a 1 star ever in my life.
Right, because it wasn't just lack of viewers; it was also the viewers voted it down. This is not good.
Yeah, so she's saying that people didn't know where to watch it, and because it was on cable, they couldn't figure it out. I'm like,
bullshit.
Till after midnight to see it. Oh no, they had to wait till after midnight to watch the show. Oh no, that means they're not going to watch it. Give me a break. If they really want to see it, they wait till after midnight.
Do you remember?
There were creators streaming it live.
Yeah, they Conspiracy did it every week. Yeah.
But then she had a prime time slot, and because it was doing so poorly, they moved it and they put Dr. Pimple Popper up there, and they sort of like what they would call the
Yeah, they
pound.
also gave her
Mhm.
time too because she wasn't doing well, and she's also saying that it was the age demographic because an older audience watches Lifetime and younger people want to watch her. Like, so
Oh,
what?
come on.
That's
So
bullshit
younger
because
people would have found a way to stream it.
Hey,
She's such a liar.
absolutely, that's
Exactly.
bullshit. Because think about it, Dance Moms, which is a really fucking popular show with young people, is on
Yep.
Lifetime.
Like
So
Lifetime has so many millennial type shows on
yeah,
that.
Absolutely.
so
Yeah.
that's a bullshit excuse. Her whole thing, the whole time she was lying. I mean, the whole time she was talking, I was just thinking like, this bitch is lying about
I know.
everything.
It
Well,
was
the show it's based on, Life After Lockup, is like a primetime
Yeah.
award winning whatever show. So
Yeah,
That people love to watch.
It's just
exactly.
Gypsy is boring. Yeah, Gypsy herself is boring. She really is. That show, I would try and watch it every week, and every single week I'd fall asleep and I have to rewatch it again.
it is like
It was really that bad.
I think I fell asleep once as well, and then I woke up. I was like, what happened there?" It
Yeah,
was it was tedious. It was monotonous. It was like,
it
why
was.
am I
Yeah,
watching this? I know we were
It was,
watching it. Sorry, go ahead.
no, it was like watching a third rate soap opera.
Yeah.
It's just let's make drama over nothing.
Yeah.
it was. It was bad. Yeah.
I mean, there were some funny parts, like when Ken left her lying on the bed. Do you remember when he?
Oh
Oh my
yeah.
God, yeah.
There was
Or
one
when
part that
Ken running, like what?
yeah,
Oh, I
there
know,
was
I know.
Oh
so
yeah, Ken running was funny. There was one part that nobody else like noticed though, and I think I'm like the only person that caught this. So it was when they were planning the food, and she's talking about like everybody caught that she said that she was talking about the gumbo that she ate or something like that. I don't know, like it was like red and white gumbo, and she's like, I never had the red or I never had the white. It was something like that. Everyone was like, oh, she said I thought she never ate before, blah blah blah. But everyone else, the guy's reaction to it, the guy who she was talking to, like the guy who ran the place, he just completely ignored her and blew her off. And I thought it was so funny. I need to find that clip and post it so people could see it. Everyone was focusing on the food instead of focusing on his reaction, because his reaction was so much better than the food.
My favorite scene was when they were moving all that stuff. I think it was before the big storm or whatever that was coming. But they were moving all that stuff, and Gypsy's sitting on the couch, and Ken there is just watching and like dictating what's going on, like he's a supervisor. It's like,
Yeah. Or Ken turning on the blender, that was funny. Yeah.
Oh, that
Yeah,
I
was
still want an explanation for who put up all the notes and stuff on there and was like, don't do this, don't do that.
Oh,
And it's
Gypsy
like,
did explain it. She did. I don't even remember what she said though. I think she said it was for the crew.
She said it was
please.
for the
Yeah.
Yeah, you're letting the crew touch your child? Come on.
I know.
They
Don't
were-
kiss. It was one of the
they were
rules,
for
don't kiss.
they were for her from Ken. There's no doubt in my mind.
100%.
Like when he told her don't fall asleep with her on your chest, and she's like, I don't do that. And he's like, you did it last night.
Yeah.
I do like that he calls her out like that. That was odd. I don't think he can stand her. To be honest with you.
Yeah, I think he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Like I don't know if he's in some kind of non-disclosure agreement, but you know, it's really telling how like he's. I don't know if it's because of Aurora or what, but like if it were any other man, I don't think they would. They'd have walked away a long time ago.
Well, if it was any other men, they wouldn't have written to her to begin with. To be honest with you.
Amen.
Very true.
Yeah, I think Ken came back in the picture because he saw the money coming in.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I don't think he ever was incommunicado with her. I think he was talking to her the whole time. And Ryan was just there as a place to stay.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, she was bidding her time until she got to go back with Ken for sure.
Yeah, you can see in the emails that when she was getting to be released, it was very toxic at the Christy Blanchard house, and it was very unstable. And she's like, I don't want any part of that. You know, if I move there, I'm going to end up having to change addresses and all this stuff. I might as well just stay with the guy that I don't like. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We exposing. What do you mean that we know the hairbrush is Mia's? I thought it was confirmed it was an ex-girlfriend.
Do you know, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Mia's because it
I
would have.
wouldn't either. Yeah.
But I thought no, but she even confirmed it like later on because she was like when her and Christy were watching that episode playback and they were like, oh, he couldn't have even made up a better excuse because he said it was his hairbrush when it was actually his
Maybe
ex-girlfriend's.
but maybe they did it for ratings because the ratings were so.
Exactly. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah,
I
100%.
guess actually it would make sense if it was Mia's just because we found out she actually did live there.
Apparently, but
Yeah,
yeah,
we knew that though. When
Yeah,
that
I
came
did
out,
know that already.
yeah, I
That
can't remember what
exercising video.
creator.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Gypsy did an exercising video, and Mia walks in, and she's like, "Oh, you just woke up." Like that's what Gypsy said to Mia. So she was clearly at the house sleeping over. So yeah.
Yeah.
And they never denied it when it came out either. They never said anything negative about
Yeah,
that.
No.
yeah.
And you know how they are whenever something's not in their favor or it's not true, they're like,
Bouncing Tigger. I think it was at the new place.
Yeah.
I'm pretty
yeah,
sure.
it was at the new place, the house that they rent. Well, the one that they just moved out of. Yeah.
And Metairie, I think it is. I think it's Metairie, is it? Metairie?
Yes, a brush from ex-girlfriend. Yes.
The thing is, right, he'd moved, right, this is why I don't think it was the ex-girlfriend's brush, for two reasons. First of all, before he moved in with Gypsy, he moved from Texas to a flat somewhere, and I don't know where it was, an apartment somewhere. I don't know if it wasn't in New Orleans. Was it in New Orleans? It might have
He was
somewhere in
close.
that area.
Yeah, the first, yeah.
Right. So if you're moving house, generally, if you've got the time and whatever, and you don't have that many possessions, you're going through things and you're trying to organize it. Like,
yeah, why would
you bring it with you? Yeah.
Twice though.
Yeah.
Like if you brought it by.
Mexi says Mia didn't live at the old apartment though. That clip was when they were packing up the old house. So I don't know which house was that.
But how hard is it to go to the dollar store and buy a brush and throw some hair on it?
Yeah.
You know, get a little ratings boost out of it.
Yeah, he doesn't even have hair to use that brush.
I
Like, you know.
Yeah.
That's why
It's the same thing. Go ahead.
Sorry.
It's the same thing with the police officers when they show up.
You're
when
fine.
the
Go.
police officers showed up. Oh, go ahead. I won't say anything.
No, you go. You
sure? Okay.
Yes.
When they had the police officers on the show, you know, one's missing an arm. They're not going to have him on active duty. You know, that was all completely set up.
Well,
the whole thing.
Chrissy knew that cop. She's friends with that cop, apparently.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
So
they all end up.
It definitely wasn't the Texas apartment because they never filmed that. It was in Louisiana.
Right. So he had to move from the Texas apartment with the hairbrush with blonde hair in it to Louisiana, purposely take that brush with him. Come on.
Yeah, Exposing says she checked and Mia moved in after, so I guess it really was an ex-girlfriend's brush.
I don't know.
Or like I said, it's from the dollar store. Even you never know.
I mean, maybe he's just as crazy as Gypsy
in the brush.
Maybe he's just as crazy as Gypsy, and he keeps mementos.
That's a possibility because I've heard that Gypsy likes to keep her little mementos, and the freaking tattoo crap is like a diagram of the murder.
Yeah. There's another possibility about the hairbrush if you think about it. Now, you know how Gypsy was using all of Mia's belongings, like her hairbands or our dressing gown or our robe.
Yeah.
You call it. Right. I don't know what my cats are up to. Go away. Sorry. Maybe what happened was Gypsy took our sister's hairbrush, left it at Ken's, and it would have had blonde hair in it if it had been her sister's hairbrush.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true.
That's a possibility too. Yeah.
I guess we'll never know for sure.
I think we can all agree it was a rating stunt, though. It was like, oh, the show is dying; it's getting bad ratings, so let's do something.
Yeah. We can also infer that if Gypsy did take Mia's hairbrush, she would never want it back.
Amen.
Oh yeah.
just keep it. It's yours.
I feel so bad for that girl. I feel so bad for her because her life was like. I mean, look, I know she is like, what's the word? She's not entirely. Yeah. She's not entirely innocent, and she did like involve herself with the show, and like she could have like completely done what her brother Dylan did and not entertain it whatsoever, and she would have probably still been quite a relatively unknown character, which would have been
Yeah.
easier for her given the path, the job she wants
Well,
to
she
do.
probably wanted that payday too. Somebody's got to pay for those college loans. I mean, come
Yeah,
on.
well, someone's got to pay for the plastic surgery too.
Well,
Yep.
that's
You know,
That too, yeah.
you got to
but
remember.
if you notice, Mia disappeared. She wasn't very active in the last season or two there.
Oh
That's
yeah, which is
Yeah.
smart. Good for her. She shouldn't be affiliated with that, especially if she wants to like work with babies, you know?
Yeah, she got her money and she's like distanced herself after that. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm.
So
But to
I
me, the
wanna
biggest
go ahead.
to me the biggest hole in Gypsy's story. I mean, there's a lot of holes, but the biggest hole is if you went through all these forced surgeries and then the first thing you do when you get out is get your teeth fixed and your nose done.
I know.
How can anyone believe her after that?
The thing is, I've got
Exactly.
septum, and
And
I've been told I have to have a nose job, and I have to have because apparently it's because my nose is that like it's shifted, right? So
Deviated septum.
yes, I've got a deviated septum. So I was at ENT, and they said, well, technically you should have the rhinoplasty as well because a lot of the time the septoplasty it fails because it's just cartilage, right?
Yeah.
So, but I'm that terrified, and I've never actually had like I've never had an operation. I've had procedures, but I've never had an operation. I'm that terrified going under general anaesthetic that I'm putting this off, and I'm having to wear CPAP machines to sleep because I
Yeah.
can't breathe properly. Do you know what I mean? And
Yeah,
that's
my friend had a nose job because of a DBA septum, and he could not believe how easily he could breathe afterwards.
yeah.
He's like, I should have done it years ago, and it was the same thing. He was afraid to do it because of the anesthesia, and
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever seen any videos of it done. It's kind of barbaric when you watch it.
It's not
I've
so
only
much
ever seen it
that.
on that show Botched.
Yeah, it's not so much that. It's the I think with me, it's the thought of giving your whole because essentially once you're under your whole body, your whole life is in the control of strangers, and
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
As someone who doesn't do well under anesthesia and has been ordered to not have any more surgery specifically because of it, it's a terrifying thing.
My best
Yeah.
friend was just telling me the other day about how she woke up during a surgery. Like she didn't feel anything, but she woke up
Oh
and like
God.
I think she said something, and then they were like, "Oh," and they just like they put the mask on her face, and she went immediately back to
Yeah.
sleep. But she
oh
remembered
hell no,
that,
oh
The only
hell no,
story I have about being put under, I went most of my life without any surgeries. I had an accident about 3 years ago, and they had me. I was in an induced coma for 3 months. So when they end up putting me under for a surgery afterwards, my body was so used to it that I'm talking to them, I'm carrying on, and they're like, "Why aren't you sleeping?" And they just keep upping the dose.
Yeah.
And I'm in mid sentence. I'm in mid sentence, and I went out, and I didn't even realize it. So the first thing I did when I woke up was complete my sentence.
Yeah. It's
That's
hilarious.
funny.
My last surgery, when I woke up, my blood pressure was 62. I can't remember, 63 or 62 over 40.
oh
And I
my,
couldn't breathe. It was really bad. And they were like suctioning out my throat. And I screamed, which wasn't really a scream because obviously, but I
Yeah.
screamed, "Sit me up." And they sat me up, and I immediately was like, because I knew it was going to happen. I've had issues before I even had issues. I had a fear.
yeah,
Yeah.
So it's definitely terrifying.
yeah. Well, I did what like his friend. I watched this stupid bloody documentary years and years ago about people that when they were under, like they became conscious, but they weren't
Oh
able to
god.
move because they were
Oh yeah,
paralyzed.
you can't move or say anything.
And
That's
they
like one of my biggest fears. God forbid.
yeah,
Yeah.
out, but nothing was coming out, and they said it felt like they were buried under the bottom of the ocean, and they could hear all the machines and the noises and the surgeons talking, but they couldn't physically move, or
Yeah.
like and that to me is like oh no.
That was always a very rare occurrence, and now they've gotten better drugs and they've gotten better at it. So I mean, it's almost zero.
Yeah, my mum
You
laughed at
know.
me because like 9
Well, I know
operations.
what always weirds me out. You know how like when you get cataract surgery, you have to be awake and your eyes are open. My mom told me
Oh,
that,
Yeah,
God,
and
yes.
my mom had
those
it
are
done. It
scary.
freaks me out. Yeah, it freaks me out.
You know
The
what they do
brain
now?
surgery. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, you
I
have
was
to be.
going to say, Now what they do instead of like LASIK, they've come out with a new one where they literally cut the lid of your eye, not your eyelid,
No.
but like your actual eyeball. They cut the lid of
Oh.
your eye up and they put like a contact in your eye and then seal it so it's a permanent contact.
Oh wow.
Wow. But
Yeah.
what if it's irritated? What if you got something stuck in it and like then
I don't
you're
think
gonna
you can because it heals over, but I mean,
that
what
sounds
if
Yeah,
there's
it becomes a part of your body. I had a
yeah.
medical contact. I scratched my eye once, and I don't know if you ever had that happen. It burns so freaking bad that you can't even open
Hmm.
your eye and there's tears.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
they put a medical contact on me, and I'm not a contact person. I can't poke myself in the face.
I didn't
But
know medical contact was a thing.
they put it in there, and I had it in there for like 2 weeks, and then I had to have them take it out, and they're like, "Oh, just take it out," and I'm like, "No, you don't understand. I can't do that."
Yeah. I'm scared of anybody
They
put my fingers near
go
my
ahead.
eyes. You go into these like departments and they're trying to like
Exactly. I have like a caveman fight or flight syndrome. They
yeah.
tried to give me contacts years ago, and they show you how to do it, and they put you in the room, and you can get like a time frame to do it, and I can't. As soon as
No.
my finger gets near my face, my eye closes instantly. I can't.
It's like when
I wear contacts. I wear
yeah,
contacts every day.
you would contacts. But like when I was like when you go to these department stores and they're like, let me put eyeliner on you, mascara, I'm like, hell no,
Yeah,
no implements are coming near my eyes. I don't
yeah.
understand people that are so good at like I wish I was good at putting contacts in. Like I
Oh,
wish I
I've seen people pick them up off the floor and put them back in and crap. No way, no friggin' way.
Oh.
oh hell no.
I learned how to do it in junior high. Because like when I wanted them in junior high because I didn't want to wear glasses anymore. And this lady at the eye doctor taught me how to do it. Like they hire someone to like teach like younger people how to do it. I guess older people too. Have you ever? Oh my
Well,
god! So
I had the class.
I had to put contacts in somebody else's eye. Do you know how weird
Oh
that
God,
is?
that's even worse.
You know how it is, and okay, so I used to work for this woman. I worked for this family, and I used to do like everything for them. And like this was not in my job description at all. But she was like, "Oh, you wear contacts, so you know how to do it, then, right? Put these in my eyes," and then it became a daily thing, and it was horrible. It was
No,
so
thank you.
gross. Yeah,
Oh
I
R.I.P.
even
no.
to her.
tried
She
to.
died of cancer, so rest in peace to her.
Aw.
Yeah,
I even tried to
R.I.P.
physically hold my eye open with one hand and poke it with. I couldn't do it.
No, that's
My whole
listen,
psyche, my whole brain is like, no, don't, bad,
I
fingers bad.
I understand that on so many levels. This is hilarious. I had to go to my allergist because I have that hereditary that swelling disease, and it's dealt with through an allergist who specializes in that specifically. But like he he had stuck the wooden thing in my I know the word I just can't think of it right now thing on my tongue to like look at my the back of my throat, right?
The
Yeah, the tongue
suppressor.
depressor.
So the tongue depressor, yes. So then he throws that away and he goes, "Okay, I'm gonna feel like your lymph nodes." And I'm like, "Okay." So I see his hands coming towards my face. Well, tell me what kind of a freak I am that I opened my mouth when his finger was coming towards my face. He looked at me and I looked at him and I was like, "Oh, sorry."
Oh my god.
What is
Meanwhile,
wrong with me?
he's thinking, what kind of kink is she into?
Yeah.
I forgot to tell you, I asked my doctor about the HAE
Yeah.
and said I want a referral to a allergist. So kind of worked because I'm being referred. They're referring me back to rheumatology, but hopefully they'll then do it. So fingers crossed.
Yeah, you and I can talk about that like
Yeah.
offline and I can give you well not offline, but off live and I can give you all the things to ask and say and
Oh,
do.
yeah. I have the same condition, one of the same conditions.
Yeah.
It's just the one that's swelling one.
Yeah.
And it's no fun.
By the way, I chose Odo from Star Trek DS9 because that's what her current status reminds me of.
Oh my
I know.
goodness.
That's
Take
Oh
a
funny.
my
look at the
goodness.
eyebrows and that's Gypsy.
That's great. That's kind of like her.
I've
That's
got one
funny.
right there.
You know how he tried to mimic human physiology and he couldn't get it quite right. That's her, man.
Yeah.
Look at it. Even the
Listen,
jawline.
Like I'm trying to figure out who she saw with the haircut and thought, oh, this will be cute. Like what?
because you know that whole thing where you shave half your head was in like maybe like 10 years ago. Like it was popular. I can't believe it feels like sooner, but it was like 10 years ago.
It is
And
still the John and Katie plus 8 haircut. Like we know
yeah,
you're a
Yes.
Karen. Calm
And
down.
we know how she turned out.
Yeah.
exactly. I actually just saw a thing on her, and she's like a nurse now or something. She's like, she isn't.
Well,
I think I saw
she
her
was a
on live
nurse.
actually.
She was a nurse before all this happened.
Oh,
And
really?
they just did some kind of like reunion show or something. And they had the father on, and of course they omitted the two kids that live with him now.
Yeah, she doesn't talk to
That
them
would be.
either, which is horrible.
Oh, she told you want to talk about abuse. The whole idea of that show and how she treated them, and they were her cash cows.
100%.
They still are. She stole money from them. From you know what a Coogan account is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how she's living right now. Is off their Coogan accounts. She's stealing
She's
money from
admitted
them.
it.
Even the two
Wow,
that don't live with her.
how is she taking
Yeah.
money from it?
She found ways.
says,
You know.
yep.
That's awful. I thought that was the point of a Coogan account,
She lied and said she's paying for the kids' college, but Colin, the one that, she demonized, just went on live and he's like, I'm working a full-time job and I'm an RA to pay for my own school. My mother is not paying for my college, but she's saying she is. So she
And
gets
he
the
wanted
money out.
he wanted to be a Marine, and because of what she
Yep.
did to him, he can't do it.
That's
Yep.
awful. But even with the
And-
Coogan account, they only put away 10%, which is crazy. The parents still get 90% of your money.
Yeah.
So she's
Yeah.
she's not even leaving 10% for her kids. That's awful.
But
she says
even
the
with that,
Coogan account still owes her $400,000 if you ask
Still
her.
owes
She just
her.
yeah, because that's how they do it. The Coogan account is set up, but then you can pull out of that with consultation fees, makeup fees, audition fees, whatever fees
Yep.
have to come out of that can come out of that account. They don't have to.
She's saying that because she paid for their private school growing up, that the
Yeah,
Coogan
exactly.
account
Yeah.
owes her. Those kids didn't ask to go to private school. And you know what? If you weren't on a TV show, you would have chosen to pay for that private school for them anyway. They don't owe you anything. It makes me mad.
I was gonna say Apple Charlotte. She doesn't make a totally bad looking guy or anything about it.
She looks better as a guy, honestly, than a girl.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe
Well,
that's why Ken is with her.
The beard covers up all the other stuff.
There's another one.
Apple says that his name is George Thorne.
George Thorne.
George Thorne. There you go.
I've got another one for you. Wait a minute. There we go. Here we go. This was the reveal. This was the reveal picture. 2 seconds. Wait, should I've got it. Ta-da!
Oh yeah, I like that one. With the scruff. She really looks like a dude. Though.
That's
She looks
rough.
more like a dude than an actual guy.
Well, yeah, I don't know. The nose makes her more masculine.
Yeah, and her,
Yeah.
and her jaw, actually, she's got quite a prominent, like, square jaw as well.
It makes you wonder if that's what Andrew looks like.
She kind of looks like Ryan a little bit, like a mix of Ryan and Rod.
The resemblance between Ryan and her mother and Rod and her father are friggin' astronomical. What are the odds of that unless she handpicked them? You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
It's horrible. I mean, you put Ryan and Ken together, and that's Rod and Dee Dee.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, I can see it.
Especially Ken, and he's a honker. He's got quite a honker on him.
Do you guys
She
think that
does.
Ryan would have been a better father than Ken is?
100%, I think.
I don't know. Actually,
I think Ken is a good dad. I don't know. I think they're both weird in their own ways, so I can't say who would have been better.
They're both weird, but I see him being very manipulative, very conniving, very self-centered. He's Gypsy 2.0. So I don't think either one of them are going to make very good parents. Ryan's got that caring side to him, even though he does have that background self-centeredness going on.
Mm-hmm.
I think he would be a more caring father. Let's put it that way.
I think, there's a vindictiveness within Ken. I think.
Yeah.
I
think Ken's
agree.
going to end up
Yeah.
taking the baby and running to Texas. I'm suing for custody.
Well, I think Gypsy's very dangerous, and I think Ken is low-key dangerous too, and that might be his attraction to her. I think Ryan's very codependent. I think I'm getting mixed up. I think Ken is very like into what happened, and I think he's very like almost like a fanboy in that aspect of what she did. And I think Ryan's more of like, oh, I could make her better, I could fix her, that kind of thing. You know what I mean, that's what I think's going on there.
Well,
Yeah.
like it's like with my ex, when I was speaking to my ex about this, and I was like, you know, like, what do you think of him versus him? And he's like, Charlotte, at the end of the day, they both wrote to a murderer in prison.
Right.
That's
Exactly.
yeah, that's the start.
It's
Like
hard
that.
to look past that. Yeah.
Yeah, that shows you like that there's
I
something.
think that Ryan believes her lies, that she was a victim, and I think Ken accepts
Ken
that
doesn't
she
believe
tells
it.
the
Ken doesn't.
lies.
Ken
Exactly.
doesn't.
Yeah.
Ken doesn't look into it. He doesn't. Okay, so when I was on panel with him, like 2 months ago, I straight out asked him, like, do you believe the stuff that she says? And he basically answered, like, I don't ask questions. So
Right,
it's like,
right.
I was like,
Yeah.
it never came into your head once that she might be lying about these things. And he was like, I don't know. I accept her for who she is now. I don't ask questions about her past. You're gonna spend the
I
rest of
think
your
he
life with this
knows.
girl and not ask questions? Like, what?
I think he knows the whole story. I think he knows everything. To be honest with you, I think he gets into it.
Yeah.
I really do. Just by the way he talks, the way he acts, and if you think about it, they actually admitted it when they did that couples therapy. And he's like, she's always on her phone. She's always on social media. And she's
Yeah.
like, so are you? Yeah, they're into it. I think they're like co-conspirators.
The thing is, like, it was very telling. I keep saying this, and I've said this. Sorry for those that have heard me saying this before, but like, and I know we all know this, but like, when Ken was first introduced on the Lifetime show, they asked, "Well, what was the reason for you getting back in contact with Gypsy? Like, why did you come back?" You know, the interview at the table, and he's sitting in the chair, and he said along the lines of, he said, "Well, I didn't know she was going to blow up this big."
Exactly. Yep.
Like,
He saw the money. He saw the money coming in.
yeah, he
You
certainly
know,
did.
when she was still in jail, he only saw the negative aspects of it. But when she got out and the money came, he's all into it. You know.
Absolutely.
It is weird that he showed up like right when she got out of jail, when she's married to somebody else. Like,
Yup.
who shoots their shot? Like,
Well,
that tells a lot about the type of person
Right
he
when the
is, that he would
TV
try.
show started really rolling in the money and the interviews, and she was going to New York and on all
But
these shows.
he did admit that he contacted her
Yeah.
a week before she got out. Supposedly, I don't think they ever stopped talking.
I don't think they ever stopped talking. Yeah, I don't think they did.
Yeah. Well, just look at the emails for Christ's sake.
Yeah,
You know, they had you had 300 the other day of them talking about breaking up.
I want to know when he contacted the apartment complex about renting in Louisiana.
Oh, that would be a good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Even if it even was him, maybe it was Christie or the film crew, because they're like, oh,
Yeah.
this could be rated.
True.
Yeah, I could see the show.
You know,
doing that.
Ryan said they contacted him for that final season. They wanted the interviewer and use his. I think they just wanted to use his media. They wanted to, look how pathetic he is. And then they kind of spun it a little different. I think that they made decisions on the fly in that show based on like what was going on with us and everything.
They do, yeah.
Yeah.
Totally.
I remember like when they went on a night out when she first got off parole to New Orleans, and I can't remember how we found out. I think Casey. I can't remember. Casey showed us something, and it was like from this webcam in NOLA in New Orleans, and it showed you. We were trying to find the, what do you call it? Haiti, the screen.
Oh, the street cam photos.
Yeah, the street cam photos, because there was a whole camera crew there, and it wasn't just like a TMZ crew. There were people there, proper cameras filming.
That's when we thought there might be a season 3, because they had.
Well, she talked about that in her live that you
I know.
reposted. Yeah.
But we found those. Like we sat for 4 hours one morning. Well, it was morning for me. It would have been early morning for Haiti.
Yeah.
And we sat for 4 hours looking for those, and we couldn't believe. Like, one guy had a boom. Like, they had the proper like equipment, like the boom mics and the, it wasn't
And the
just
lighting and all that.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
people kept saying that was TMZ, and we were like, that is not TMZ.
It's not
like, that is
TMZ.
not.
Well, yeah, TMZ carries like the handy cams type. They have mobile equipment.
Yeah.
But
I wonder if they
Go
tried
ahead.
to renegotiate the contract and she wasn't going to get enough money for her.
That's
to
what I was just going to
satisfy
get
her.
into.
Yeah.
That's what I was just going to get into. Is they probably were filming preemptively. Excuse me. So they would have footage in case there was a season 3.
Yeah.
You know, because then you don't want to like, oh, hey, we got it. Let's start filming. You know, they wanted to have some footage. You know, so they probably were still following her around.
Yeah, that's very possible.
She probably asked, well, will you still continue to pay for the rent on my home? And they probably said, no, or something like this, you know? I don't know.
Hey, Dink, my theory was that they were filming. I never really actually believed they were doing a season 3. Like, I thought, if anything, they were doing like a special or something. Like, you know, like, oh, this is how she's doing after getting off parole, you know?
I think they wanted to see the baby, and then the money wasn't right, so she wouldn't let them film the baby.
Well, she says that they offered her more money to show the baby and that she wouldn't do it. Well, I don't know if I believe that.
That part I kind of believe, because that's how conniving they are.
I believe
Whether
that they offered more money. I just don't think that she would say no for that reason.
yeah, I think maybe Ken said no.
Maybe, yeah.
I don't think it was her. She would like go for whatever money she can get out of it.
Yeah, exactly.
I think she totally got pregnant for the show.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, and she made sure that it was with Ken because, you know, she didn't know if she was pregnant with Ryan, but she took that Plan B pill real quick, and then, you know, she got pregnant like 2 weeks later with Ken. Like, come on.
That kills me because like the turnaround time on a plan, like it's painful to take a Plan B.
I
it
don't even
cleans
know
your
if that ever
system
happened.
out.
I don't know if that ever happened. The whole Plan B thing.
Well, she took it on camera, but she could have taken a Mentos for all we know. So
yeah.
It was just a placebo, guys. That's all it was. It was a
I
vitamin.
I would tend to agree. Well, the thing too is how would a Plan B affect her getting pregnant so quick? You know, I'm sure there's still something left in the system.
I think there's a time period between taking the Plan B and being able to get pregnant again because
There
Plan
is.
B is literally like an abortion pill.
It cleans out. Okay, so like when you get pregnant, right, the egg has to implant somewhere. So we have a lining that we shed every month, right?
Right.
The Plan B totally cleans that out. It's more comprehensive than a natural cycle. I'm trying to say it in the nicest, most polite way.
Yeah,
So
it's
for her
like
to get
industrial
pregnant again
clean.
that quick, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So she had nothing in there to hold an
Yeah,
embryo.
that lining all had to rebuild itself.
Yeah,
Its structure.
That's why I didn't think that she took the Plan B to begin with. I was like,
I agree.
No.
I agree with that.
No.
Yeah, I agree with that 100%. To get pregnant that quick it's not.
I mean, we know that she got irritated at. I mean, we know she went to see her family, and we know she got irritated at Ryan because he was wanting to see her.
Because he wasn't invited, and she was like, "Remember when we just went to go see my family last weekend?" Like,
right.
She wanted a little.
And we know
time
that Ken and Christy were talking exactly.
Yeah,
Ken was there.
And how much of that argument was planned or staged? Just like when he was yelling at her about what she was saying on camera, when all that came out with the Plan B, she conveniently decided to just live stream it all. You know, I mean, she's very cunning at like making things look good for her or trying to make things look good for her. And like, see, this is what I got to deal with. See, you know,
well, the whole accusing, not directly accusing, but accusing Ken of being a physically abusive. She had to lock herself in the bathroom. Like, come on, girl.
Oh my God, yeah. Katie Joy
She is
also
obsessed with the
confirmed that
bathroom.
story.
She
it was
loved
bullshit.
locking herself in the bathroom.
They dropped that story so fast too, and Katie Joy said that she was on the phone with Gypsy when Gypsy was locking herself in
that's
the bathroom.
bullshit.
It never happened. So they're all just liars. Like,
You're locking yourself to get away from an abusive spouse, and you're going to call Katie Joy of all people. She's probably like,
Yeah.
make sure you take pictures for me so I can drop the exclusive.
I trust Katie. I trust Katie as far as I could throw her.
No, I can't throw her either.
Exactly.
She crazy.
Yeah, the only thing I trust her to do is turn your back on you. You know?
It's so true.
I trust her to kill a bottle of red in about 20 minutes.
Like, it's
Yeah, right.
it's hard to make friends online because it really is hard to like know who to trust. But I've made friends online like during my time, but she hasn't made a single friend ever who she hasn't like turned her back on and completely
She is
betrayed.
my best friend. Stop talking about her like that.
Yeah,
She's made a lot of enemies.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why everyone
That's not
hates her so
something
much
that I would
because she's
flex
always so
on.
awful to people.
Is being Katie Joy's friend. That's not a flex.
It's an inside joke. It's an inside joke. Although I've told everybody the
I'm
story
just
more
saying,
than
like
once.
anybody who even like is really is her friend, it's not a flex, and nobody
Right.
will openly admit that they're Katie Joy's
They're not
Yeah,
telling.
I mean, anyone that she
remember when
has been friends with, she's turned on. Lindsay Chrisley, she
Yeah.
turned on. Amy Duggar, she turned on.
Hey,
LB, she turned on. Like,
hey,
there's so
right,
many.
hey, it was my best friend first.
Yeah, she was my
Uh,
friend first.
at this
Oh
point,
my god, I
anyone.
remember that when she was like literally went unhinged. She's like, she was my friend first.
That
Yeah.
actually that came up the other day because you obviously know who LB is, who covers
Yeah,
Teen Mom.
yeah.
LB was on a live stream with Amber Portwood, and Amber Portwood thought that LB was Katie Joy, and she kept saying things as if she was Katie Joy. She's like, you don't even take care of your son. All you do is sit there and drink all day. And now you did this and you did that. And the whole time LB like
Oh
that
my
was Katie
god.
Joy. That was Katie Joy. And then she brought up Matt Bayer, and she's like, oh, you talked to Matt Bayer, my ex-fiance. And she was like, that is Katie Joy. And like everyone in the comments are like, he was my friend first.
If Amber Joy or if Amber Portwood can recognize you as crazy, you're crazy. You guys.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
But
seriously.
Katie
Poor
Joy, like,
LB though, getting confused for
joyless.
Katie
Fucking
Joy.
Yeah, but at this point, if you're friends with Katie Joy, you're either stupid or you got something to gain out of it.
I know
Right?
that's the thing because
Yeah.
people
Or
are
you really
always
need to get your head
warned
checked.
too, but they don't listen. Like how many people have to be warned before they finally realize that she will turn on you the second she gets a little bit peeved?
Yeah.
Like it's happened so many times.
yeah.
And I think Christy was really trying to get those pictures out of the baby. Maybe she
Yeah,
thought she was going to
yeah,
get paid somehow.
yeah,
Or
yeah.
in the background, Gypsy's like, do it. You know.
I think that
That's,
Christy really doesn't like Gypsy because like why else would
I
you
don't
send the
think so
pictures to a
either.
content creator?
Especially to content creators who openly don't like Gypsy and talk mad shit about her.
Maybe it was because he like hates Ryan so much. Like out of all the creators, I think Case hates Ryan the most. Maybe that's why she picked Case. I don't know. I don't know the reason. It's still weird regardless.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Some
I
kind of
would have picked
manipulation.
Case.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But maybe Christy's like low key trying to call out for help. Maybe they're all afraid of her, and they stuck by her because there was money. And now that the money's gone, they're like, get her away from me. I mean, I don't know. Has anyone verified that Rod said get her as far away from me as possible? Has anyone verified that?
No, I haven't. I don't know
No,
how to
see,
verify
the
that.
problem, the thing is Rod doesn't need anybody to get her away because he has a job that he's at like
Yeah,
6
he
months
has
at a
been on his
time.
boat.
Yeah.
That's true.
So he's
Well,
only
he
home for like
admitted.
2 weeks out of a year. So he barely has
Yeah,
to see her.
and he admitted to staying on the boat like on purpose to
Oh
stay away from
yeah,
her at first.
yeah.
Yeah.
He said he's like I could come back, but I'm gonna stay on the boat. It's like
Yeah.
thanks, Dad. I don't blame him though.
No, I don't either.
Yeah.
Rod kind of sucks though, like all the stuff with the cookie lady. Like he's clearly not a good guy. I mean, look what he did to his kids. He has
Well,
a daughter
we
that he doesn't even
obviously know
speak
Rod's
to.
record. You know, he's got at least 4 kids that we know of from
Yeah.
from 3 different women.
Yep,
Did you
that's
see
true.
my comment on Silly Goose's song that she made
No, what
about
was
wishing
it?
Christy was a cookie lady? I said,
Oh my God.
I said the only reason he didn't leave her for the cookie lady is that she lives with Keebler elves.
Oh, that's funny. That's funny.
Think about it. He's already got one little dwarf hanging around. He doesn't want a bunch more.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's
How embarrassing are all these emails though? Like all the stuff we're learning that like, they probably thought this is a private conversation. This is an email between me and my
how
daughter.
they think they're like, oh, this is like reading her diary. No, this is emails. I was like, and once you're a prisoner, nothing is private. Like everything is
they're phone
reviewed
calls.
by
Yeah,
That's the thing. Not only should you know that, they explicitly tell you that.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Whenever you get a
So
phone
for her
call
to
from
think that her
prison,
emails were ever private, the
They tell
parole
you
board
it's
was
a
always watching. Like the COs
whenever
were always
whenever you
watching,
get
the
a phone call
parole,
from
the
prison,
commissioner, like
whenever you get a phone call or you write an email or you write a letter, it says everything is reviewed, everything is recorded, nothing is private. They
Yep.
explicitly tell you that. And I'm sorry, people have done this too. I don't know if you remember Hulk Hogan and his son when they were in jail. They purposely had phone calls that were designed to be released to the public
Oh, same thing with
because they
Diddy.
knew
Diddy
people
did
were
the same
listening.
exact thing. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you know that people are doing that and manipulating their conversations for the public, then you should know that it's going to come out.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Totally. I don't
Trilla,
think
did
that that
they
family.
Trilla got? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say I don't think that that family is smart enough, to like realize like they could be told that, but
There's a weird thing about people with lower intelligence. They're very good at manipulations for some reason.
Yeah.
They may not be able to do math and whatever, but when it comes to like getting people to do what they want and conniving and lying, they're
Because they
very
look for
good
the
at it.
pity. People underestimate them and then pity them and then they get their way.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
true.
But you ever notice that the smarter you are, the less common sense people have? So maybe it's like a balance, like like smart people don't have
Yeah.
common sense,
Quit
but
talking
like
smack about me.
dumb people can manipulate. I don't know. Maybe that's what it
Quick talk. That was a good one. You're
Katie's
right,
way
though.
of
I
telling
mean,
me I'm
you got
dumb.
to have some strengths, right? You got to have something that you can do.
That's true.
No, you're not dumb at all, Pickle. You're very smart, but that just
I
means you don't
think
have common sense, I guess.
I don't, and I don't because you've called me out more than once on it. You're like, "Does that really make sense to you?" And I'm like, "Okay, shut up, leave me alone."
That is true.
Katie's such a bully sometimes.
Dave says I bully
She's my
her.
favorite bully. She's my
Well,
favorite
that's
I
why
am
she
bully.
not
calls
a
herself
bully.
Casey.
I bullied her one time and one time only, and it's when she said I'm great, and I was like, "You're not."
Yeah, that was like 2 weeks ago.
I know.
That was
It
like
was a
all the times
typo,
that
but still.
Morbid would make fun of me, and I had that one really good burn, and I was like, I'll never live this down. I finally got him.
No, because there's a joke with Dink. I just pretend like I don't know who Keisha is. I pretend like I don't know who she is, and she says that's bullying her by
Don't you
pretending I don't know
start.
who Keisha is.
Don't you start, Haiti.
Yeah, I
Oh,
don't know.
I get confused with the Quiche, Kesh, and Kai. Are
Oh
they
yeah.
three different people? Or are
See,
they?
Okay, so
Quiche and Kesh are the
is
same person.
Okay.
technically her name is pronounced Quiche, but she's like, you can call me Cash. So you could call her
Yeah,
Quiche
'cause
or Cash, and she's fine with it.
it's
But it's
spelled
actually
Kesh like Kesh, but it's pronounced Quiche.
Yeah.
So that's the
Okay.
same person. And then Kai is Key is a different person. There's also a Kai though too. So there's Kai,
oh my
Key, and
goodness,
Quiche. Yeah.
Jesus.
So it is confusing.
It gets interesting when
Yeah.
they're all together in one room.
this is
They're
truly
gonna
where
they're
I
gonna
struggle though, because Haiti will
they're gonna
ask me, like,
start
"Do you
thinking we're
know so and
racist with all
so?" And
these
I'm
K's.
like, "Right." I have no idea who anybody is 90% of the time,
It's like
so
the
it's hard for me to
Kardashians,
keep
right?
up.
Yeah, right.
It's like I live
They're all the
under
same.
a rock.
They're all the same.
I finally figured out who Dreamer was, though, so that's really important.
That's
Oh my
How could
progress
you
right
not?
there,
like the main
Pickles.
character.
I think Dreamer's still trying to figure out who she is.
Yeah.
Katie would be like, "You know Dreamer?" And I'm like, "No, I have no idea who that is." She'd be like, "How can you not know?"
It's funny when
Dreamer
she
is my
says that
Dreamer.
people dox her, when she doxes herself like multiple times. Like her email is literally her name, and she's like said it on a live.
Oh,
So it's
God
like,
bless.
Dreamer is my welcome sound. Welcome to my channel. That's Dreamer. Wait, ready? I'll do it.
Yeah.
Oh God.
That's Dreamer.
That's Dreamer.
It's the best.
I think she loses her keys in them wrinkles of hers, man. Jeez.
I asked Dreamer if she would be my friend, and she said no, which I'm so sad about.
What?
Yeah.
She
just
won't
said
be. She won't be our
no,
friend
no
just because we're
explanation.
linked to Morbid, Haiti.
She-
That's why she won't be our friend.
She loves Morbid.
I'm surprised she could
does.
spell no.
She absolutely
What
loves
if we
Morbid.
send her like a pedicure set? Then maybe she'll be our friend.
I feel bad for the pedicurist. It's like
More than a
takes one
pedicure
look
set.
takes one look at those. He's like, no. No.
I think she needs an angle grinder or one of those circular saws to take those
That's right.
things off. Those are
Don't
like
go in with the safety goggles and the pair of tin snips or something.
God bless her. I just can't believe she's still
Dreamer,
alive.
she's only 67 or 68.
I was gonna say
Okay, then
she's not that old.
her mom,
Yeah.
the one is I'm still shocked is still
Oh
alive
yeah.
then, right? Yeah,
Oh,
okay.
I think her
Everybody
mom
was
is like
surprised about that.
her mom scrounges her food when she's looking the other direction. You know?
I know.
Mom, what are you doing out of bed? I got to eat.
She just throws graham crackers on her chest.
That's right.
Her poor mom. Can we add some chocolate marshmallows and make some s'mores?
S'mores.
Yeah.
I'm not
Bill, you
supposed to
probably
eat
don't.
anything else. I'm
Pickle, you probably
starving.
don't know that story. So, Dreamer takes care of her mom, and Dreamer's mom was like in the background of like Dreamer was live, as she always is. And her mom was in the background one day, and she was like, "Oh, I'm hungry." So Dreamer got a bunch of graham crackers and didn't even get her a plate, didn't like get her a table, like
No, just
nothing.
literally
Just
put
put
it
the
up right
graham
on her
crackers on her
chest.
chest. It was like, "Here you go," and walked away.
Yeah.
Didn't
And
she
then
kind of
drank
crush
her
him a little bit
her
too?
shakes, drank her shakes on her like her Ensure shakes, and then told her mom, "There's nothing left to drink."
I watched on Morbid's live one day. She made him one, or made her mother one, and then like drank it. And he was playing
Yeah.
the clip of her doing it.
And then she's
It's like,
like,
Mom,
"There's
I'll go
nothing
get
left
you
to
one,
drink,
whatever.
Mom,"
And
as you're drinking her
yeah,
Ensure.
yeah,
She loves
ridiculous.
Yeah,
She
Dreamer
loves her
is a
Pepsi.
character,
Well,
that's for sure.
yeah. Have you ever seen her with Pepsi? She's like constantly guzzling
Oh,
Pepsi.
she always has soda. She's always drinking. So I feel like she's like I don't want to be that wrinkly when I'm older, but I feel like she's like future me because I drink so much soda, and I'm like, I hope I don't look like that when I'm
Oh,
older.
she's not wrinkly because of the soda. It's because of the
No,
cigarettes
it's not
and
the
sun.
soda.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true. I don't
Yeah.
smoke cigarettes,
yeah.
so that's good.
Like
I think it's
the worst thing you can do for your skin is smoke cigarettes.
Yeah, I used to smoke
Yeah.
cigarettes, but I quit a long time ago.
Yeah,
Well, now you smoke other
I
cigarettes.
very rarely smoke. Only when I'm like, if I actually like smoke weed, then I'll smoke. But that's very rare. I love my edibles now.
Cigarettes are just dumb because there's no point. They don't get you high or anything. I used to smoke a cigarette and I'd be like, why am I even smoking this? I don't even want this. I don't even like this. So finally one day I was like, I'm done. I need to
A
quit
fun
smoking
fact I
cigarettes.
learned: if you smoke menthols after smoking a joint or blunt or weed, whatever, after smoking weed, it actually
They taste so
intensifies
good.
the high.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
But
true. Yeah.
I've only experienced that with menthols.
Yep.
With regulars, I have not experienced that.
I always
Eat
smoke
some
menthols. I don't know if I
mango.
noticed that though.
I
Yeah,
used to be
because
a
me and my
Newport
friends used to
king. Yeah.
smoke like a Newport after smoking a
Yeah.
joint or a blunt or whatever, and it would
Mhm.
literally like intensify the high, and just like the vibe was so good.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Very interesting.
Not that I'm condoning it or endorsing it.
It's just a little fun fact.
It's like, hold on a second. I don't mean.
My throat is
I
starting to
do
hurt.
love my edibles over smoking though anymore. So
The only thing that worries me about edibles is they haven't been able to control like the amount that's in an edible. So like when you get one, it's kind of a crapshoot.
yeah,
So you can
you
eat
have to
one
test
and
it
not
out
have any.
first.
I didn't know
Yeah.
they couldn't control the amount.
Yeah, they have no way of like regulating how much and how little is going to be in one or the other.
Actually makes so much sense because like I could take a 25 milligram and not feel anything. Other times I could take a 25 milligram and be like, oh my god, I'm so high. So that makes
Oh my
Exactly.
god.
Exactly. And Lula B's right. The vaping is a lot more intense. And I
Yeah.
don't
My
know if you guys
worst
remember back in the
experience.
go ahead. Back in the
See, my
day, they
worst.
used to actually squeeze. They used to squeeze the leaves and get the oil out, and that's like the most intense you're gonna get. Yeah.
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 Isn't that why like
My
the CBD oils are like really good for like seizures and stuff like that?
Wax.
Yeah.
Wax
Yeah.
is
mhm. My worst experience with an edible was way back before it was legal in my state. One of my girlfriends, her brother-in-law lived in Colorado and used to mail her edibles. And we were all getting ready. It was me and my husband, he was my boyfriend at the time. We were all getting ready to go into work. And she was like, here, you guys, just eat one. And so I was not a regular smoker at the time. They ate one. I grabbed one and just ate it. And they both looked at me like, did you really just
You
eat
ate a
that
whole
whole
thing?
thing?
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, why? And they're like, oh, Lord. We
Yeah.
get there. I
I've been
am
there.
like the top person in my field. and the big boss was there that day. Nobody had warned me. So he like walks up behind my desk and puts his hand on my chair and he's like, "How's it going, slugger?" And I was like, "Oh, it's going real good. I'm doing real good. I'm doing all kinds of things and I'm doing great. Everything I do is great." I had to get up, go to the bathroom to the handicap stall and walk in circles
Yeah.
to walk it
My
off.
my first experience was with edibles was a homemade brownies one of my roommates made when I was living in North Carolina,
Mm,
and I ate one piece, and I'm like, all right, it's not kicking in. Like I'm bored. Like this is like 45 minutes after
Yeah.
lunch.
right.
I'm like, I'm gonna eat another one. So I
Yeah,
ate a
there's the
second
other.
piece, and they're like, you're gonna have to be careful. Like you just
It's
ate
always
another
that other
piece.
one.
So we
And
Yeah.
you
then
had
we
that
decided we
delayed.
were
You
gonna
had that
walk down
delayed
to the
reaction
convenience
though.
store to get like drinks and snacks. It hit me on the way back, and we're
Yeah.
walking back from the convenience store. I almost walk into a spider web.
Yeah.
So I'm like
Yeah,
flailing my arms around.
Yeah.
And this is when like
Before
I
it
first
became.
started even smoking or doing anything. So like it was my first experience. It was really
Oh,
funny.
that
Oh
sucks.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's
Before it
always a
became
delayed reaction.
legal.
Yeah.
Before it became legal, I never had a good time with edibles either. I didn't feel it at all, or it was awful. Now that it became legal, like I know I thought I knew how much was in it. I haven't had a problem with edibles since it became legal. So
It's very
I'm
hopefully,
just
hard
not a
because like
fan.
the heating process, the baking process, it affects it differently and where it is in the mixture. Some of it burns off,
Yeah.
some of it gets more
It
intense.
decarbonizes it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's very hard to regulate how it's going to hit and how much you're actually going to get out of it. So it's kind
Yeah.
of
Have
a
you guys
crapshoot.
have you guys ever
yeah.
tried the drinks?
Try
The
what?
drinks are
Yes.
intense. Yeah.
Yeah, they
No, I
are.
haven't.
Like they're so me
Do
and my
you know
husband
that
went to
they
go see
have an
fireworks one
inhaler
night.
now?
We
That's
went to go see
Well, they
fun.
fireworks one night, and we're like, oh, let's do a drink and like watch the fireworks. It didn't kick in until we're coming home. So now he's driving while he's after the drink and it's kicking in. That's when I had my stoner thought of the day, Haiti. I don't remember if you remember that. That so I said if acapella is like music with your mouth for regular music, is beatboxing like EDM music with your mouth? That
the
was my
spots when you're
stoner thought.
high.
And
Yeah.
of course, me and my husband were both high, and he's like, she's just being
Yeah.
crazy. But he's like, after I got sober, he's like, I really like that's like really interesting, like to put it that way. I was like, you are
edibles
totally dumb.
edibles have made me go to sleep and wake up still
Yeah. Oh
a little
yeah, me
Yeah.
bit.
too. Me
Yeah.
Oh
too.
yeah,
Especially when I have the
I
brownies
told
are our strongest edible out here in Vancouver. But like they knock me out and I'll wake up and I still feel high. It's really
last
Hmm.
summer I had surgery and I asked Pickle, I'm like, is it okay to take this edible before surgery? And she's like, no, don't do that. And I was like, well, I already did. And so I was freaking. I had the
It's a,
surgery and
it's,
I woke
I'm
up from the
asking.
surgery and I was so high. Like I was so. The
You're like,
nurse was
I'm
like, are you
asking for
okay? And I was
forgiveness,
so
not permission.
that reminds me of when Casey ate her shark gummy, and she's like, "Should I just eat the whole thing?" And before we could even answer, she did, and she's like, "Didn't even wait for
Oh,
us to say anything." Because it
Yeah.
was so high in milligrams, we would have been like, no, like take it in pieces first, see how that is. But she ate the whole thing, and she was out for like the entire weekend.
The
So
only thing
funny.
I have when it comes to like really good weed is I end up being like paranoid. Like everybody knows I'm high. Everybody knows. And then after a
I've
while,
yeah.
you're
never
like,
been
I just
like
don't care.
that. Thank God. I know a lot of people that get like that, but I've never been like that. Thank God.
Yeah. Well, it only lasts for a couple minutes for me because it's like, you know what? I don't care.
I had a
Let them
friend.
know.
I knew someone that every single time he smoked, he would throw up. And I was like, why do you even smoke if you're gonna throw up every time? Like it's so
Oh,
random.
I've only had that experience once in my entire life, and that was because me and my girlfriends decided to do it was called a time bomb. So it was like a blunt attached to a bong. And
I was
yeah,
gonna
the
say
rips
that.
were so hard that after like an
Oh, I've done
hour,
that.
I definitely threw
Yeah,
up.
I would have done it too. See,
Yeah.
I
The
did
only
it
time
once.
I
It
ever
was
the only time I ever threw up is when I got a little bit of bong water in my mouth
oh
when you're hitting it.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's
And it's
gross.
like.
yeah.
Yeah, it's gross.
I had a girlfriend that went to Amsterdam on vacation. And they bought like a 4-foot bong, and they had it shipped home. And she's like, "You want to hit it?" And I'm like, "Do I want to hit it?"
It's like, do you
Yeah.
have to ask?
We were like, she had like one of those a finished basement that walked right out into the backyard, Thank God, because I hit it and immediately ran outside, and it was like The Exorcist.
Oh yeah, I was so glad that there was a garbage can sitting next to me.
But I
Because
hit
like
it again right
apparently I
after. I
had
was
like
like, "Let's go."
I literally
Puke in the
geeked
alley.
out and I just stared at the wall for like an hour. And my girlfriend's like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "No, I think I'm gonna be sick." And like, not even like 10 seconds later, I'm like head in the garbage can throwing up.
Yeah.
Like, oh, what a waste of all that Mexican food we just ate.
Gross. But wait, look at
Taco
this comment.
Junebug. I agree.
Yeah, if Dee Dee and Raj stayed together, I
And
think
I,
Gypsy would have had them both killed after being told no for Dan. What does everybody else think about that?
I agree. And I think
Yeah, I
Rod
wouldn't be
and
like that
Christy,
shocked.
I think Rod and Christy are worried to say no to Gypsy because of that fact.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I said that from the beginning too. That I think Rod and Chrissy say yes because they're afraid that they're going to be the next to, you know.
I still think she's dangerous.
I think that's why
She's,
I
mostly
think so
everybody
too.
says yes to
I
her
don't
because they're all afraid of
I don't
her.
think she's gonna kill again, but I think she's like she's still dangerous, you know.
I think
I
she's
don't
gonna
think she
have
could ever be
financial
trusted.
crimes issues.
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
she's
agree.
definitely gonna, yeah, like
Like,
tax
let's
fraud
wait
for being
and see
stupid.
how many people actually get their blown booty art from
Blown booty
Gypsy.
art.
Well,
Yeah. How many
how
people
many people
actually
think
get
she's
it,
actually
or
paying? How many people think she's actually paying her taxes?
right?
You
I
know,
don't think so.
does she have a
I think
financial
she's the type.
advisor? Or,
Yeah, I think she's the type to be like, if she when she gets caught one day, be like, "Oh, I had so and so doing it for me. I thought that they were
Mike.
taking care of it."
She's
She's
gonna
that
blame
type of
Mike.
person.
He's a lawyer, so she'll blame him.
Yeah, she'll throw Mike Stanfield under the bus. Her manager, who in her video today, she said she knew us for so long. But
Yeah,
I
since you
remember
decided to off your mom.
Dash said that Ryan said that he shut KJ down about being a witness to Ryan beating on Gypsy in the bathroom. I forgot about
yeah,
that. Thanks
yeah,
for saying that.
I
I totally
remember.
forgot.
I remember him
Yeah,
saying that.
but
Well, who
good
really thinks?
because
Go ahead.
no, I was gonna say good because you can't go around saying shit like that when that's a blatant lie. Like
Yeah,
Well, it's
that's a
you were on the
defamation. Yeah,
boat when it
that's
happened because it never
100%
happened.
defamation.
yeah.
Yeah,
Well, who really thinks that they know what Gypsy's motives were in this murder?
I think
I'm on the
100%
fence.
I don't know if we
I think
still
it's a
know.
I think
combination of the two
100% for
things.
D for the
Yeah.
I
for
think
freedom for the D.
I think it's for
she
the
was
D.
worried. Right.
Well, I also there was also thoughts of like maybe Dee Dee didn't want to do the con anymore because now they found out what was really wrong with her. Like she
I
didn't
think
want to
that had
do
a
it
lot to do
anymore,
with it,
and Gypsy just wanted to keep going with it. So
and
she
Dee Dee
thought,
needed help. You know,
uh-huh.
now she was going to be the caregiver instead of the other way around.
Yeah,
And then
Yeah.
she wanted that house.
yeah,
Yeah, she
You
didn't
know,
Yeah, I
it's
want
the
can
to have
see
same
to
that.
thing.
buy it.
It's the same thing with the Menendez brothers. She wanted the money. She wanted the assets. All the good stuff from the con. She wanted to take that. And the only way to do that is get rid of her mom. And she figured if I run away and she gets sick, they're going to bring me back to take care of her. I don't think
yeah.
she was worried about her safety. She was
Well,
like,
yeah, because look at the house when she was getting really sick. There was no way. Dee Dee was a clean freak. There was no way that Dee
exactly.
Dee was letting that house go the way it was unless she was really, really sick.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you on that. Yeah, because everyone has always said that the house was always so clean. It wasn't cluttered. It wasn't this. It wasn't that.
Yep.
And then you look at those crime scene photos, and it's a disaster.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
I
that's
think it's
true.
good. Gypsy was doing all the housework, and she was getting sick of it.
Yeah, and I don't know what she was thinking. Like she planned on living with Nick and getting a job and living off of $3,000. They talk about delusional.
Well, that also goes along with the lines of when you're being taken care of, you have no idea how far money goes. If you're not the one that's actually working for the money and paying out, you don't know.
Oh
You know,
yeah, that's very true. She was very
I had
naive.
this
Yeah,
I had this argument with one of my ex's kids one time, where I had just bought him a game for his Xbox for $60, and he totally disregarded it. He was done playing it and he tossed it off and
that's an
scratched the hell out of a
expensive
brand new
game.
game.
Oh my
And I'm like,
god,
do
I
you
would have been
realize?
so mad.
I was like, do you realize how much $60 is? And I broke it down for him. You know, if you get paid X amount of dollars, this is so many hours worth of work that was spent on this game, and you toss it aside like it's nothing.
Yeah,
You
because
know, it's
even
like,
if you
do you
work
know
if
what
you work
else
a
costs?
job at $10 an hour, that's still not even going to pay for the thing because you think of all the taxes that come out.
Yeah,
And other bills too. You know, and you're like, do you know what else could cost me $60 that I could have spent it on instead of buying this for you that you totally disregard?
That's like a full tank of
Weed.
gas right there.
What's that? I didn't catch it.
I said that's like a full tank of gas right there.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, back then it was, yeah. But yeah, that's the thing, is like they have no idea the concept of money because everything's being provided. And even though she was 23 at the time, she was living like she was 10 years old and someone was paying her way and paying her bills and making sure, so you don't know how much it costs to live. Everything was done for you.
This came up the other day. I don't remember who I was talking to about it, but you know how people say that like Gypsy wore a diaper and that Dee Dee like wiped her ass. Do you believe that Dee Dee actually wiped her ass? Because I don't know about that. That sounds a little ridiculous.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, right? Like, come on. Unless you're going to get him on a changing table at 23 years old. Like, come on.
She probably
Someone brought up that she was getting that diaper delivery.
Oh, she was.
In the crime scene photos, did you see how many boxes of diapers there were that were unopened? There was a lot. So she wasn't using them.
I think that if that was happening, then Gypsy would have, for all the things she said Dee Dee did, one thing she didn't say Dee Dee did was, abuse her like that.
Yeah.
Like the Menendez brothers say they were abused. And I think that if Dee Dee did that to her, she would have been screaming from the top of her lungs, my mom was actually abusing me.
Well, she was sexually abused allegedly, but not from her mom, from her grandmother.
She wasn't. She wasn't. And believe me, if that was the truth, she would still be screaming that from the rooftops.
Yeah, the con story. Yeah.
And then that whole deal about I didn't know the abuse was there until I was told. Just because you didn't think of it until someone said, "Hey, we could use this to get you out of jail."
Amazing.
Exactly.
Gypsy said that, and then Katie Joy said the exact same thing like a couple weeks later.
What happened?
It's amazing to me that Gypsy said that, and then Katie Joy said the exact same thing a couple weeks later. Like right after Gypsy came out and said that she didn't even know what was happening till she was told, then Katie says that she was being abused and didn't even know it until she had a breakthrough in therapy. Yeah.
Katie didn't get the script yet.
Yeah, exactly.
She had to pull the script out of the garbage can that someone else discarded. It's like, hey, here's some information.
Yeah, I can say that. I can do that. Oh my God. Okay, let me try.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have ever like really got down and said it. I know you all know it. She stole everybody's information. She waited for someone else to say it, and then she would act like she did the research and would just repeat it, hoping that nobody saw it.
Oh, that is her MO. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. She acted like it was all new and breaking, but really, you guys came up with it first.
I literally have her. So she came back to this community maybe a month and a half ago, and she's literally alive. She's like, "Oh, hey guys, I don't know anything because I've been gone for so long, but come give me the tea so I can go report it." It's like those words actually came out of her mouth. Like, kind of.
Oh wow, she actually admitted.
Tell me what's going on so that I could put it out myself. Like,
I know the first thing she said when the emails came out was, "That's all old news."
Yeah, and she was wrong because she was thinking about different emails.
Yeah.
She was butthurt that she wasn't the one to discover them. That's why.
Oh, the same thing. Fancy can't fill out a FOIA to save her life.
Yeah.
So when all these FOIAs came out,
Fancy took all the emails and put them behind a paywall. It's like you didn't get them. Why are you making people pay for them? Unbelievable. Her and Fancy are it's kind of scary how much they're alike, honestly.
Well, who do you think is behind the thumbnail when it came back out again, when it recirculated? Do you think that was Fancy looking for the thumb drive with all the crime scene photos? I know it was already put out, but then it got re-leaked.
I remember. I think Fancy would take credit for it.
It got put out on Reddit on her birthday last year.
Yeah, it was on her birthday last year.
Yeah.
I think
I know Fancy said it was her.
When it happened, and I was so mad that I missed it.
Fancy said it was her Google Drive, right? It was that someone tapped into her Google Drive. She did say that.
I know that they were already. I had seen them on Facebook before they got put out again, so people could have just taken it from Facebook and put it all in one drive and then put it out.
That's I know they came out. Some of them were new to me, and some of them were old. So I didn't know if it was some kind of timed release or if it was someone saying, "Hey, look."
I still can't believe that Facebook allows those images on there. I mean, like these are graphic images, like Dee Dee's eyeball, like her ass, like her dead body is on Facebook. I can't believe that they allow that, honestly.
Yeah, and some of the crime scene photos I've seen, like I don't know if you remember the Black Dahlia. That was
Oh my god,
years
those are
ago,
super
but
graphic
those
as
are some graphic.
hell.
Yeah,
I
those are
mean,
some
you can
graphic photos.
see the Menendez parents in their full glory now, today,
Yeah.
right this
Oh,
second.
really?
Yeah.
I
I
never
wouldn't
looked at those
even.
crime scene photos. I wouldn't want to see
Yeah,
that.
Do we have
I
any
wouldn't
news
even
on
want to.
Lyle yet, Haiti?
Do we what?
Do we have any news on Lyle's?
Oh, let's look it up.
Oh, that's
I was looking when I looked before. There was nothing new. I'll refresh the page. Hold, please.
Yeah,
Now, do
someone
we
was
know the
live
exact
streaming it.
do we know the exact reasons why Eric got denied? Because I'm hearing a bunch of things.
It was because they said that he didn't learn enough. He didn't show enough remorse behind bars.
Well, it's not just remorse. He got called out just beginning of this year for running like a romance scam, like a write to me and send me money kind of a thing, and that was just the end of this year or the beginning of this year.
Which one,
And
Lyle?
he was also engaged to be married, and he was writing somebody else and cheating on her basically, and then he dumped
Well,
her.
I heard that
And
they were
Lyle,
That was
like,
Lyle, right?
Yeah.
well,
I
no,
heard that he
Eric
was
and
like,
Lyle, they both did it.
I heard
Eric
that
is
Eric was
married.
like smuggling drugs into the prison, and there was a tax fraud evasion thing with some kind of gang that was in there. And that
No,
was like one of the reasons why he wasn't being paroled was because he had
no.
all these like reprimands on his record.
Eric self-smuggled phones in
Yeah.
and got caught
Yeah,
with
the
them.
phones. Yep.
And that was in 2011. He hasn't had a write-up since 2011, Eric. Lyle has a couple write-ups even older about shoes, where one was he had a visitor come in. Oh, I almost passed out because I stood up too
Oh,
quick. Lord
careful.
have mercy.
Ah.
Don't get cancer, it'll kill you. In many ways.
Fuck
So
cancer.
Lyle, right? Fuck cancer. Lyle had a visitor come in that was actually a producer, and she wanted to make like a documentary on him or whatever. And she wore like a size 13 or 12 men's Adidas shoes in and tried to switch shoes with him. And they got that. And then he got a package with some Nike shoes in it. And they were like, you can't have these. And even though they gave them to him, like they couldn't have them. So they said you need to return the shoes. And he gave back a different pair of shoes instead of those ones. Don't cry, balloon. Quit whining.
Yeah.
Your cat, my dog, Apple.
What's that?
My dog's crying in the background,
Oh no.
like Macy does. Hey, why are you
I don't
crying?
hear the dog or a cat.
My cat, no, my cat wasn't. She wasn't whining. She's not being whining just now, but she was tearing up.
Earlier.
That just moved home. She's
I still
being
hear Starlight's smoke detector.
Oh yeah. Yeah. But you
It's always going off.
I don't know what got the back of my throat there. Lily's working on a massive cardboard box from.
Aw.
Yeah.
Aw.
I just moved, and she, for some reason, she enjoys like eating cardboard and doesn't eat it. She just like chews it.
Tears it up.
Yeah.
Jamie will eat cardboard boxes. He does it a lot, and he eats like
Yeah.
leather shoes, leather bags.
Yeah.
He loves doing that.
That's what she does.
Woodstock does it. Woodstock only
They probably
eats
like
food.
They probably like the way it feels on their gums.
That's
Kind of
right.
like a baby teething.
Yeah, possibly.
We're talking smack about you guys and your
Yeah.
cousins.
I'm gonna play this video. This is an update. I don't know if it got parole or not, but let's find out.
Okay.
Let me get my popcorn. Thanks for having me up, by the way.
You're very welcome, and it's not my panel, but thank you. No, it's nice to have it's nice to have someone different. Do you know what I mean? It's nice to hear Pickle, because I haven't spoken to Pickle for ages either. I speak to Dank every day, so, you know, and I'm
I thought my Android would be a problem at one point, but it seems to be doing fine.
Oh, wow. You're on an Android. Oh, that's interesting.
Maybe the update finally helped with StreamYard.
Oh, wow. That's
Well,
really
I've never had a problem with anybody else, but you guys always talked about the iPhone versus Android thing, you know. So
well,
mine was just a demonic thing.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
hilarious. That was
That shit
absolutely.
was creepy as hell, though, Pickle.
That's someone trying to break through the beyond, you know?
I had to buy a whole new set of AirPods, so
I could not stop laughing. Oh, see, when I put my AirPods in, though, I'll try it just now. Everybody says I sound like I'm underwater. We'll see if it works. I don't know.
Well, stop pretending you're underwater.
See, that's why I don't do name brand stuff. I have the Skull Candy headphones, and I've never had an issue with them.
What about now?
Oh, you're a
'Cause I'm
team
wearing them
queen,
now.
are you?
Does it
All I
sound
hear
like
is
I'm
bubbles,
under?
Apple.
Shut up. Honestly, seriously. Is it bad?
It's not
The
as good
muffled.
as not having them in.
It's not bad right now.
Oh, right. I'll take them out.
It
They're
just
not
kind of. It
comfortable,
sounds like you're kind of far away from your phone.
which is
Like
not the case.
you've stepped away from your phone and you're still trying to talk to us.
Yeah,
You
I'll
keep
take them out.
talking, and Haiti wants to play your video.
Yeah.
Sorry, Haiti.
Sorry.
Just tell us to shut up, Haiti.
All right, moving on now. And as we go to air, Lyle Menendez is facing California's parole board in a bid for his freedom.
And that all comes after his younger brother Eric was denied parole in a separate hearing yesterday. For more on this, we are joined this morning by criminal defence attorney Lauren Johnson Norris in Irvine. Lauren, thanks for your time. Appreciate it. Eric was denied parole, of course. Are you expecting a similar result today?
Of course, he says.
I think we'll get the same result. They both had similar types of backgrounds while they were incarcerated, same crime.
His
I
lips are
expect the
moving and
same
she's
result.
talking.
We had heard, Lauren, in the past that the brothers had been model prisoners of sorts. So specifically, why was Eric knocked back yesterday?
Well, one of the parole hearing officers said, I don't know why they're saying you're model prisoners. You have not been model prisoners. There have been all kinds of violations while Eric was incarcerated. So anything from smuggled cell phone to violence. Ultimately, it's the behavior that took place while they're incarcerated that has a big impact on whether or not they get released, because it's a question of whether or not they'll conform their behavior to the rules of society upon release. So the hearing officers didn't think that they had done that and didn't think they were model prisoners.
Of course, the television series has really elevated this case in terms of national interest or international interest. I'm intrigued to know what the public reaction has been like to these parole hearings.
I'd say there's a mixed reaction. I'm looking online, talking to my colleagues, kind of watching on TV, and I see that there are people who are hardcore supporters and really wanted them released. And then there are folks who think they did a heinous crime and should remain incarcerated. Some of that might be affected by people's attitudes generally about criminal justice or how much they, got involved in following the story. But I'm really seeing mixed results.
This isn't the end of the road, though, for Eric, right? The California Governor, Gavin Newsom, could intervene.
The governor could intervene.
We already know all this. I thought I was going to tell us something new.
no, I'm watching Tammy's her Eric's wife has a Twitter that I'm watching to see. It's public, so you don't have to have a Twitter account to see it.
Oh, okay.
So does
I'm
this
watching
mean
it for
that
updates.
So does this mean that the governor can go ahead and turn around and pardon both of them, regardless?
100%. 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, he could, but he'd have to do something, and he's also trying to get. He wants to run in in the next election, and I don't think he's gonna. It's the same thing that happened with GRB here.
Yeah.
The whole reason she got her 8 years is because there was an election. I think it would have been completely different.
Absolutely.
Yeah. He wanted to appear hard on crime, but he didn't want to appear like, hey, I'm sending this disabled girl to her, life in prison sentence.
Yeah, because everybody thought, because she looked so tiny and everybody, like, when you speak to them, like, she was just a child. And it's like, no, she wasn't. She was nearly 23, or she was 23.
She was almost 24. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, what the heck? Yeah, just because she was small and, she looks underdeveloped. Well, slightly underdeveloped. Whatever.
Small and ugly. Just say it. She looks small and ugly.
Yeah,
she
smugly.
has facial deformities. Wait, look at this though.
smugly.
It says that we won't find out about Lila's parole decision immediately, not for 120 days. So why did we find out Eric's right away?
No, we will find out. You will find out tonight. But there's 120 days that they can review it and change.
Yeah, it can take up to 120.
That's
But they're
crazy.
gonna deliberate. They're gonna do their interview, and then they're gonna deliberate, and then probably late tonight, early tomorrow, we'll get some kind of press release.
You think Trump will get involved with this like he did with the Chrisleys?
No.
Do you think they're waiting to see what public, like, I don't know how it works, but do you
Well,
think they're
they
waiting to
already
stuff-
did. They already did bend to public demand. That's why they got this opportunity.
Yeah,
I don't think they're going to bend any further.
You don't. So you don't think they're going to get it overturned by the governor then?
No.
Or the
He's
governor?
got more things to worry
Too
about.
controversial. Yeah.
Yeah, he's got more things to worry about. He wants to get
Not if he ever
he wants to run for
work.
president.
Yeah.
He's got
not if he
he's
wants
got
to
the
run again.
fires. He's still dealing with getting yelled at for being incompetent over the fires and lying about stuff. And yeah, he's got his own fires to put out, literally.
Yeah, figuratively and literally.
But now I heard that they can be up again in 7 years or as little as 18 months or something like that.
18
for parole.
months, I heard. Yeah. I don't know if that's true right enough, but I did hear 18 months.
I
Yeah.
don't know.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
the first article I read said 7 years, and then someone said as little as 18 months.
Yeah,
They can
I
be
heard
up for
that.
parole again.
Who knows? We'll see.
It's too soon.
It is. In three. Excuse
So
me.
is it true? Is it
It's me
true that
choking on a
Gypsy
joint.
commented on their denial on Eric's denial for bail for parole?
I don't know if she
What
commented on
happened?
denial, but she did
Well,
say
I
that
heard
if
that
they
Gypsy
got
Rose made a
paroled,
comment saying that this is what they deserved, and it's good that they're not being paroled.
She did make a comment like that. She did. Yeah, she did make a comment like that.
She of all people
I know
has
that
no room to talk about
when
this.
she
this
was,
case
I know
at
that
all.
when she was asked about them in the airport, she said that like they should get social media training or stay off social media or something like that.
Yeah, and then first she said that she didn't know enough to comment, and then later on she commented,
that was
and then
the first time. Yeah, that
But
was
she's
the first
also
time she was
she's got this mental dissonance going on. She doesn't identify as a murderer, remember? So she
Well,
still feels that she can.
she's the only one who can be a victim, right?
Right,
Yeah, and
exactly.
she still feels like she can judge, you know.
Uh.
And I got this unique perspective, you know. No, you don't.
Gypsy, you got no room to talk. You got off fucking easy with a slap on your wrist, bitch.
You
That's
talk
right.
to every woman, every single woman sitting in federal prison right now. They will tell you how they are legitimately somehow a victim
Yep.
of something.
Well, anybody, even the men, you know. It's. I don't know if you guys ever watched Shawshank Redemption. You know, I'm innocent too. You know, lawyer fucked me. Yeah, I don't want to swear on your life. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The thing is, right, it wasn't just that she only got 8.5 years, right, or that she only served 8.5 years. The other thing that irritates me is that she clearly got preferential treatment during her parole. Like, you know, she violated that parole numerous times, and there were there were never consequences for it. You know,
She
and I think
She didn't just violate her parole. She killed it like her mother. I'm telling you.
yeah, she made a mockery, but she's making it look. She made a mock. In my opinion, she made a mockery of the Missouri.
Oh yeah. It was almost like, oh, you let me get away with that. How about this?
Not the
Oh,
You know, let
yeah.
me
Now
push.
she thinks she can just do whatever she wants and get away with it.
Yeah. Let me take pictures in front of alcohol. Oh, we did. Excuse me. We did find out later on that wasn't part of her parole, which I've never heard of. I've always been told that, you know, when you get released from jail.
No,
but
she
she
said
said
it was part of
it.
her
She said
parole.
to Ryan. She said to Ryan that it's on her paperwork.
She said it at one point, and then recently we found out that it wasn't on her paperwork or something.
What's this?
I have her parole. I have the conditions
Oh, you
of it.
do?
I could look for it, but
'Cause it
I
should
swear
be on
I
there.
remember seeing it.
But see, another thing, when a computer is involved or the internet is involved in your crime, you're not supposed to use the internet or a computer, and they let her do that.
Yeah.
Because I knew a guy.
I knew
when I
somebody who
worked-
had
Oh, go ahead.
charges for like sexual harassment because he was putting cameras in like the women's changing rooms.
Oh
Yeah.
He wasn't allowed to use the internet for like a certain amount of time after his charges. But he's
Yeah,
online now.
I worked with a guy that he was released, and he had committed computer fraud. He actually had, you know, those cards you can get. Well, now they have the ones that you can reload, but they used to have those really low credit limit cards.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they were color coded, and he found a way that he could reprogram that card, and you would have an unlimited credit amount, and then it wouldn't bill you. And
That's
he was,
crazy.
yeah. And the only reason he got caught was they had a $500 limit. The card that he had a $500 limit, and he went and bought furniture for like $2,000 with it. And the guy that rang him up is like, wait a minute, these cards aren't supposed to have that high of a limit. And he called and verified, and then they found out that there's not even a bill associated with this card.
Oh,
And that's how he got caught. And then when he got released years later, he was on parole, and that was part of his, you can't have a computer. And he had one
Yeah.
hidden in his closet. And for a long time, yeah, he had a closet area under his stairs. And for a long time, whenever his parole officer came to check his house, and that's another thing, she never had those inspections either that we know about. They came to check his house, and they followed the cords to his closet, and they found the computer, and he got put back in jail.
There
Yeah.
you go. See, I think it's because she was right. Don't come for me, but I think it's like it was like there was a sexism aspect to it. Like I think if she was a bloke, it would have been different. I think it's because she was female, first of all.
Oh, I think you're right.
For sure played a
Yeah.
role, yeah.
Yeah, I think if
Yeah,
it was
she pulled out all the stops. I'm disabled. I'm
yeah,
a woman. I'm blah blah blah. Anything she could to get any kind of sympathy. I agree with you.
even the
Yeah.
And
manipulation.
part of it too, I think they don't want her back in the system. They don't want to have to deal with her and having that kind of a
I
high.
agree with that 100%. I think they didn't want to deal with her
yeah,
anymore.
I agree
Yeah.
with that.
You know, having a high profile inmate like that, you're gonna have the media there again. You're under scrutiny again. You know, if anything happens to her, like the inmates beat her up for being who she is, you know, now you're liable for that, so on and so forth.
Oh, especially if she goes back and all those people that she talks shit on.
Oh hell yeah.
Yeah. Well, geez, that one officer there that she got put on write up for not talking to her about her Comic-Con experience or whatever. You know, you got the guards going against you for that too. You know, everybody hated her, the inmates and the guards.
Yeah.
Which good, honestly, good. I don't feel bad about that.
I have to jump down, guys, but thank you for having me again.
Well, nice meeting you.
No
Well, I
problem.
You
talking to you
too.
for real.
Bye, hon.
Bye, guys.
Sleep well.
Wait, so I wanted to, so some of the stuff that Lyle, wait, am I sharing my screen?
Yes.
No, hold on. Well, I'm not sharing the right screen. Hold, please.
Okay.
I want to read, like, what he got in trouble for, like, so, like, what, because, you know, that the only reason they're saying is because he wasn't, like, a perfect inmate or whatever. So I want to see what exactly he did. Looks like sexual stuff.
Didn't they say that well the other one, sorry, Eric, it was because they felt that he still had some kind of victimization
Yeah.
victim complex.
I think so. Yeah, they said that he like wasn't remorseful enough or something.
Yeah.
Okay, so Lyle Menendez prison records have Lyle Menendez's prison records of having excessive physical contact with female visitor. Lyle Menendez prison rule violations include records showed having excessive physical contact with a female visitor in July 2001, June 2003, and February 2008. Menendez was reprimanded for touching, stroking, or kissing a female, or kissing, not and. These are all or. For touching, stroking, or kissing a female visitor. That's weird. Okay, while the prison records do not reveal the identity of the woman in the 3 incidents, NBC News has reported that Menendez married to a woman named Rebecca Sneed in November 2003. In May 2002, Menendez was found to be having physical contact with Sneed. According to the violation records, the couple had known each other for about a decade before exchanging vows. So that's really stupid. So he got caught kissing the woman that he was going to marry, and that's the reason that plays a role in getting parole or not. So I don't think that he should be free, but that's a really stupid reason to deny him.
Well, Gypsy had contact with Ken, didn't she?
Yeah, she did. She got to get visits taken away for 6 months.
But that didn't affect her parole, apparently.
Right? Yeah, because everything is different for Gypsy. Her life.
Now this is also Lyle. So are they predicting that he's not going to get parole too, or?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, because it's Lyle, not even Eric. Yeah. I'm interested in this. What Lyle Menendez says about living in prison for 3 decades. This is going to be good.
Now to the Lyle Menendez expected to learn his fate today after his brother
he did
Eric was
not.
denied parole yesterday evening. NBC4's Robert Kovacic has been following these parole hearings. He joins us live from outside the correctional facility in San Diego. Robert.
And Colleen and Michael, you know we can't tell you much, but what we can disclose is that before these hearings began, defense attorney Mark Garrigo said Eric and Lyle Menendez will go before separate parole boards. And so that means, much like his brother yesterday, Lyle Menendez will appear remotely from inside of this prison to parole commissioners in Los Angeles. The focus, like his brother, will be on taking responsibility for the double murders of his parents in Beverly Hills, remorse, and the rehabilitation
How
while
smug they were back
incarcerated.
then.
Here is Lyle Menendez about life behind bars when I spoke with him extensively in 2017.
I think the laws across the country have been changing for prisoners in terms of realizing that they probably can rehabilitate and be productive members of society. And my brother and I certainly feel that we would be very productive members of society and continue to help in the areas that we started helping in prison. But those are decisions that we made by other people, so we're hopeful.
Now, at that point, 8 years ago, both brothers were serving life sentences without parole. Remember, the resentencing just happened a few months ago. But when we asked him in 2017, does he ever consider freedom? He said it was, quote, too torturous a thought. But then Lyle Menendez added this.
For me, hope is just keeping one's spirit strong, believing that, you know, your life is not a failed life just because it's marked with so much tragedy. And just knowing that you can never really predict the future, and maybe I'll be reunited with my family out there, and I mean, they're certainly hoping for that someday. But my brother and I just try to stay healthy and keep our spirits up, and we'll see what happens.
Well, we know what happened yesterday. Eric Menendez denied parole and given 3 years before he can try again. But there is something to consider here, Michael, Colleen, as we come back to you live. Let us go back to that conversation in 2017. At that point, Lyle Menendez was housed up north, and he was adamant that he be transferred to the prison you see here behind me so he could be with his brother. The reason
they
he
did that back.
explained to NBC4 was...
What did you say?
They did that back in the day when they were first sentenced. They went on hunger strikes because they were separated.
Wow,
And
really?
they,
I didn't know they went on hunger
yeah,
strikes. Damn.
yeah. Lyle said that Eric can't survive without him, and back and forth and so on. And for like 21 days or something like that, they were being like force fed and all kinds of stuff. Yeah, they pulled a lot of tricks back in the day. And like I said, beginning of this year, they both had something going on with their girlfriends or wife or whatever. He left his wife for a new girl.
Yeah, I
So
heard about
all
that.
kinds of weird stuff. Yeah. Go ahead.
Which is
I'm
so
sorry to interrupt.
interesting because he's in prison and you're gonna leave your wife, and like he's a stepdad too, so you're leaving for someone else while you're in prison. Like it's just wild.
Well, yeah. I mean, if his emails ever come out, it's going to probably be the same mess that Gypsy's are.
Oh my God, I would love to see those emails. I wish that FOIA requests weren't so expensive because I looked into getting stuff from like Gypsy's case, and it's like hundreds and hundreds of dollars. It's crazy how much it is. So
well,
that's why I
didn't
don't
the
blame
say that
doing the fundraising.
they said they spent like thousands of dollars, right? They spent like $1,000, I thought, on everything.
Yeah, no, it was over 1,000. Yeah, so I don't even blame them for doing the fundraising because it was a lot. Yeah.
And then these emails, someone else paid for them, right, and gave them to them.
Yeah, I think I don't know who exactly gave it to them, but I know that for the jail calls, not prison calls, the jail calls, Trixie Lane was striking people because she got them. But the thing is, she thought that she was the only one who got them, and other people got them too. So she struck straight out of context, Barb, wrong, like wrong, because straight out of context got them from somebody else, and she thought like Trixie thought that she stole them from her, and she didn't.
Yeah.
So she like almost got her channel taken down for like no reason.
Yeah,
That's a whole
ridiculous.
other thing, though.
It's publicly available. You just got to pay for it.
Yeah, exactly. It's a FOIA request. It's freedom of information
What?
to the
Well,
public. Like,
Fancy, Fancy tried it. Fancy tried it too, though.
Oh yeah, well, Fancy,
Yeah.
yeah. Fancy
Yeah.
struck my channel once. She struck a video of mine. I used maybe like I used a clip of hers, and like it was maybe like 2 minutes, and I obviously paused to talk, and the rest of the video is all of me, and she struck the entire video.
She did
It's
that
all
with me
fair.
as
That's just
well.
that's just
It's
the
all
kind of
fair
person
use.
Fancy is.
Do you know what?
Exactly.
Absolutely, yeah.
I only used like it wasn't even 50 seconds of her video I used. It was just like a snippet where she wasn't. You couldn't even hear her talk, and she struck the whole video. And I just like this is around the same time she did it to Into the Weeds and 1980s Millennial and Morbid and that. And I was on a chain email with them and Becca, and I just thought I'm just going to leave it. I'm just going to let it expire because I just can't
Well,
be arsed.
the abuse of the copyright system. Anyway, I think she did it to get your information so that maybe she could dox you, have her little files that she talks
Absolutely.
about.
Yeah.
But the same thing is too, like the amount of views you guys are getting, up to like 5,000-6,000 views, you're only making pennies for 50 seconds worth of material. So the
Yeah.
amount that they're going to gain, through any kind of a lawsuit is going to far be outweighed by how much they're going to spend to get that money.
Yeah.
I think that people just do it to be assholes to get someone's channel taken down.
Yeah.
Like, because
Yeah.
if you
Well,
don't,
yeah,
if they give you like
they-
YouTube gives you a deadline if you don't do anything, but if you don't actually take them to court by that deadline, the person still has a strike. But
Yeah.
you know, like you
Yeah,
don't
it's
get
10
anything out of
days or
it.
whatever. But
And do you know what
I
else?
think they do it to be an asshole, and they do it to get the information. Because in order to fight it,
Yes,
you have to
that's a big problem. Yeah.
put your name and address in there, and then they can see that.
Yeah. Yeah,
Do you know
I
what
didn't
else?
even bother fighting Fancies because I was like, I'm
No.
not giving her my information. Just have the strike. I don't care. I'll be gone in 3 months. Like, I want 3 months. I won't have a strike anymore. I wasn't gonna
Exactly,
give
and
her my
eventually, eventually they get the idea of what's going on, and they strike Fancy.
Do you
That's
know
just
what
the way
else
it goes.
was suspicious about it though? The other thing that was really suspicious, and it ties into what you guys are saying just now, like there were other videos that I'd done of her, but the one that she chose to strike was the one that had the most views. Now I'm not a content creator. I do make content, but I'm not monetized, and I don't do it for monetary reasons. I do it because I enjoy doing it. I do it for fun, basically, right?
Yeah.
Or if
Yeah.
or if I'm at a loose edge and I don't know what else to do, I might make a video or whatever.
Yeah,
And so, but
totally.
she specifically chose to go for the one that had the highest view count.
Her thing is she doesn't like us because we were on Morbid's panel. That is the reason why she doesn't like us. She pretty much made that known to me once.
Did she?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Oh my god. It doesn't surprise me though, because Morbid did put her in her place and she did slink away with her tail between her legs for a while and only
He did
came
too.
out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
No, she said it to me one time. I went into a chat on TikTok and she was on the panel and they were talking about doxing and I was in the chat and I was like, oh, doxing is bad on both sides and nobody should be doing it no matter which side they're on. And Fancy goes, oh, that's rich coming from you, Haiti Joyless. And I was like, what are you talking about? I've never doxed anyone ever. Like everyone knows I'm like so against that type of stuff. And she was like, and then I was like, what are you doing? Guilty by association? And then I tried to go up to like defend myself. She's like, I'm gonna drop down if she's gonna come up here. Of course, so
Because she doesn't want to be
that's
confronted. Yeah.
exactly. And I did go up and then she dropped. So yeah.
There's a reason why she doesn't have any friends. You know what I mean?
Exactly. She's only hanging out with weirdos. Now I won't say who, but the girl is a weirdo, so
Yeah.
Oh, she's beyond weird. I mean, this is
And
next.
that goes along with what I can get from you. What have you done for me lately?
yeah, exactly.
As soon as that ends,
Yeah. So she has everyone pretty much figured Fancy out, but now there's a bunch of new people in the community that don't know any better. So she's like sinking her claws into all the new people because she is like, if you don't know any better, because I fell for it too. I mean, I saw the red flags, but I ignored them because I was like, oh, she has so much information. This is great. I'll just ignore the red flags. But then things happen, and I was like, I'm an idiot. Never ignore the red flags. They'll figure it out on their own eventually.
yeah. Once someone shows you who they are, you got to believe them. That's just the way it is.
And that's another thing. Like, she's clearly back on the grift at the moment. I'm sorry, but
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You can. This is just my opinion, right? But she's back on the grift. I don't think she gives a toss about Dee Dee or justice for Dee Dee.
I don't think she ever did. No, it was all about the money.
Yeah, because like
Yeah.
she was before Gypsy fired her. She was on that. She's a
Yeah.
flip flops, and
Yeah.
she's selling car bumper stickers for what is it, $7 or something? And
Well,
that's not
she had that freaking tour she was doing, and I agree with Bean. I think they're the same cloth.
yeah. And
TJ
then
and Fancy. Yeah.
she's talking
Oh
about
yeah,
doing
they are.
billboards for your yard. So you can buy a billboard offer for something like, is it $25 or $27, and you can put it in your yard. Like, but it's like, what the fuck? Like,
But I saw a picture of the bumper sticker, and like it wasn't. I don't know what they used, but it was really bad. Like it didn't even like fold into the car. Like obviously it was just like they just took a sticker and put it over it instead of like actually putting a bumper sticker on the car. I don't know. It was just
Yeah,
funny looking.
they're from Temu. Yeah.
Yeah, the TV bumper stickers. Yeah,
It's
exactly.
just like her self defense kit things. Yeah.
oh
Yeah.
god, that was hilarious. Like,
You know,
any
Bean,
thought
the
that was
best thing that could have happened to Fancy was the Gypsy making those videos where she's impersonating people, because she went on that morning and she went off the wall and had like a 3 hour live and then a follow up. And what I just saw today that she had this, or yesterday she had this big news, and I was like, I don't even care.
Oh, who
It-
Fancy?
yeah, if it's from Fancy, big news is
Oh,
probably something
yeah,
she.
exactly.
Yeah.
She's trying to do that Dee Dee's law, which is already a law that exists that the Supreme Court got rid of. So I don't know what she's doing. She's just wasting
Yeah,
everybody's time.
it's like a revision of the Son of Sam law. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah, like, which they got rid of it because of the First Amendment. So I don't know why she
Yeah.
thinks it's going to happen.
It was unconstitutional. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a nice idea putting a law, but at least do a law that could actually happen, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody asked her something
Not
like
something that never has a chance.
to explain the law. I can't remember who it was. I remember somebody told me this, and they asked her, "Can you explain this to me?" And she couldn't. So she wait a minute, like she's like, she couldn't explain the law. She said,
She doesn't even know how to fill out a FOIA.
It's insane. I mean,
She doesn't even know how to fill out a FOIA. She doesn't know shit.
No, I know, and the fact that it took her 8 years. I mean, did she not have Gypsy's medical records in her possession for something like 8 years before she discovered the microdeletion? What is it?
Exactly. And I think someone else pointed it out to her, to be honest with you. I don't think she even looked at him.
No, it was a nurse. It was her friend. What was her name? I can't remember.
One of the people she promised to pay.
Probably.
Lulu B. It's like on the old Star Trek where you just repeat what the computer says. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, Lulu B, who is it though? And also Bean, I heard someone mention this Mac person today. Who is this person? 'Cause I don't even know who it is, but apparently Fancy took advantage of them like hardcore.
I don't know who she is personally. Like, I've never talked to her privately. I just know that she's like one of Fancy's lackeys.
I heard that Fancy took advantage of her like hardcore.
I mean,
Already?
Fancy takes advantage of everybody.
No,
so
like
that's no.
apparently she's like from the past, and now she's back again or something.
Sweet as honey is her new target. So, I mean,
Target.
Who's your new target?
Like she wants honey. Sweet as honey is her new lackey.
Yeah, I knew that. Yeah, but you said target.
Yeah.
Yeah, her new target. Her new her
Well,
new
isn't she the one that's?
her new
Isn't Sweet as Honey the one that's putting this whole cases? What's his name?
No.
Yeah,
No,
that whole fiasco.
No, she's not the one.
No,
that's
Sweet as Honey is the one who had Dee Dee's decapitated head painted on her nails along with the stab
Oh,
wounds.
yeah,
Yeah,
okay.
and claimed that
That's
she
Sweet
didn't
as
know
Honey.
that it was getting done to her nails. Like, no, ma'am. I get my nails
Yeah.
done every single month. I watch my
Yeah,
nail
yeah.
tech do everything because I'm fascinated by it.
Yeah,
Well,
and Gypsy
who on earth would randomly just like put someone's decapitated head on your fingernails?
Exactly.
It's
It's like,
Not
yeah,
ask you like,
she
oh,
said
what
she
color
didn't
do you
know.
want? What nail
I
design
got
do
the
you
perfect
want?
idea.
You know what?
Yeah, she said she didn't know, and that her sister did it. Like, come on, give me a break. Why would your sister even know those details? Like, it's just you
But then she
clearly
changes
asked
it and
for
says
it.
that some random nail tech did it.
Wait a minute, guys. Right, when Haiti found, right, so I was with you, Haiti, when you first found her account, right? She said in one of her earliest videos, which may no longer be up on that account now, that she was a nail tech. Do you not
Yeah,
remember?
yeah, she did. Yeah,
She
she
said
did say
she
that.
was a nail tech and she did nails. So
Yeah,
what?
and the reason she said that is because she was pointing out Gypsy's nails from the crime scene, from like the
Oh yeah.
interrogation,
Okay,
when
I
they took
remember
a
that.
picture of her knuckles and stuff, and she was like, "Look at her nails," blah blah blah. That's why she told us that. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean,
But
who
Sweet as
knows?
Honey, she's
Sorry.
also the one that Gypsy just made fun of in one of her creator making fun of videos. And the one where Gypsy had the purple hair and she was like, I am of sound state and mind.
If anything
If
happens to
anything
me,
happens to me,
it was
call
Gypsy Rose
Gypsy's parole
Winford.
officer. Because Sweet, that was the first video I ever saw of Sweet
Yes.
as Honey. She actually
Me
said that.
too.
She's
Me
like,
too.
she verbatim, she was like, I am of sound state in mind. If anything happens to me, call Gypsy's parole officer, call the FBI.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on her knuckles now? I think that she beat the crap out of Dee Dee and that she was half dead or
Oh yeah, I
incapacitated by the
fully
time Nick
believe that
got
she was
there.
very abusive towards Dee Dee. I
Yeah.
fully believe it.
I think by the time Nick got there, Nick was supposed to be the scapegoat, in my opinion. He wasn't supposed to leave that night.
Oh
That's
yeah,
why she only had one ticket.
she was definitely trying
Yeah.
to throw him under the bus.
Yeah. And I think she was already like half dead by the time he got there. That's my opinion.
This is my personal opinion, and again, it's like you guys. It's I have no proof and I have no evidence, and I never will. But like, you know how she like rapid fire when she had the BB gun, it was like rapid.
Yeah.
She unloaded.
Impulsive. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, 17 stab wounds. Like, I'm sorry, but
Oh
that's
yeah, and that's vengeance. That's like retaliation. That's
Yeah,
That's not just somebody.
I said there is too
that's
much hatred
personal.
and like pure like violence behind those stab
Yeah.
wounds. There's no way
Yeah,
that it was just
exactly.
Nick,
And
who doesn't even know
the
Dee Dee, would do that.
the way Nick confesses, 4, 5, if you
Mhm.
count that's someone that I'm doing this because I'm told to, or I'm doing this as
Yeah.
like I'm saving them. There's
Yeah.
not that anger involved. There's not that like take that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And also
that's what I always believe too.
the fact that there's 13 deep ones that kind of had like blood welling out of them, and then there's 4 not so deep ones.
Yeah.
And then Nick says, I only stabbed her 4 times. That makes a lot of sense to me.
That's true. I mean, Nick, it could be one of the things that Nick is taken to the grave. I guess we'll just never know.
I think he's capable of that fabrication because in his mind, it's like just still being the savior. And I just wish he would realize that, listen, she threw you on the bus. That was the plan to begin with. And then she didn't want to be there no more. And that's why she put that on Facebook. Come on, she had princess sheets, and then she said something about him having wrestle sheets. He was living like a child, just like she was.
Exactly.
The difference was his mind was a little bit weaker than hers, and that's why she took advantage of him.
Yeah.
She really, really messed up with those Facebook quotes. Like, the bitch is dead and I raped this sweet little girl, and the gross things that she said. Like, she said that she wanted Dee Dee to be found. You don't have to say such vile things for Dee Dee to be found. She wanted people to think that she was kidnapped so that people would be worried about her. It had nothing to do with Dee Dee being found. She wanted to be this poor little victim.
I think by the time she put them up there, she wanted to be found because she wanted to have Nick go down, and then she would come out as like a victim, and then she'd be able to live in the house. She really thought she was going to get the house and all the possessions and everything.
I think you're right in the terms that she did not think that she was going to go to prison. She thought she was going to walk away from that because she was delusional.
Yeah.
Even in the interrogation, she was asking for her. She's like, "Oh, can I have my social security card back?" And blah blah. Like, you don't need those anymore, babe. Like, you don't need those anymore. Where you're going.
And the same thing after saying that, she tries to say she didn't know how old she was, but she had her social security card in her possession.
Yeah.
All you have to do is look at it and see the date on it.
She told the
and
whole
then,
story to the
and then she took the real one. She took the real one, not the fake one.
Yeah.
So she knew the difference.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That is true. Well, she's what she says is she didn't know how old she was because there were no candles for her birthday. But then you see all the candles and all the pictures.
Oh, just like she'd never been to the beach, and she never ate before either. Come on.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Come on.
And the thing. Go ahead.
What about her believing that Santa Claus was real up until Santa Claus didn't show up at jail?
Oh my God.
Like, come on.
That was hilarious.
That was really cute. I mean, I heard stories that she said she missed her stuffed animals when she was in prison.
Yeah, yeah. The
Okay, so I
whole
have
stuffed
really
animal thing annoys me. Like she says, like, "Oh, and Nick commanded me to take the stuffed animals off the bed." Like, what do you mean he commanded you to take the stuffed
Yeah.
animals off the bed? Like, just the way she says it annoys me because she makes it sound like he was so dominant and like this being an aggressive person over her.
And then
But it's
and
like,
then when he talks about it during his interrogation, he's like, "We had to take them all off the bed so that we could,
yeah, because
whatever."
there was no
So
room for them. Yeah, because they
yeah,
were all over the place.
but the way he says "we," not her,
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, true.
It's not singular.
and
It's plural.
she read up on all these serial killers for the whole 2 years that she was convincing him to do it. And one of the big things she read about was Charles Manson, who had himself a little cult, and he convinced other people to do his killing for him because he thought that if they did it, then I'm not the one that's guilty.
Yeah,
This
You
is
know,
why
it
I
was the
call her
same.
Gypsy Rose Manson.
Well, yeah, because she patterned herself after him. She still does.
Yeah,
And then
true.
you can tell she read about him because she didn't know how to pronounce Dahmer. She said
Yeah.
Dahmer or whatever, Dimer or whatever she said.
Yeah. Actually, the haircut she got now resembles Manson more than like her last one did. I
Yeah,
should make
oh,
a
yeah.
picture of her as Manson now.
She kind of looks like Kate
Except
Gosselin now instead of Casey Anthony.
Yeah, Manson didn't have a shaved head, but you know what I mean.
And then
Yeah.
her admitting too that she pulled her hair out and changed her hairstyles when she got nervous and stuff. That all
Yeah,
goes.
she cut her
That
hair
go,
with nail clippers.
yeah, that all undermines her Dee Dee made me shave my head thing too. You know,
Yeah,
maybe she always had a problem, and Dee Dee's like, if you're gonna be that way, you won't have any hair.
Yeah,
I
right.
had a
That's
theory.
what I think.
I had a theory that maybe, like, because, okay, so she didn't always have short hair. Like, there's pictures of her at the beauty pageants when she was little where her hair was longer. I mean, it wasn't, like, long, but it was not, like, a boy haircut, you know?
Yeah.
And then, so I think maybe
She
she
always had a
got lights
pixie
or
cut.
something, and Dee Dee cut her hair short because of the lights, and then she realized how much easier it was to keep it short, so it's hard, like, Dee Dee just kept her hair short, and that's not abuse, like, you know? Like, so...
Well, I thought
and
maybe Dee Dee cut her hair short, like kept her hair short because when she was like cutting it, like all kids do, they take a pair of scissors and they cut their hair, and that Gypsy just didn't want to take care of it. So Dee Dee was like, "All right, well, here's the
Yeah,
easiest,
that's what I think. I
like
think
the
that
easiest
Dee
thing."
Dee realized how much easier it was to take care of Gypsy's hair
Mhm.
shorter, so they just kept it that
Yeah.
way.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
there's
when you wear wigs too, your hair gets damaged and thinned out. And I don't know
Yeah.
if you ever
Yeah,
seen the
it
old
has,
ladies when they take their wigs off, they always have this really thin, light hair.
Mhm.
It's a lot because of the wigs doing the damage. So if she liked wearing wigs and she liked cutting her hair anyway, give her the wigs, cut her hair
Yeah.
off.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
I know that
And
it
her
was
hair was
fun.
always in a pixie cut. She always liked it short-ish.
Yeah.
So,
I know Fancy's put out the narrative about the trichotillomania, which my sister actually had as a child, and it's when you don't necessarily pull out clumps of hair, but you do play with your hair and you do pull it out. And I remember my mum found like lots of hair down the side of her bed. So the first thing my mum did, and remember this was the early 80s, so it might sound a bit extreme, but it bloody worked. She took her straight to the hair salon and she had it all shaved right off. She shaved my sister's head right off.
Oh my god.
No, seriously, and it did work. It did cure it. Now, I don't know if Gypsy has something like that. I know that Fancy has speculated this, but it's weird how she's always faffing with her hair, and she said, like you say, in prison that she took the clippers to it to try and make it shorter. And we all called this. I mean, Starlight, especially, like right at the beginning, like over a year ago, we were all saying she's going to end up like back with no hair or shaving it off. So
yeah.
I'm wondering if she does have some form. I know there's like the varying like grades of trichotillomania. It's like some are very extreme where people actually eat the hair.
Yeah,
And
like we were
I
talking
had
about
a
it on
I had
Starlights
a friend
earlier
that used to
today.
like not only pull her hair out, but she'd like literally pick at her eyebrows and pull the eyebrow hairs out.
I knew a girl
Yeah.
that did that too. It's so crazy. Like I can't imagine pulling my
I know
hair
some
out
people
like
will
that.
do it with their eyelashes. They'll like rip their eyelashes out too.
Wow, that's nuts.
The
Yeah.
thing about narcissists too is like underneath it all in their own psyche, they really are not happy with themselves.
Yeah,
They put
no,
out this
that's
persona that they're
totally.
like they're always the victim, but they're always like acting like they're better than other people. But in their own internal mind, they're not happy with what they look like or how they feel, and they always want to change their outward appearance and
Yeah.
always want to rebrand
Absolutely.
themselves and stuff too. And that's a lot what's going on too. But if you're pulling your
Yeah.
hair out, you're gonna have all these bald spots and these unkempt looks. And I think Dee
Yeah.
Dee just
Well, I
said, you
think
know what, the heck with
she
it.
already has that bald spot in the front. Maybe she actually did do it to herself and just didn't want to tell people that she was pulling at it.
Maybe
All from the
it's
same
Instead of it
spot.
falling out, yeah, maybe.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Could be a mixture of
possible.
all of the above as well. What was I going to say? I've totally forgot. Oh, that was another thing. She said, like, this is another thing when you were saying about identities. She said that the reason that she'd tried 50 different personas. Now I'm paraphrasing, but this is from her video earlier. But she said something like, "Oh, I've sorry, that's Lily in the background." She said, "I know I've got ADHD, and she just my train of thought goes
Sound
right."
like a bird almost.
I know. I don't know, Lily. What you doing?
Sound like a
Apple.
bird. Not kidding.
Apple. That's why.
My cat, when he talks, he's got like it's like a purr meow. So it like he literally will like.
Yes,
It's so cute though.
Daisy does that.
Apple. That's why my icon's usually a. That's why my icon's usually a squirrel, because I have the same thing. I have the attention span. The attention
Yeah.
span of a squirrel.
It's like
Go ahead.
it's not just that; it's the bloody autism as well. It's like, oh my god! And what being 4 o'clock in the morning here? It's so yeah. So anyway, like I'll try and go backwards. Sorry about that, guys. I've got derailed there. I do it to myself all the time. Anyway, so today on our live, she said, "Oh, I've tried on 50 different personas, but that's because I'm trying to find out who I am, and I've not really found out who I am, and I don't know who my identity or what my identity is, dude." You had 8.5 years in prison to work that shit out, where you could have had therapy and support and all the things. Like, come on now, no, I'm not buying that shit. That pisses
Yeah,
me.
no.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's not about being comfortable or finding out who you are. She's like trying to find out what persona is going to be the most acceptable in society or whatever. Who's going to give me the most praise? What attitude's going to give me the most praise?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, how do I fit in, basically? And she's never going to fit in because she's always going to be the girl that off their mother. I'm sorry, that is what you're always going to be known as. You could become a famous artist, not that she's going to, but she could become a famous artist. She's still going to be known as that girl that murdered her or off her mother. I can't remember.
I don't think she cares. I don't think she cares what kind of attention she gets, as long as it's attention.
Yeah, you're right.
Think about when these videos came out, these impersonating videos. The day after, everybody started focusing on other cases. Morbid said her story was dead, and then the next morning, boom, there's this video.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was because, oh my God, they're going to stop talking about me. I got to do something to keep my name in the news.
That's another thing. That's another thing about that bloody video. Like, and I said this on Starlights earlier yesterday. Well, it was yesterday for me, but today we'll say for you guys. She said, I was just gonna let the account die, and it's like, no, you had this planned. You planned to do this all along. This wasn't just on a whim coming along, deciding you're going to reactivate your account just to make this video. This has been executed. Like, you have planned this meticulously, like everything else that you do. This has been,
and that was another lie, that she deleted the account. I think the account got deleted for her.
I know. No,
Yeah.
you can't though. I think it's, I think Katie knows more than I do, but I think if you leave it dormant for like something like over 30 days, then it deletes or something. It auto deletes.
Oh yeah. If you deactivate your account, you have 30 days to sign back in. Otherwise, it's gone forever.
Yeah, and it tells you that when you delete it, it tells you that.
Yeah.
I'm not
So that's absolutely. She went like 15 days, so she went half the amount of time, which is longer than I would expect her to go, honestly. But she's not gonna.
Yeah.
She's not gonna go another 30 days. There's no way. She's gonna
Well, you
sign
also
back
have to remember that she wasn't off of TikTok. She was still on TikTok under her private Butterfly Kiss Soul account.
No, yeah,
So it's not like
absolutely.
she was
But I
completely
just mean she's not going to give up that. I just mean she's not going to give up that account with 9.4 million
No,
followers. She's
not
gonna do it.
willingly.
Are paid for, so
Yeah.
she put in a lot of
not
money
willingly.
against those followers.
Yeah, and then the thing is, conveniently, as she's going down hundreds of thousands of followers, it goes dormant. When she switched over to that blown beauty art, people had the clock up, and it was. Yeah, go ahead.
She lost 200,000 followers, and then all of a sudden the account went down. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Well, people kept saying, like, are you sure that she wasn't banned? And I kept saying she wasn't banned, because if she was, it would say account suspended. So now that's proof, because she came back today on that account. So I was right. Her account was not banned.
Yeah, she panicked when she lost all those followers. She
Yeah,
panicked
absolutely.
because she knows she'll never get them back again.
No,
Yeah, no.
definitely.
Think about it. She started a new account. People heard that that Blown Beauty Art is her account, and she didn't even. I don't even think. Did she even break 1,000? I don't even know how many followers she has on that one, but it's not a lot.
No, not a lot at all. A few 100,000 at the most.
Oh, really? I didn't realize she got that many. I'm gonna check right now. Actually, I have her blocked. I blocked her new account.
I think it's like around 100 grand on her other TikTok there now,
More than
and
I
that's
would
only
expect
because
her to get.
it jumped when those videos came out, those impersonating videos.
Are we talking about her Butterfly Kiss Soul account or?
Oh, that one.
Yeah,
That's the one I
and
blocked.
that's not her only troll account either. Believe me.
Oh no, she has dozens.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, blocked by me. Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, the one I was talking about, the Butterfly Kiss Soul, it has 1,426 followers. That's the count I
Oh,
was
yeah. See,
talking about. People know it's
that's
her.
more accurate. Yeah, that's more accurate of how many real stands she has left.
Exactly. Yeah.
I won't
Exactly.
call them followers; they're stands. Yeah.
Yeah.
They are stands. The rest of
They're more like groupies.
Yeah, they are stands. They're stands.
Groupies, yeah, cult members. Yeah.
absolutely,
Yeah.
especially
And
the
that's the thing, you can typically any kind of killer, high profile serial killer, whatever, is going to have these like fangirls
These
and
culty,
fanboys that,
yeah.
yeah, and they don't really like the person. They like what's done. They want to be attached to that.
Yeah.
And the same thing with whatever art she actually sold. It's like they want something that's like a piece of that history.
Yeah, which is weird. Like Manson, we were just talking about Manson. That's a prime example. The Manson girls, like, come on, like they look at
Yeah.
Manson. They didn't like him for him. They liked him because they're sickos and they wanted to be close to the sick things that were going on.
Yeah, slowly but surely they turned on him. Like Texas finally turned on him.
Did you guys
Some
watch
of the
that?
women have turned on him. Go ahead.
Did you guys watch that movie Once Upon a Time in Hollywood?
no.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's such a good movie. It's funny because my husband didn't even realize who it was about.
Oh, is that the one with Zac Efron in it?
Yes,
Where he
Zac
plays
Efron. It's got Brad Pitt,
Okay,
Margot
I
Robbie.
did see it. It's good. Yeah, that's good.
There's supposed to be
Yeah.
another part coming out.
Oh, there is.
Yeah, there's supposed to be another part. I don't remember what it's called yet. My husband brought it up.
You know
I
that
You
fell
know
asleep
the-
during it.
Zach, like,
I
I don't know if
you-
he produced it or he either produced or directed it too. One of those. Which
You know
I
that
think
whole
he
story.
produced it.
That whole story behind Manson too is still kind of skewed.
Yeah.
The whole like helter skelter thing and everything that was played up by the guy that wrote his book. It was more about drugs than anything.
Yeah.
The whole murder thing was about being paid. They had
Oh,
actually
really? I
like
didn't know
sold. They had sold the Hell's Angels some bad drugs and they wanted their money back. And
Yeah.
he had thought that this person owed him money. That's how the whole thing went down. And the reason why he went to the to that house is because he'd been there before. He actually stayed there with the Beach Boys because he
At
fancied
Ranch,
himself
yeah.
as a
Exactly.
writer. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
So
right.
that
And he didn't he accuse one of the Beach Boys or the
of stealing a
manager?
song.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Wow. I did not know that. That's crazy.
Yeah, there's a whole lore. Even his childhood, people said he had a bad childhood and his mother didn't like him and blah blah blah. That's kind of true, but he was also raised well with his grandparents.
Yeah.
But he also, he always had this criminal mind going.
Yeah, but didn't his mother, when his mother was, because she was an alcoholic, and before
And
the
a prostitute, yeah.
yeah, and a prostitute, and before the grandmother, before he was passed over to the grandmother, didn't she try and sell him for a pint of beer once?
They say that, and I've never been able to find any confirmation on that. And some people say it was an outright lie. So it's not verifiable.
I remember,
And he's gone now. So
yeah, no, I just remember him always saying that because he was always institutionalized, that he always
yeah.
felt comfortable being institutionalized.
Well,
So
he did, and he outright said that towards the end of his life that he didn't want to get out. That
no,
he couldn't survive.
Well,
He'd been in so
I
long
believe
that
it. Yeah, it's three.
yeah.
Think about it. They get 3 meals a day and a bed. You know.
Yeah.
and he got to
Yeah,
play
he was. Yeah, he was
What is
comfortable.
that
He got
called? 3
attention.
hot. It's called 3 hot and a cot. I think they
Yep.
call it.
3 hots
Yeah,
and a cot.
Yeah.
and by the time he got towards the end of his life, and people were trying to get him out or whatever, decades had gone by. He didn't know what a cell phone was. He didn't know he couldn't have survived. He
That's
was,
why
yeah,
it's really common for people on the street to admit themselves into psych wards for like a week or so. Like they'll become
for a
suicidal
hot
and they
meal.
have to take them. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. They have for like just
A
a
hot
week
meal
off
and
the
a place to
street,
sleep. Yep. Yep.
Sometimes
vacation.
I know in certain states, sometimes if you go into like a psych ward, they'll actually help you with getting out and getting like housing and stuff like that too.
That actually makes sense because they are
Yeah,
supposed to help you. So
they will, but there's a reason why they're homeless. They can't maintain that.
yeah,
You know, it's
think
easier for them to have someone do it for them.
Yeah, I think some of them might be on the spectrum because I've seen a lot of like autistic adults that do struggle, especially if they don't have the support of a family member or a friend or a carer or something like that. They do struggle to maintain like their entire life, and essentially, organizational planning, things like that, like financial planning, all of this. They struggle. I'm not saying every single one. I'm just saying I think there probably is a big majority that may be on the spectrum. But it's sad because the last time I had to go to A&E, there was this woman sitting, and she was like she was homeless, and you could tell she was homeless because you could tell she was homeless obviously, but they made her sit in the waiting room right on the edge of the waiting room with a curtain around her because she was so, how would you put it? What's the word? What's the
curtain.
Sorry?
They said a curtain around her.
They put a curtain around her because she was so scruffy, I guess. I can't think of a better word. I'm sorry if that's offensive. But she was
Unkempt. Yeah, unkempt.
Unkempt, that's the word I'm looking for. Thank
Yeah.
you. She was very unkempt, and you could tell it was making the other people in the A&E waiting room very uncomfortable. So what they did is they pulled a curtain around her and made her sit right near the door. But she sat there the whole night because I had to wait 8 hours in A&E because you just
Well, it probably made her feel comfortable too, though.
yeah.
You don't want to be stared at, and also having that like closeness around her is like a hug kind of a deal,
Yeah, and security
Yeah.
were trying to tell her to go out. Security were trying to remove her, but she kept, like, every time security were putting their hands on her, she was like, "Oh no," and like pretending that her foot was sore. Now I don't know if she did. She may have had a sore foot, but apparently,
Have you ever like gone to the ER and seen like drunk people there? I've gone to the ER and seen like drunk people there, and like the nurses in the ER know them. They're like, "Oh, hey, Frank," or whatever their name is.
Yeah, they come in once.
I've seen like drug addicts come to the hospital.
Yeah.
Just so
They
have,
come in
a
once a
place
week
to
or
sleep.
whatever.
Yeah, exactly. Like
That
every
happens
Friday
a lot
night.
here in Vancouver. A lot.
Yeah. There's a lot of reasons. There's a lot of reasons for people to become homeless. The mental illness. Maybe they are on the spectrum. Maybe they just can't take it anymore. There's a lot of reasons, and in America especially. I don't know what it's like where you are, Apple, but some people are on the verge. They're one paycheck away from being homeless.
Oh
yeah,
yes,
that's so true.
I was in the hospital for almost a year, and if I didn't have my insurance and if I didn't have my family, I could have been easily on the street too when I got out of the hospital.
That's so scary. That really is scary because like anything could happen. Your whole life could change.
And that's it's sad. A lot of our homeless, especially in the States. I'm in Canada, but a lot of the homeless are military men who have come back
all
and
their
they suffer
veterans,
from.
That has a lot to do with
especially from
They
Vietnam.
suffer from PTSD and stuff like that.
PTSD. I was going to say the same thing, or even CTE with these footballers and these boxers and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. The head injury, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
There was that guy who murdered his whole, like that wrestler who murdered his
The
whole
wrestler,
family.
yeah.
Chris Benoit.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, the NHS is brutal though. Like honestly, you don't want is it nationalized healthcare? I don't know what they call it, but you don't want that. Like because
No, you don't. Yeah, and that's I've been trying to tell people that for a long time.
It's true. People always think the grass is greener on the other side, but think about people in Canada. They have like a surgery they need, like they have to wait like 18 months or something. Like and they need it. Like they could die in the meantime, basically.
That's the thing is people are leaving here to go get medication in Canada because it's cheaper, but then people in Canada are leaving Canada to come here for medical treatment because they get it.
Yeah, to get surgery. Yeah.
And then Germany has national health care, and they've been slowly going towards our system, and we've been going towards their system, and they're laughing at us because they're like, we've already proven that it doesn't work.
Well, I think Well, I mean, I can't say for sure. Can't see, but Canadian Medicaid, like their healthcare is free. If you're a Canadian citizen, you get free healthcare, and their
Yeah.
medicine is way cheaper.
Well,
Like
yeah,
something that
that's
I would have.
universal healthcare is free. That's the point. It's free, but you have
Yeah.
to wait so long.
Yeah,
And
Like my insulin that would have cost me in the States like $600 to $800 without insurance only cost me like $80 here in Canada. Like, why do you have to spend so much money on something that helps you
well, see,
like live
there's
a
another
daily
thing.
life?
No,
There's another thing.
absolutely. Yeah.
There's another thing involved with pricing of medication that is. I don't. I know people don't like Trump, but when it comes to that inequality, we are paying more for medications because the other countries get preferred pricing because they are considered of a lower quality nation or whatever, or they make their deals with these pharmaceutical companies. So they're getting it for a lot cheaper rate than we are because it's America and they got money. So that's
Yeah.
one of the reasons for inflated medication here.
Yeah.
You know, they literally get the same. Ozempic is $1,000 a syringe here. You can get the exact same packaging, the exact same medication for $10 in Japan. A friend of mine just came back from Japan. She's diabetic. She has a prescription for it. While she was there, she's like, "Screw it! I'm going to buy a shit ton of it here and bring it home with me."
Yeah.
And that's what she did because even with her insurance, she's paying $10 a syringe, and with the insurance, she's paying $50.
Yeah.
You know,
It's weird. It's like all the I've noticed that a lot of the farm. I watched the documentary because we have the same healthcare system as similar to Canada. In Scotland, all your prescriptions are free, but if you try and ask to be referred to a specialist like a rheumatologist or a dermatologist or I don't know, pick your whatever one, they will push back, and they would prefer to give you opiates, opioids, and things like tramadol, pregabalin, gabapentin. You will be thrown every drug in the book before they will allow you to see
exactly.
the list.
And I just read an article and heard the interview with this lady that was trying to get a wheelchair under Canadian healthcare for years, trying to get a wheelchair lift. I'm sorry, to get into her house
Yeah.
because it was getting harder and harder for her to do the stairs. And when she said to the person she was arguing with to get the chair lift, she's like, "I just can't take it anymore. I don't know if I could go on." He's like, "Well, you can always die because
Oh my God.
they have euthanasia there." And
Yeah.
she's like, "I could have gotten the medication to kill myself in a week, and I've
Yeah.
been fighting to get a chairlift for 3 years."
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's
I don't
like-
know what the
we
right,
have-
the right answer is. So, like, look at this person's comment. Their little sister has thyroid cancer, and they can't check to see if it's still there to get radiation because they don't have insurance. So, like, it sucks here. It sucks in Canada. Like, I don't know what the right answer is. Like,
Well,
a big problem with healthcare is insurance is fighting. Okay, whenever you get prescribed something, and I know this because I'm going through a lot of medications right now.
Yeah.
In order to get a medication, they have to prescribe it. It's got to get denied by the insurance company. Then the doctor has to pay someone to write up a referral and a letter of intent and the reasoning behind the medication and fill out all these forms in order to file a complaint with the insurance company. And then they read all through that and they go, "Okay, here's the medication."
Yeah,
And some
I
of these
had that problem
medications,
a lot with my insulin.
yeah,
They always want to change it because I was on
yep,
Medicaid because going through insurance and my job was way too expensive. It was going to take like half my paycheck. I'm like, well,
yeah.
I'm not going to be able to survive on that. So I had Medicaid and they let me go. But like they constantly were like denying my insulins, denying like new medicines that could help with my diabetes. And like my doctor literally my doctor and the pharmacy literally had to fight with Medicaid so I can get my medicine.
Exposing, I had Blue Cross Blue Shield, and they like to fight. They didn't want.
it doesn't. People say like, "Oh, this insurance is good. This insurance." It doesn't matter the insurance. It matters the plan you have in the insurance.
It's all of the insurances. Yeah, they work on a 1% profit margin, so they count pennies. Listen, when I woke up from my coma, I couldn't walk. All right, I was in a coma for 3 months. They
Of course, that makes sense.
didn't want to pay for my physical therapy.
That's
They wanted them to
crazy.
send me home, and I was basically bedridden at that point. because it was too expensive for them. And then listen, when I went through my physical therapy, because they paid this army of freaking people to fill out other paperwork, and I got it. When I got released, they wanted me to have a wheelchair and a walker, right? And my insurance company's like, we'll pay for one or the other, but not both.
That's
yeah.
But that
All
it
right,
really is like
and then
that though.
here's the deal. Here's the deal. I said, all right, fine. You pay for the wheelchair because I knew they were expensive. I'll pay for the walker.
Yeah.
And they wanted me to have a walker at home in order to release me from the hospital. So I ended up having to pay for the wheelchair. And they told me the wheelchair was $1,000 if I got it from through the
Wheelchairs are
insurance company and
crazy
through blah blah blah.
expensive.
No, listen here. I found the exact same wheelchair for $300 on Amazon directly from the company. Because I didn't go through any of the paperwork. I just bought it directly from the company. I got a better warranty. I got a better warranty than they would have given me through my insurance company, a better price, and I ended up getting a better wheelchair because the price was so low. And then the same thing, they told me the walker was like $150. It's $50 directly from the manufacturer.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's good to
Yeah,
know. Just,
so-
just skip insurance, go through the manufacturer.
Yeah, because
It's-
even getting like a walker like at a pharmacy or something like that, it's still like almost $200. Well, at least $200 here in Canada.
Yeah, they're anywhere from $43 to $53 from Amazon, and you get them directly from the manufacturer.
Insurance
All
really
right,
is
it is-
stupid though. Like for example, like I got my blood work came back and said that I had rheumatoid arthritis. I got more blood work and it says I didn't. But when I thought that I had it, I was like, oh well, can I make an appointment so I could like to a like whatever that doctor's called, so I could do like preventative stuff. My insurance wouldn't pay for it until I had symptoms. So it's like I can't go to the doctor to start doing preventative work for it. You'd rather wait for me to actually like be in pain.
Yeah.
Like what sense does that make?
That's the
There's
That's the
there's
NHS. Sorry.
Go ahead.
With the NHS, right, for example, they don't diagnose you until you start showing until you're symptomatic. So, for example, like with my lupus and rheumatoid arthritis, I only got the diagnosis when they started noticing it was like affecting my organs. Does that make sense? Like, I know these
Yeah.
things. Look, I know that I understand they're difficult to diagnose. I do appreciate that, but when you've had all the tests in the book, like all the tests done in the book, and you've been in the system for like 14 years, come on now. And they did that to my mum when she got esophageal cancer. She was stage 1. By the time they had arranged the body scans, right, because they wanted to do an MRI, a full body MRI, to check that it hadn't spread anywhere else before they operated. Well, it took them 9 months to arrange that.
Yeah, meanwhile, it's spreading that whole time. Yeah.
Yeah, it spread
Yeah.
to stage 3, and it's like, what the
Yeah.
absolute fuck? And because my mum was in such a state of shock, I kept saying to her, look, maybe we should go private. Like, this is just taking too long, da 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 da. And she's like, no,
Yeah.
I don't about it. And that I could understand that. Like, I didn't push
Well,
her.
I got medications that once they're approved, I don't have to worry about it ever again. I get that prescription over and over again. And then I got other ones that every time I need it, I got to get pre-approved again.
Right.
You know, and it's
drugs,
the problems are, it's a combination between the insurance company regulations, and then you have your manufacturers that are like, oh, well, we're charging a medical supply company, or we're charging the hospital. We're just going to inflate these numbers.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a combination of a lot of things. You know, and then when you get universal health care,
So much.
yeah, when you get universal health care, you take a lot of that out, but then there's no incentive to be a doctor because I'm just going to make $18,000 a year like everybody else. When in America, I can make $50,000, $100,000 a year.
Yeah.
You know, so you don't have an incentive to be a doctor. So you end up with a shortage of doctors. You have 3,000 patients instead of, the 50 to 100 that you would have at a personal practice here, so on and so forth. And then there's only so much money to go around, so you need a combination of like two different systems.
Yes.
Yeah, it's basically like how the American
That's the thing.
Constitution was
There's
written.
good things for both. Yeah.
The American Constitution was like, okay, this system doesn't work and that system doesn't work, but there's good things as part of these systems. And the founding fathers took a piece of this and a piece of that, and they jammed it all together, and they came up with the best that they could with what they had to work with,
Yeah.
and that's still not perfect.
No.
No, it's definitely not.
So, yeah,
Haiti
but there's,
we have this. Haiti and I have this discussion often. It's like there needs to be some kind of like happy medium between what we have in the UK or the Canada, the universal healthcare.
Yeah, like there needs exactly. Yeah, there needs
Yeah.
to be something because like there are good parts of both, but there's also bad parts of both. Like
Yes.
there's somewhere in the middle. It's gotta be.
Yeah, because
I think if you,
sorry, go ahead.
I think if you got rid of a lot of the paperwork crap, because they have to hire all the staff that has to be paid in order to fill out all these forms and all these referrals and all these like fighting against the insurance company that say no. If you got rid of a lot of that, that would streamline the system a lot. If you had not like universal health care, but like a fail safe
Yeah.
system,
Yeah.
you know, that would be better. Just being nice is the biggest thing. People always want their money. You know, whenever money gets involved, that's when shit gets destroyed.
Nasty. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's like I had 13 UTIs. I know this is a bit TMI, but it doesn't matter. I don't mind sharing. I had 13 UTIs, and I said, look, I'd like to see a urologist. There's something clearly like I'd like just for them to check the lining in my bladder. I got refused about 5. I made 5 different appointments, and I got refused. And then I remembered, foolishly, I had forgot, but I remembered that I had at the place that I worked at the time, I had private healthcare. So I went into the doctor and I said to him this time, oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, I have Bupa, which is one of our like your Medicare or whatever it's called. And
Yeah.
oh, why didn't you say? Yeah, we'll refer
Yeah,
you to
yeah. Now it's like step right up. Let's take your money. Yep,
Yeah.
I hear you.
The minute I told them that I had the private healthcare, they're like, why didn't you say? Oh yeah, I'll make a referral. And I'm like, you are kidding me. You're taking the
Well, I think my aunt died because she was on Medicare and didn't have private insurance because they wouldn't do tests.
Yeah.
They waited until it was so bad that
Yeah.
it was impossible. And then she didn't get like 100% the best healthcare. She got like, you know, hey, this is what we got to do for you. You know.
That's
I'm
crazy.
so sorry.
No, it's all right. I mean, it happened. It's over. You know.
Yeah, it's not right though. And look, it shouldn't be happening in like a super so the US is considered a superpower and a developed country. The UK is also supposed to be a developed stroke first world country, but we're not. We don't live as if it is. We're not living as if we are. Do you know what I mean? Like
Yeah, I totally agree with you. And both systems have their flaws and both systems have their good parts. You know, but you're right. The UK is a superpower. There's a lot of money going around, but it's ending up in politicians' pockets. It's not where it's supposed to go.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, but under a socialist type system, that's where most of the money ends up going anyway.
Yeah, you're
You know,
right.
what they say, let us take all the money and then we're going to decide what everybody needs and what everybody gets.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, and instead of lifting people up, everybody goes a little bit lower.
Yeah.
But they're all at the same level, you know.
Yeah, I know. It's ridiculous.
So
There definitely
it is. It's a human condition, and it needs to stop. We need to like evolve past the money aspect of everything.
Yeah, for sure.
And
I don't know if
when
that'll
that
ever
happens, well, when and if it happens, I think that the society is going to go like on a rocket scale. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, think about all this true crime that we go through. 99% of it is about cash in the end.
Yeah.
You know?
Everything always comes back to money, unfortunately, and it's sad, but that's just the way it is.
And the world revolves around money, unfortunately. But it's true because even like the whole like Gypsy getting out of prison because the guy was up for the DA was up for re-election. Why does he want that to get money? Like, you know.
Yeah. Well, that and she got a better lawyer, so she ended up getting a better defense than Nick did. You know, Nick was on public defender. You know, so the guy was new. He wasn't well versed, and he was railroaded by a more accomplished attorney that used everything against him.
Yeah.
I mean, Gypsy was supposed to be, the way they describe it, was supposed to be for the defense. In reality, you know, but the deal that she had was for the prosecution. But they realized that if Gypsy got up on that stand and was allowed to talk, he would screw them over, and Nick would actually get off, I think. So they didn't want to call her. The defense called her, and then he wasn't allowed to treat her as a
Oh
what do you call
God,
it?
the defense did such a bad job with her. Like they
I know.
asked the worst questions. It was painful. It really was.
Yeah, it was.
It almost seemed like the defense like was asking questions almost to like make Nick look bad. Like, you know, it was just wild.
It was, and whenever he came up with something that maybe was going to help Nick out, the prosecution's like, no, I object.
Yeah, of
You know,
course. Yeah.
irrelevance. You know, whatever they want to. Yeah,
Yeah. Objection, relevance.
yeah.
It's really
And he wasn't
sad.
allowed to treat her as a hostile witness either, because he called her. You know, because prosecution didn't call her, he did. So now it
Yeah.
becomes his witness. And when it's your
Yeah.
witness, you can't treat him as hostile. You can only ask him what's on that. What do you call it? They make a written statement before they go up for on the stand. Now, if they're a hostile witness, you can go against that and ask them questions that are not on that.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, it's ridiculous.
No,
He
she
got
knew all the
railroaded.
questions. She knew all the questions that she was going to get asked beforehand.
Exactly, because everything that he asked her, he only asked her what was on her statement. So she knew exactly what she was going to say when she went up there.
Yeah. Yep.
What I don't understand is her like her the I guess the hatred, but it's more than a hatred, the way that she talks about him. It's like, look, you're out, he's in for life, he's not going to get parole as far as I'm aware. Why are you still dragging him? Why are you still speaking about him as if he's the devil? He did what you asked him to do. Like, yes.
Well, yeah, I've heard people say before, like, okay, so if she really was abused and that's a story she wants people to believe, then wouldn't Nick be the hero of her story? So why does she trash him all the time?
I know, that's what I don't understand.
Exactly. She calls him Baltimore and all this other shit. Exposing just said that Lyle was denied parole too.
Oh, really? Oh, let me check.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah. And then Dake, you're right. Dake, you're right too. She's got a real problem wearing a bra, Gypsy, for some goddamn reason. Excuse my language.
35 minutes ago, Lyle Menendez denied parole, remained in prison along with younger brother.
That sucks.
Damn, I can't believe that they got an answer in the middle of the night. I thought it would happen tomorrow.
Yeah.
I can't say I'm surprised. I mean, it's 12:16 here, so it's only like 9:16 there.
Yeah,
that is true. That is true. I'm in the Eastern Seaboard, so yeah, that's true.
I'm in New York, so
I'm on the West Coast. It's 8:45 p.m. here.
8:45. Yeah, so it's not that late.
Yeah.
But I knew they were going to deliberate.
It's
I knew they were
sad,
going to
but at the
deliberate
same
afterwards.
time, like they murdered their family. Like, do we really want them out? Like, is that a thing? Like,
no, exactly. I
did
totally
they
agree.
I can't say it's unexpected.
Yeah,
it's not unexpected. Nobody ever really gets parole other than Gypsy gets parole their first time up either.
Yeah,
you usually get denied once or twice before you let out.
Yeah,
And
except for Gypsy.
they literally just got resentenced. So to think you're going to get out a few months later, no.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks for telling us, Exposing. We gotta watch.
Thanks, Exposing.
Yeah. I checked a little while ago too, and it wasn't even there. It says live, but it was a countdown. So apparently we have to wait. Let's talk for another 30 seconds. Apparently,
Expose was cheating on you, watching other stuff in the background.
Right?
Shame on you.
What's with that, Exposing? Huh?
Sneaky.
Sneaky weaky. That's right. Well, we came up with another term tonight. Gypsy smugly, small and ugly.
That's funny. Smugly.
She's not just fugly. She's smugly fugly.
Oh yeah. Oh, 5, 4. I feel like I'm counting down the new year.
I don't know anyone ever thought that wig was real hair either. That was
Oh my God.
such a surprise when that came out back then. Like, oh, it's such a good toupee, but no, it's not. It's horrible.
Yeah, it's cheap synthetic.
Check on that.
Oh,
Sean,
okay.
right?
I don't care about the weather. I thought it was going to be about them. But waiting for nothing. Photo. Well, Menendez attends parole hearing remotely. He couldn't even leave to go. He had to do it from prison. Wow, that sucks. So I didn't want them out, but I still feel bad at the same time because I can imagine the hope that they had. You know.
I think that they were told by their.
This was their first parole hearing, right? Because the other one was an appeal, right?
Oh shit! Look, Lyle Menendez had access to cell phone in prison from 2018 to 2024. That definitely did not help his case.
Ooh.
Yeah, I remember when that came out too. Yeah. There was a lot of things that came out early this year.
So it's not just about the crime. It's what they've done in prison since then too.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, and Gypsy should have had that too, where you have to accept accountability for what you've done, and you've rehabilitated yourself, and they haven't done that yet because they're exhibiting these behaviors. They're not following the
I
rules in
honestly
prison.
don't think Gypsy's taking accountability, or
No, she did not. No way in hell did she.
she's not reformed.
No,
And
she's she doesn't even.
I hate the fact that she's like, oh well, prison's just like a glorified babysitter, but like, and you
I
didn't take
know. I can't
advantage of
believe she
everything
said
that was
that.
available to you while in prison. Like, stop lying. Now
Yeah.
what you
When
need is group therapy. Group therapy is not going to help you. You need
Yeah,
real
group therapy is
one-on-one
not the
therapy.
same as one. Yeah, it's not the same as one-on-one therapy. It's
Trust
just
me,
not.
I've been through it both. I do group therapy and I did one-on-one therapy. The one-on-one therapy helped immensely. The group therapy did help. I learned coping skills. I learned different ways of trying to like fix it. But one-on-one therapy is so much better.
The thing about group therapy. The thing about group therapy is it's very easy to hide in that group.
Yep.
You can just be quiet
that
or
would be me.
act invisible.
If I did group therapy, I would not say a word. That would 100%
That was me at
be
first
me.
too. Like I would just sit there. I would sit in there and just like color or do other stuff. I wouldn't really pay attention to it. I didn't care at first. I was just and I wouldn't talk. And then I learned like talking really helps because you're hearing other people that go through the same thing that you've gone through.
Yeah, but see, Gypsy didn't want one-on-one therapy because then she'd be diagnosed with her behavioral disorders that she has and possibly narcissism.
Yeah,
She
she
even
even
said,
said
exactly.
like in the jail call to her dad. She's like, "Oh, I can't talk to a psychiatrist because if they hear you're sad or anything, then you get sent to wherever." So she didn't want to talk to them because she was scared of them diagnosing her with something, like you just said.
Anonymous, I know that they're not the exact same, but prisons have like a basic formula format. So maybe not everything's available in Missouri that's available in California, but they have the same basic principle. And like we just said, with group therapy, you can pretend to not be there. And even when you do talk, it's very easy to lie and pull from someone else's story and just say something to get away with the therapy, get it over with, and not get anything out of it. On a one-on-one scenario, it's a lot harder to lie. And I think Gypsy knows that too. And she knows that, especially now, that you can fool a lot of people, but you can't fool all of them.
Exactly.
And once you start getting exposed
I think that Gypsy's a bad criminal, but I think she's smart. Like she's not good at crimes, obviously, but she's smart in like knowing how to try and manipulate things. You know.
So look at the video she put out today. That was highly manipulative. There was a lot of lies in there, but it came off plausible, and she acted pretty intelligent, really, with what she was saying.
And throwing in that whole suicide thing because she knows that that's going to get her sympathy. So that's why she threw that in there. I don't believe that for a second.
It was a load of
I
bullshit.
definitely don't believe that.
It was a load of bullshit, but it sounded good.
Yeah,
I think
exactly.
in Keisha's live we were talking about that. She's a narcissist. No narcissist is ever going to want to off themselves because then the whole world doesn't revolve around them.
Yeah, and there's no cure for narcissism either.
Yeah, not even just that. Like I said earlier, I probably said it during Keisha's live. Like, okay, so she said that she wanted to kill herself, but then she went to therapy and then she was all good. If you're actually in that dark place, like going to a few therapy sessions is not gonna be like, oh, I'm miraculously better. It takes like a lot of work.
Yeah, you need constant.
Either I don't believe that she was ever in that place because you don't just turn around that fast. And also,
narcissists like this. Narcissists like to throw that word around.
Yeah, she said that she told Ken about it. If she was really in that place, she wouldn't have told anybody.
Exactly. Yep. Yeah, anyone that's really serious about doing it, they'll write a note and then they'll attempt.
Yeah.
They're not going to go out and they're not going to go out flat out and say. They might give out little signs and stuff, like giving stuff away or stuff like that. But they're never going to be like, "I'm going to kill myself."
Yeah,
exactly. Like, they'll retreat into themselves, give their stuff away. If anyone says that they want to kill themselves, they're asking for help. They don't actually want to do it.
Exactly. Yeah, they give out little what do you call them? Little hints.
Yeah.
To say, hey, help me. I want help. But they won't flat out. They don't even want to admit. They may have formulated the idea in their head and decided to do it, but they don't want to admit out loud because then it becomes reality.
Yeah.
for someone, it's like an embarrassing thing too. People that are
Yeah,
actually
totally. Yeah.
suicidal are so into themselves emotionally. They're so distraught that they don't even know how to formulate the word or want to.
Yeah.
And it's like if people who have even suicidal thoughts, just they can't put into words on how they're feeling, and they can't express it to somebody. They just feel
Yeah,
emptiness. Like there's just
exactly.
a void there.
Yeah, it's a hole. It's a deep hole that you fall into. Yep.
Yep.
And that's where the suicidal thoughts come from, because you feel there's no way out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Exactly. So yeah, I don't
But
believe that
I
for a
think
second from
I think
her.
the Menendez brothers were prepared for this, and they were told by their counsel that you're probably not going to get out this time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
look at the last sentence in this. I guess the good guy, I don't know, Reardon responded by saying the cell phone rule violations negate all the good work Menendez has been doing for volunteer programs. So having a cell phone for 5 years negates everything that he did. Could you imagine?
That sucks because they did a lot of good things, and then they
I
just
mean, like I
fucked it
keep
up
saying,
by
I don't
having a
want
cell
them
phone.
out because, like, I think murderers should be in prison, but like I still think they were done dirty at the same time.
Well, yeah, that's the system against them. I mean, come on. So you're yelling at them for having cell phone. They give tablets out now, for Christ's sake, with email and movies and
Yeah, good point.
whatever.
That's a really good
Yeah,
point. Yeah, that is very true.
prisons have come a long way as far as internet access. I mean, there's people in prison that have TikTok accounts, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, yeah, I know. There's a lot of people. Yeah, people are freaking TikTok famous from prison now.
Yeah.
It's crazy. I don't know why they don't just let them have cell phones at this point. They have tablets.
Yeah, it's been like a luxury at one point, but now it's become so commonplace. Some people have cell phones and don't have a home phone.
Yeah,
It's
that is
just it's
very
taken
true.
over. It's become like a necessity, not an asset.
My mom still has her home phone.
Yeah, my parents still have a home phone.
Well, the only reason I have a home phone is because it came with my cable subscription. It was
That's
a
what my
package
mom
deal.
says. It makes it cheaper. Plus, she can give all the
Yeah,
bill collectors her home phone and never answer. Never
exactly.
answer
And
it.
I also even have Ring Down that comes free with my phone. That if I'm not at home, it'll ring my cell phone.
Oh wow,
So
that's cool. That's really
yeah,
cool. Forwarding. I remember forwarding calls back in the day.
yeah. It's pretty cool. I mean, it'll ring to my home phone for a couple of times, and if I don't answer, it'll just automatically call my cell phone. It's like a regular call. They think they're calling my home, but you're calling my cell phone basically.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they don't realize that it's being forwarded. That is cool. Yeah, but you're probably right about the Menendez being prepared, but I'm sure they still had hope inside.
Maybe beyond hope, like a small little sliver.
Yeah,
I mean,
because it's only
even what he
human to
said
have
in
hope.
even what he said in the interview is, you have hope, but you don't want to dwell on it. You don't want to be like wrap everything up into I'm getting out and then not have it happen. So you got to
Yeah,
be strong.
Well, it's
yeah,
always like, what is that? Expect the best, prepare for the worst, or something like that.
yeah,
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, even NASA has like 4 or 5 different plans already lined up. Worst
yeah.
case scenarios.
Who asked before? Do I think that Trump would step in? That was a funny question. Just because they did it for the Grizzlies. I
Well,
don't
I
think
think
Trump would
Trump.
do that for them because the
I
Grizzlies
asked
didn't
that
murder
question.
anybody.
I mean,
I
that's
didn't remember
true.
the Grizzlies didn't murder anybody. That's a little different.
Trump also doesn't do anything without getting something in return.
Exactly. So Savannah Chrisley campaigned hard for Trump, which also helped get her parents to, a pardon.
Yeah, so he felt he owed them. It's the same reason why he saved TikTok. He feels that
Exactly.
TikTok played
Yes.
a big role in him getting elected. So all of a sudden he's like, "Oh, I love TikTok." You
Exactly.
know?
Yeah.
Did you guys see that Emanuel, his parents got
Oh my
arrested today?
God. Yeah. I actually
Yeah.
want to talk about that. Yeah. His parents got arrested, right? Because we were talking about that the other night on my live, people who were here. about
Yeah.
that Emanual Harro. So his parents got arrested today. I heard they found the body, which is so
Oh, they did
sad.
find it. That I didn't
Okay, so
know.
did they confirm that it was him? Because last I heard,
I
it
don't
wasn't
know if that's
confirmed that
confirmed. I heard they
it was.
found a body and the parents were
Yeah.
arrested. I don't know if it's confirmed. I'm gonna Google it right now. Hold on.
Yeah, because I
Was
heard
it
it was
like?
they found a little infant body, but they weren't sure on who. They didn't have the identity.
Was it?
Yeah,
Was
That's
it
what I.
near their home or something?
I honestly don't really remember.
Oh, yeah, I don't remember reading
I
that
was
part
watching
either.
Conspiracy.
It says
I
they
could have sworn
faked
she said it was
kidnapping.
in a dumpster nearby.
It
Well,
says they
I
faked
know.
kidnapping and now accused of murder.
Yeah, I know that at one point she had that whole story, and they had witnesses saying that the car was empty. There wasn't a kid in the car to begin with. So I think that's why the cops are like, "Oh, you're lying. We know that
They
something's
also
up."
said that during when they were watching the cameras, there was nobody. Like she went down, but there was nobody there that hit her.
Oh, that too. Yeah,
That's what
I
I'm
didn't.
saying. It's crazy because it was they didn't even like they weren't even smart about it. They did it. They did this fake kidnapping in broad daylight in the parking lot where there's obviously cameras. So the cameras, all you have to do is cameras look to see that the kid wasn't kidnapped, and then they're
Yeah,
caught. Like
that's the thing about committing crimes in this day and age. You're either on camera or audio, or
yeah.
people are around. I mean, they did a study back in the '80s, and they said that around 20% of your day you're on a camera somewhere, and then they did it again 10 years ago, and it's like 80% of your day you're on camera somewhere as
I'm
soon as you
sure.
leave your house. So
And it's even worse. Like we have if you look up the statistics for the amount of CCTV cameras per populace or something, we
Yeah,
have the
that's
most.
really big in the
Apple,
UK. Yeah, it's
Apple,
really
I
big.
know they have whole YouTube channels and shows where they just watch the footage.
Wasn't there that show? What was it called? Blacklist or something, where they could literally find you on like every single street corner there was a camera.
Yeah, they could
somewhere.
follow you from the moment you leave your house. They could follow your whole day. Like, that's
And
crazy.
they got face recognition and everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like 1984 over here. I swear, it's crazy.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
believe it. Hold on, let's watch this. I'm interested.
Developments in the search for missing 7-month-old baby Emanuel in San Bernardino County. The boy is presumed dead, and his parents have been arrested on suspicion of murder.
The arrests come just over 1 week after the boy's mother said he was abducted outside a store in Yucaipa. KTLA's Chris Wolf is live in Cabazon with the latest details. Chris?
Yeah, Sharon, Micah, a candlelight vigil for baby Emanuel is happening right now, just a few yards from us here in Cabazon. Let's take a look at some video we just shot. People are gathering outside the home he shared with his parents, who are in custody on suspicion of murdering the 7-month-old. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department says, based on the evidence, investigators determined a kidnapping in Yucaipa did not occur. It is believed Emanuel is deceased, and the search to recover his remains is ongoing. This case spans 2 counties, and the murder suspects were booked into a Riverside County jail without bail. Caught on camera. Friday morning, detectives from the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department arrested Jake and Rebecca Harro at their home in Cabazon on suspicion of murder. Investigators say they will continue their search for 7-month-old Emanual Harro. Deputies and police dogs have continually searched the family home. The Sheriff's Department says it served multiple search warrants at the property and is now reviewing surveillance footage from areas of interest in the case.
Online, I didn't see anything, and I woke up on the floor.
In an interview with KTLA 1 week earlier, Rebecca Harro, who had a black eye, sitting next to her husband Jake, pleaded for the return of their son.
Please,
I wonder where that black guy
I want to
came
bring
from.
my
Bill.
son back. Please, I'm begging you.
Okay, so I have a theory. I think it came from the husband for sure. I
Yeah.
think it came from the husband.
I
don't
think they
know
might have set that up the night before.
Yeah,
He
that's what I
punched
think.
her. And,
Yeah, exactly. I don't know if it was planned. I think it probably was planned. I think that the kid
I
was
think
taken.
that
They
I
were
think
like,
the
"Oh
baby.
shit, we should make it look like a kidnapping and punch her in the
I think
face
the
or something."
baby. I think the baby was dead, and they came up with a plan to make it go away.
Yep, that's
And
what I think.
Bean was right. The daughter was they lost custody of the daughter because he'd beaten her and almost killed her.
Yeah.
And she was
I
also
heard.
emaciated and yeah.
Oh, I didn't know about the daughter, but I did hear that the husband has a lot of like anger issues, and there's like a history
Yeah.
of it.
Well, someone did speculate that the boy being blind was because of shaking baby from him.
Oh no, that's
Yeah.
awful. Jesus. Oh my god, that's so sad.
See, I
That's
think
just like
the baby died, and they came up with a story, a scenario where they get away with it.
But see that they deserve to be in prison, even if the mom didn't do anything. Just to go along with that story about your
yeah.
own child, that shows you're sick. Like
Yeah, I don't agree with that. Or some people, the accomplice gets away with, oh, he forced me, or I was afraid. And
Yeah,
I've seen
no,
that
screw that.
through all this true crime that I've been watching and studying over the years. The accomplice always finds a way to get away with something. They either get a lighter sentence or they get completely off because they were intimidated. Or it's like the exact opposite of with Gypsy. They treated her like the victim when her victim is the one that got life in prison in the end. Her second victim, I should say.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's just like my heart is breaking for these two kids, in, Jack and Lily in Nova Scotia. They still
Yeah.
haven't found them, and it's been like almost 4 months.
Wow. I wanted to bring up the Australian influencer that she killed one baby and she was killing the other one. And she actually had Munchausen by proxy. She just got
Oh
caught.
yeah, the one who was putting like feces in the baby's feeding tube.
Yes.
Yes. Oh my god.
Oh no, she was given that one medicine to give her seizures and stuff.
Oh, I heard about
And
her putting like feces in his feeding tube.
feces. I thought she was giving
Yeah.
him medication.
Ew. I did not hear about this. Wow.
Yeah. They had a theory that the seizures were because of some bubbles in her brain or something like that. But she was giving them medicine, giving the baby medicine to make her sick because she got famous from the first child that died. And then when the second one came, she had to kind of like keep that going.
Jesus.
To keep her. It's along the same lines as that girl that killed her parents and then tried to, help me solve my parents' murder.
Oh,
And you find out she's the one that did it. Yeah. I want to interrupt her. I'm sorry. Like I have ADHD. Just my mind clicks and I have to say it. Yeah.
It's
okay. She's used to me where it is.
Thursday in the parking lot of a sporting goods store in Yucaipa.
I never
She
heard
was
of
changing the baby's diaper in her car.
You never heard of what?
Knocked her
Five,
unconscious. And when she awoke,
Oh yeah, never either.
San Bernardino County detectives, however, say her story was filled with inconsistencies, and when they pressed her, she stopped talking. Authorities confirmed this week that social workers have removed a 2-year-old child from the Harro household. Back to the scene outside the home Friday morning.
Innocent until proven guilty. We'll figure it out when this case starts moving forward.
An attorney for Jake Harro was seen walking outside of the house during all of the law enforcement commotion and activity. He did not answer reporter questions, but did make those comments. Back here live outside the family home, a candlelight vigil for baby Emanuel is happening right now. Father Jake Harro has a criminal history. He pleaded guilty to child cruelty involving a little girl 2 years ago. He was sentenced to jail and also given probation, but investigators say he later violated that probation by possessing a firearm and ammunition. He was scheduled for a court appearance in that case in September. We will, of course, continue to follow this breaking and developing story. For now, reporting live in Cabazon, I'm Chris Wolf.
Well, yeah, the parents definitely did it. There's like no doubt.
Did you ever watch the Stephanie Harlow? What's it? Crime Something Weekly. With
I've watched her before, but I haven't watched her in a while.
her Gypsy Rose thing. There's things about Stephanie Harlow that bug me, but
We were talking about that last time because when she first did Gypsy, she got it all wrong. I left a lot of not nice comments. I was like, "You got the whole thing wrong. Do better." Blah blah blah. And then she came out. And she was like, "I got a lot of mean comments from people telling me that I got the whole story wrong. So let's start." And then she started the whole thing from the beginning again, which I respect that she was willing to do it all over again.
well, when she went back and looked at it, that's when she's like, "Oh no, I don't believe a word she says." And she ended up having Fancy on, and she's like, "I don't believe her. I don't like her." She even made a hint at she made a dig at Katie Joy in there too. It's like an offhand comment. If you go back and watch it, she made an offhand comment about her. It was amazing. She even had a doctor, a specialist on there, and he was saying what he thought about Gypsy and the whole manipulation routine and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's that new book by what was that doctor's name or whatever? Dr. Feldman was his name, right? And he just came out with that book. What is it? Dying. What is it? Dying to be Ill by Mark
Oh,
Feldman. And
Right.
he doesn't say Gypsy's name in it, but that that was Gypsy's doctor. Not it wasn't Gypsy's doctor. That's the guy who diagnosed
that was
Dee Dee
the
with Munchausen by
yeah, that
proxy
was
after.
the court appointed expert. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
he's
And
also got
he
a
submitted.
history. He's also got a history of going for whoever pays him the most.
Oh yeah.
So
Absolutely. But in
yeah,
this book, he says dying to be ill, and he doesn't say Gypsy's name, but he pretty much mentions her. But it's like not in her favor, I heard. So I really want to get a copy of the book and like
Yeah,
find
I
out like what he
remember
said.
who was it? Angel Baby or Ashley Baby made a post about that on TikTok. I can't remember who it was. Wait,
well,
I don't remember.
he
Somebody made a
he
post
said in an
about it.
interview. He said in an interview that he's like, don't get me wrong, she's highly manipulative, and she's still highly manipulative,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
yeah, that was
Well,
way
she
back
is.
when. That was
Yeah.
right after he testified. He still said that she should not be out. He said that 8 years ago.
Oh
That
wow.
Wow.
he,
See,
yeah, he was not
that's
happy with the
crazy.
sentence. He thought she
But
should have got more than 10 years, and she only got
Oh
8
yeah.
in the end.
yeah,
Yeah.
Axe said that she was gonna send me the book, so she might have already sent it actually. So I'll check and like like a PDF of it. So
Yeah, that's cool.
I gotta read that part because that's interesting.
Yeah.
Exposing said that allegedly Sarah Patrick did it. I think her boyfriend did. No, I think Sarah did it.
I think he might have helped her.
Well,
Which
yeah,
one's
I
Sarah
believe that he
Patrick
might have
now?
helped her. Yeah, I believe that he helped her. Oh,
Where-
Angelica said that Mark Feldman said that Gypsy's a sociopath, which she definitely is
Yes,
a sociopath.
he did. He did say that, and that was right when she was being tried. That was right when the
Wow.
deal was made. Yeah.
Wow. I
Now,
wish
who's
she
Sarah
actually went
Patrick?
to
Am I out of the
trial.
loop on that, or just forgetting?
Sarah Grace Patrick is the girl that killed her mom and her stepdad back in
Yeah,
February.
so
The TikToker. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then she went to the funeral and was like crying. I was like, please help me find who did this, and like
Oh,
pulling up.
she
Yeah,
was
she was
sending out
reaching out to
pleas.
content creators.
Yeah,
Yeah,
she
she
was
was
sending out pleas to
contacting
content creators. Yeah.
yeah, she was
Yeah.
contacting content creators and asking them to help her and stuff, get her story out.
Yeah, that was all about clout. That was all
Yeah.
about getting
You
views
know
on
what's
TikTok.
It was so crazy because the first time I heard about it was through Conspiracy, and she posted it, and I swear to God, I thought she was the content creator that Sarah Grace like reached out to, and then I had to like rewatch, and I'm like, oh, that was definitely not Conspiracy.
But I am so interested just to see how it plays out because look what happened with Gypsy. Gypsy is a not very pretty girl, but since she was like this meek girl, like the public was like, "Oh,
Oh,
poor
yeah,
thing."
you want to see how she's
Sarah
gonna get
Patrick,
treated. Yeah.
Sarah Patrick is this really pretty young girl. So I wonder if her lawyers are going to try and use that to
Well,
their advantage.
you got to think about back when the teachers having relations with their students when that started happening back in the late '90s. She's too pretty to go to jail was a defense at one point, and that got to grow up. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Wow, she's too pretty to go. That Gypsy
She's
tried
too
that when I'm
pretty.
too sick to go to jail.
Yeah, she's too pretty to go to jail, and that got her off. And then she reoffended with the same kid.
Wow.
When she finally went to prison for that, the kid was she was pregnant with the kid's child, and he was like 14 years old. And this was what 10 years ago, and they got married at one point when she got out, and he since disavowed. He said he's in love with her, blah blah blah, but he since disavowed and said, I was basically groomed to do this, and now I got a kid, and so
Yeah.
on and so forth. Yeah. Yeah, too pretty to go to jail was a defense, and it worked.
There is such
I
a
can't
thing.
believe that actually worked.
There is such a thing as pretty privilege in psychology, unfortunately.
Yes. Oh, yes. And I remember seeing studies on that.
Mm-hmm.
And they actually did like exposés back in the day. I don't know if you remember 2020, and they had like an ugly person go into a store and see how she was treated, and then they had a pretty one go in and do the exact same routine and how they were treated, and it was night and day.
I know.
That's just like how they do that racism thing. Like they'll have a white family go in and see how they're treated,
Yeah.
and like then have like black kids go in and how they're treated. And it was so bad. Like there was one video I was watching, like the black family, they had to like prepay before they even ordered the food.
Oh
Yes.
my God.
Yeah.
Yes, I've seen that. Yep, I've seen that.
It's
Yep.
terrible.
That's crazy. They had to pay before they even ordered the food. Wow.
You know, one thing I want you to check into, Haiti. They made a movie about it too a couple years ago. They did an experiment where they took random people from society and they associated them as a jail guard or a criminal. And it was in an abandoned prison. It was in an abandoned prison, and like every time a bell rang, it had to act like there was some kind of uprising or whatever, and someone had to be punished, and someone had to be, within a week.
Just based on how they looked.
No, based on them being either a criminal or a guard. It wasn't really based on what they looked like.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant people. I thought you meant people had to assume whether they were a criminal or a guard or not.
No, they were picked, and they had to wear the uniforms and everything, and the guards, the prisoners had to be in jail cells and whatever. They had to act their part. Within a week, it started falling apart. Within a month, the criminals were acting like real criminals, and they were committing real crimes.
Oh, I think I've heard about that. Yeah, that is really interesting.
It went off the rails. They made a whole movie about it, and I didn't think it was real. I thought it was all a drama. But it was a real freaking experiment, and it went exactly like it went in the movie.
That is fascinating because you think they're all playing a part, but like they're playing it for so long, they start to actually be the part. Like that is crazy.
Exactly, and the thing is, it was a completely autonomous experiment. So you went in there and you randomly picked to be a guard or a prisoner, and then everything was set up with like bells and whistles and stuff. There was no like psychiatrist writing down what was going on or directing them to do whatever. You do your thing, but this is your role. And without any kind of like prompting or goading or anything like that, they just did their thing and it went off the rails.
Oh yeah, that is crazy.
Yeah, the whole psychology of everything just like really, that's what amazes me. And that's what got me into the true crime was the psychology of it all. Why would you do this? What's your motivation? And what were you thinking? Did you think you're getting away with it? Did you not think about your consequences? So on and so forth.
Yeah.
And even the investigators, how they get this like sixth sense of when someone's lying. Like in this case, they knew right off the bat something didn't add up.
Yeah.
And they were getting criticism for not doing their, not having a reward and not putting out an all points bulletin and all that stuff. It's because they didn't believe her. And it's like, that's a huge risk to take. Do you go full bore and waste all these resources, even though you have this inkling that they're not telling the truth, or do you act on your gut feeling?
Yeah.
That's what draws me into these things.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, and I, like you said earlier, like the cops from this case are still upset about how it turned out. I don't blame them because imagine like knowing like that like the truth and that this girl only got 8.5 years, like when she was a huge part in it. I would be mad too if I was them.
Or not even knowing the full truth. It's like if I had just a little bit longer, I could find out why. I could find the motive, the real reason.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Everybody is saying Ryan is live. Let's check it out. Let's see what's going on with Rai.
They were saying Morbid was live earlier too.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Let's see if he's still live. Case is live. No, I'm lying. Sorry. Ignore me. I'm getting confused. Who's all live? Morbid's live. I wonder if he's watching Ryan.
Probably not.
I don't want to cause any problems, but what do you think about Case with this going against the I'm not Truthy Magoo stuff? I don't care one way or the other. I don't.
Well, I don't
think
it has no relevance to anything, so I don't know why it's a big deal. I don't think he's Truthy Magoo. I want to go on record saying that I don't believe that he's Truthy Magoo, but it really has no relevance to this case. So I don't know why people are trying to ruin his life over.
I feel the same way.
And also, I think that if you're going to accuse someone of something like that, because Truthy Magoo was accused of pedophilia. Like you better be 100% sure, because you could be ruining Case's life, and you don't know that for a fact. Yeah, you better be 100% sure before you say that. That's what I think.
And just because they sound alike does not mean that they are the same person. Like people can sound alike and not be the same person.
I don't know who this Truthy Magoo is. All I know is that I've heard the voices and. I don't think it's
I heard
the same.
The voices. I mean, don't get me wrong. The voices they sound similar, but I hear a difference at the same time.
Yeah,
similar. Maybe some of the same inflection, but not the same voice.
The same area. Yeah, maybe they're from the same area or something. Like
same kind of speech pattern, but not.
Yeah, same speech
Yeah.
pattern, but not same voice.
Yeah.
And
Exactly. You can't go off
it's
of
these
voice. You know how many voices sound alike on the internet? Like,
it's these new people, looking for clout.
And
You know, they want
me
to
and
come
me
in
and
and
Apple have musical training, so we're very good with tones. And
Yeah.
I can always tell a difference. Truthie Magoo sounds more high pitched, where Case is more lower, like lower tone, and
yeah,
he's slower.
yeah, I agree. Yeah,
Like Truthie is like very like high pitched, and he talks a lot faster. Case
yeah.
is just like slow and mo.
The only thing
So
that to me is the same is the inflections. You know, the accent is similar, and
yeah,
the speech pattern, the ups and downs are close, but
You know
I don't
how
think they sound like the same person.
you know how ridiculous it is? I also saw people saying that Case and Morbid were the same person. It's like they have been
Oh yeah, I've
on a
heard that
panel
too.
together at the same time. Like, how are they the
Yeah,
same
I
person
heard
if they've
that.
been on the same panel?
I heard that too, and they don't sound remotely the same.
No,
Yeah,
not at
nothing alike.
all. Yeah.
Ryan's playing with what's it called? Pixie. I hate
Pixie.
I hate how he says
Hip,
Pixie.
hip.
Hate it.
I can't do it.
Do
I
you
can't do Ryan's voice. I'm sorry.
do
It's
you
too
think he's
cold,
actually
y'all.
still standing for her, or is he somehow being like part of the conspiracy now?
I don't
Because
know.
it's becoming comical at this point.
Oh, there's so many conspiracy theories. I can't keep up with them all.
Yeah, I think he's
Yeah,
still. I
and
think
Haiti,
if. Sorry,
go
go
ahead.
ahead. No, I
I was
was
going
gonna
to say, Haiti said it right that the conspiracies aren't exactly like there's too many for them to be that smart to come up with all of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
But
some,
no, I don't think Case is that Truthie Magoo, and I'm not
Yeah,
getting
I don't even know
involved.
who Truthie Magoo is,
I
but
don't
I
even
don't
know
think it's him.
Yeah,
No,
the only
I
reason
don't
I know
either.
anything about it is because of Case, and
Yeah, me too.
I think if you let it go, at this point,
Yeah, no, I
people have
agree.
already made their opinions, and just let it go, and
I
because
agree. Yeah, because
nobody who's anybody
I
believes it.
wouldn't have known about it either if it wasn't for him talking about it. It's true, and I haven't. I'm not. I mean, I'm a very small content creator, but I have learned that if someone says something about you, don't fan the flames. Don't bring attention to it. You know.
Right? Yeah.
Exactly, it gives them fuel, and they think either they think they're onto something, or they think they're getting at you.
Yeah, or they just like seeing a rise out of you, or whatever it
Exactly,
is. You know.
that's what I mean. They know that you're going to react to it, so they're just going to keep poking that button.
Yeah, they're going to keep it going. You're just like you're fanning the flames, essentially.
If you don't give them anything to talk about, they're going to just eventually fade away.
Exactly. Once they're starved the oxygen, that's it. You know.
Exactly. Yeah.
I agree with you too, Bean. I think that he's when all this came out, when he admitted that he was going undercover or whatever, I think he's got this feeling of having to defend himself and like justify.
I
And I
feel
think that's where a
bad.
lot of his
Honestly, I feel
popping is.
bad, but
Yeah.
I feel bad, but I stand by that he should fan the flames. You know, I understand wanting to defend yourself, but don't bring attention to it, and then people won't talk about it, then you won't have to keep talking about it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, and
But then you'll
I
have
think
people
this
like, oh
whole
well, why are you keeping this from us? We have a right to know. Blah blah blah. It's like, no, you really don't have a right to know every single thing. Just because I'm a content creator does not mean you need to know my whole life.
No, of
Yeah.
course. Yeah. He doesn't even show his face. He deserves privacy. If he wants privacy, then he deserves. And also, it also really bothers me because he has a 5-year-old apparently that's about to start kindergarten. You
Yeah.
can't go around saying these things about him. Like he could lose his child if like even it's not true, but like it could ruin his reputation for life. Like people just can't. You just can't say things like that unless you are sure. Like unless you're
That's
100%
why I hate when
sure.
people just throw out the accusation and just start randomly calling people that, because it's like you're gonna ruin somebody's life by this. Like
That's
you're
very
so
much
worried,
it.
like about, especially about the people with the mental health thing. Like you
Yeah.
don't care about somebody's mental health when you're out there calling them a pedophile and all this stuff. Like you don't care then, so why do you care all of a sudden now when it comes to your mental health? Like that's
Well,
fucking selfish.
I think people have this mental disconnect too. They see it on their phones, they see it on TV, and it feels almost like it's a movie to them.
Yeah.
And then you have this parasocial relationship going
I
on
was about to
too,
say
where
people have these parasocial relationships. Exactly. Yeah.
they think like they own you and you owe them stuff. And I got involved with protesting Scientology, and I that's way off topic. But I was a mod, and I was also involved in creation. And if you watch these people that are in the chats and the way they become so toxic, and they act like they're part of this person's life now, you're only looking at a small glimpse of what they want you to see, and it's all about a topic that they're wanting to portray. So
Yeah, no,
you don't know
absolutely.
anything about the reality. You get a sliver of what
And some of these people are a character. Morbid is a character when he's on. There's no
Yeah.
doubt in my mind he's a completely different person in private.
He said it. He says that he's a completely different person. He's told
Yeah,
us before. He's like, I'm
it's a
not an
character.
asshole in real life.
Yeah, he's performing. So you have no
Yeah.
idea who he really is. You don't know what his real thoughts are.
He's
Some
not
of
the
them
same.
maybe his real thoughts, but he's also doing a lot of it for the joke, for the rage bait, for the
Oh,
whatever,
yeah.
you know.
Definitely. When you talk to him offline, he's completely different. He's not the same person at all. He's actually, without going into too much detail, he's actually quite, what's the word? I don't know, like,
Reserved or
no, the opposite. Like,
oh, okay.
kind of like, he doesn't have any qualms. Like, he's not afraid to say, like, how he feels or what's happened to him, or, he
He's
doesn't.
an open book, yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know if that's just because I've sat on a panel with him for a year and a half and he trusts me. I don't know if it's that. He knows I would never like repeat
No,
stuff.
yeah.
But yeah. Like he's not. It's not the same person. It's like, but that's what happens. People do that. It's easy to dehumanize like content creators on. Like I don't do it, but I
Well,
know.
look at what happened with you. I don't know if you know the story, but what happened with Ivory Rose Nose. She had that
Yeah.
stalker. Like that was a crazy situation.
Yeah. I don't
If
know
you
if
don't
I
know,
believe everything she says either, though.
I don't know if I believe everything she says, but I believe this story just because she told, like, when like there's more details of the story, it's usually true. She told this story more than once, and it was the same every time, and there were a lot of details in the story, so that makes me
Yeah,
think it's true.
that gives it credibility. Yeah.
Yeah, so, like if people don't know what I'm talking about, so Ivory Rose Nose says, okay, so basically there was this person like who doxed her online, and then someone else that was apparently obsessed with her saw the doxing information and took it and like kept calling her and calling her and calling her over and over again, and she just like wanted to be her friend, and then Ivory was like, stop calling me, like
Oh,
Yeah,
and
wait.
so the
Okay,
girl.
so were you there when Morbid had that phone call about the lady who lives in Florida who was like, "Oh, I have autism and I'm very good at manipulating, and if I
No,
had the chance, I would have had somebody kill my mom."
Oh
no,
wow.
I was not
That's
there.
Ivy Rose Nose's stalker.
Oh, it
She said
was.
Ivy Rose said she
Wait,
called her
let
like
me finish.
almost a dozen
Let me
times.
finish telling this, and then you could tell that. So,
Okay.
let me just finish this. So basically, Ivory was like, "Stop calling me," and then the girl was like, "I want you to save me. If you don't save me, I'm gonna kill myself." So Ivory
Oh
has no
Jesus.
idea who this girl is, and she's like, but she doesn't want a death on her hands, so she calls the cops. Obviously, and she's like, "I don't know what to do." This girl says, "If I don't save her, like that, she's
Yeah.
gonna kill herself." So the cops. The long story short. There was a lot more to it, but long story short, the cops found her and the girl was okay and everything. But now this is the part I don't know. So Dig, tell us this. Hey Casey. Dig, now
Okay,
your
so
turn.
it was one of the nights that Morbid had like a phone line open, and she called him multiple times, and she was like, she's like a pro Gypsy person, like she was pro Gypsy and all this shit, and she was talking about how like she's very good at manipulating, and she wished that she would have had manipulated somebody to kill her mom, and she's like Dee Dee deserved it, and all this other stuff. So then that like a day or two later, I heard Ivory Rose talking about the same girl. 'Cause she was like, I can't even remember what her name was on the. It was like Gypsy's downfall or something like that at first, and Ivory Rose was talking about how she had called her like multiple times, like at like 2 o'clock in the morning, saying that she was going to like commit suicide and jump off a bridge, and it was literally the same lady who was on
That's
Morbid's
crazy.
live.
That
That's why
is
doxing. That's why doxing is so dangerous.
yeah, exactly. Because one, people do it just to be assholes, but you don't know who is going to see that information and what they're going to do with it. Like that's why
And
it's so dangerous.
they're legitimately unhinged. Yeah, there's some crazy people
Yeah,
out there.
yeah, especially on the internet. I feel like there's
It's,
more
it's,
crazy people on the internet.
it's a
Yeah,
horrible. Well, yeah, because they're home all day, or they're
and she
because
was
of
talking about how
whatever
she was
mental problems
homeless.
they have. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
She's like, it was like one person she talking to, she's homeless. Another person, she's like, I have a place to live, and she collects like SSI or whatever. But like, I don't know. It was really weird, and it's like just the stories
We
are just not adding up.
we live in a world where when the World Trade Center fell, people called on their cell phones saying, "I'm over here. Come get me out of this pile or whatever." That's how sick people are.
Yeah.
That is, oh my god, that is sick.
Oh, you didn't know
That's
that?
really
People were calling 911 saying, I'm under the building. I was on this floor, blah, blah, blah. I can hear you walking around. Come get me. Oh, yeah. Messed up shit.
I was a kid when that happened, so I did not know that. That's awful.
I don't know how old you are, so I should have known you were young when you said you didn't. That
I
Eric
was
and Lyle Menendez happened
I
before
was
you
a
were born.
junior in high school, and I was taking those like you could go to like like not in the trading schools, and you could take classes. I was in cosmetology class, and our one teacher like ran in and said like, "Oh, a plane just crashed into the World Trade Center." So we like put on the news, and like the whole day we're like nothing but watching the news. Like we didn't even
Yeah,
do anything in class.
I
My
was
mom
like
took me out
20.
of school early.
I was like 22, 23. I was just getting out of work. I was in the break room, and it came up on the news. And
Yeah, I'll
I ended up
never
sitting there
forget where I
2 hours
was.
watching. I ended up sitting there 2 hours watching it before I went home.
My
I was in
grandfather was
school.
part of like the crew that like picked up people from like the Brooklyn Bridge and like brought them across over to Jersey. Like it was just
Yeah,
craziness.
my mom worked in Manhattan. She saw the second plane hit from her
Yeah,
office building.
my uncle worked in Manhattan too. He worked for
Yeah, they
Calvin
closed,
Klein.
because they were closing all the bridges, obviously, because they were scared a bridge was going to get bombed.
Yeah.
But they had buses shuttling people out of the city. They're like, they were
Yeah.
telling people, like, just get on the bus, and the bus will take you wherever you want to go.
There was two people that lied about being in the building when it collapsed.
Yeah.
One of them was a lady that joined like a survivor group,
Oh, I
and
remember.
she played like this big role in the committees and everything like that, and then she got exposed.
Yeah.
And then there was a comedian, a famous comedian that he said he was there when it happened, and he
I
got
don't know
exposed
why
because of
someone
it.
would want to be there and lie about that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
It's a mental illness. The comedian, I think, did it to further his career, and then of course it worked for a while, but in the end it ruined it. And then the other one, she had a weird family life. Her father was like some mob boss and would end up going to jail, and that like screwed up her life. She basically lived like Gypsy, where everything was done for her and everything was paid for, and whatever she wanted, she got. And then when he went to jail, it kind of messed up her life, and she moved to America from Italy or something. And
Wow.
when this happened, she took the opportunity to have that fame, that attention, you know.
Yeah. I remember, I don't know if you guys are into like conspiracy theories, but I remember seeing this
Oh,
documentary.
you know I am. Bloody hell, you know I am.
Yeah.
Me too.
Actually, can someone else take over for a second? I have a phone call. Sorry, I'll be right back.
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
So,
But just to let you guys know how old I am, I was in second grade when the Challenger exploded. I watched it on TV.
Oh my
wow.
god. Yeah, you're not that much older than me.
So
Because I remember the Challenger, but I was little.
wait there. I'm
Okay,
not good.
sorry.
I'm not good with maths because I've got dyscalculia. But I was 19 when the trade towers were hit, so almost 20.
I'm only 3 years younger than you.
I was born
So
in 77. I was 22, 23.
my ex was born in 76. Right? Okay, I see. So you're 5
My
years.
stepdad was born in 79.
You're what?
My stepdad.
What the fuck? Okay.
My mom was born in 69. So they're only 10 years apart from each other. But
Oy.
yeah, my stepdad's only 6 years older than me.
Yeah,
So
no.
back to what I was saying with the conspiracy theory. I wasn't cutting off, was I?
No.
Okay. So there was this documentary about like these people who worked in the towers, and they actually did, and it was like some of the last people ever like interviewed from inside the towers, and they all wound up like mysteriously dead, which is like really weird because like they knew things that like I don't know. I gotta find it. My ex-boyfriend showed me the documentary. I
Well,
gotta find
there's
it.
conspiracies that the buildings were a controlled explosion.
Of course they were.
Well, yeah, because
Yeah, I
you know
heard
the
about
whole thing
that
with
too.
steel beams don't melt. So
Well, it's not just that. I could go right into their shit. I could take you down rabbit holes. But like, for example, the 2 weeks before 9/11, the bomb sniffing
I
dog.
know the guy took out the insurance on it. Yeah.
Well, took out insurance on both towers. Initially, it was only on the North Tower, I think, and he wanted something like 20 billion for if both towers got hit, so 20 billion each. But the week before, the 2 weeks before, the bomb sniffing dogs that they always had, those were removed, and they said it was due to maintenance issues in an elevator or
Yeah.
some crap like that.
Conveniently.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, apparently, there was also a lot of gold buried below. You know where there was a subway underneath, like a.
Yeah. Well, you want to know? You want to know a real big conspiracy theory?
I don't
A
know what.
lot of the files from the
Yeah.
FBI investigation into some high-end drug deals were in that building, and they got
Yeah.
destroyed.
Yeah.
And then the same thing with the Boston Marathon bombing. When that happened, there was some high-end files in one of the buildings that were destroyed in that too, and people got off because that building was destroyed. So a lot of people think that attack was also about getting rid of those files.
Well, the thing is, there was a deficit. I can't remember how much money it was, but there was like billions and billions of pounds missing, right? Dollars, sorry, missing.
Mhm.
And the part of so the plane that hit the part of the Pentagon, it just so happened that that part of the Pentagon, right now, it was on the floor level, so it was on like the ground level, but it
Yeah.
just so happened that had just been rebuilt and repurposed and refurbished. And there wasn't anyone in the majority. I mean, there were people there, and obviously people did die, but it wasn't fully operational at that point in time. And apparently that's where a lot of the files were as well, about where this money had disappeared to. I don't know. It was either 2 trillion or 2 billion a cut. It was a
That's
lot.
a lot of money.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. And then people have the video of the plane sitting, and they say that
it was
they didn't have
amazing.
any passenger windows. That there were actually military planes painted to look like commercial planes.
I don't know if it. I don't. Yeah, it's weird. I've heard all kinds of nonsense from
Yeah.
like hologram. I don't subscribe to the hologram theory or anything like that. But I do think that it was. This is just my opinion, and you don't have to agree with me. But I do believe it was a coordinated thing with the countries that were involved were Russia, Saudi Arabia, America, and Israel.
Yeah.
Israel. I believe it, like, because like I said, I mean, fucking Osama bin Laden, aka Tim Usman, he was a CIA he worked for the CIA as a tactician back in the 80s.
Oh yeah, we put them in power. The same thing with South America. We put a lot of those people in power, then turned on them later on too. You know, it's
It's
Yeah.
crazy. I mean, there is so much to that, but you have to be very careful what you say because you're always going to offend somebody. But unfortunately, there's too much. From what I've seen, there's too much evidence to the contrary of it being like an official attack by 3 Muslims. Come on now.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
I have a hard time with people getting offended when you're throwing ideas back and forth, conspiracy theories, trying to figure out how else are you going to make any headway. Because if
Yeah.
you're just sitting there agreeing with each other, you're not going to be able to make any new decisions, any informed investigations. You know, you got to have a way to go, an angle to look at it, a fresh person to look at it. You know what I mean? An idea is an idea. It's not an offensive thing. You know?
No, no, that what I'm saying is raise crow. What I'm saying is I don't believe in the hologram theories. There's some kind of crazy.
Yeah, I don't either. That I've seen the videos where they look the wing goes in and out and it passes through the building before it hits, and I don't believe any of that crap.
No, but like, what's really weird is there's a video where George Bush is right. So George Bush visited the primary school that morning, right?
Oh
Yes,
my god,
yep.
that video was so creepy. That video was so weird.
I'll never forget. I saw that live on TV. The look on his face.
Oh,
Yeah.
you saw that live? Wow,
Yeah,
that is
yeah.
crazy.
So there was kids in the classroom, right, and they were asked to spell out words, and this is really weird to me, and I don't know why, but like maybe you'll understand. So like they're asked to spell out words, and so they spell out the words whilst this is before they started reading the book upside down because he did have the book upside down.
Yeah, he did have the book upside down, of course.
Yeah. So like the words that the kids had to shout out were kite, steal, plane, hit.
Yeah.
Kite, steal, plane, hit.
Right. So creepy.
And it was like, what? Like,
Well,
you know,
have you guys ever seen where people think the internet predicts this stuff, and they base it on? There's a whole algorithm they use now, and they base it on searches. And the whole theory is that like the human mind is all connected together in some way, and that whenever something like becomes a big search topic, it creates a spike in the internet, and then something happens along that way. And that was the first instance they had of these towers getting hit. Within the weeks leading up to that, people were looking up planes hitting buildings, and they were looking up the structure of steel and all that stuff, and they think that like your mind like keys in on it, and like the whole
It's
like
almost like
society.
manifested it to happen or something.
Yeah, there's like another link, another wave that everybody's like kind of connected on, and
Yeah.
they had this like spiritual, and they predict a lot of things using that algorithm.
Yeah, like a collective consciousness. But you
Exactly. Yeah.
got to remember, like, about 9/11, what was I going to say? It's gone now. 2 seconds. It'll be back in a sec. ADHD brain. 9/11. What was I going to say? You were talking about the collective consciousness and numerology, right? So
Yes.
if you look at the dates, if you just type in, like, for example, if you type in throughout history, like not famous, but like noteworthy events or accidents or whatever that occurred on this date, you will see that they're on like 9/11 or 11/9, what we say in the UK, because we say it about roundabout, whatever. But on that date, you'll see that it's weird that how many things happened on that specific date. So it's weird how I do believe that they use specific dates. You can call them the 1%ers, you can call them the elites, you can call them the globalists, you can call them, whatever you want. You can call them whatever you want. But those that that are in power, if you like, that will never know who they are, or they're like a lot of people going about the Rothschilds and that. No, these are people that have way more sway and influence and money and power and than politicians, governments. Like,
Yeah, they make things happen. Yeah, everything's controlled. Yeah.
Yeah, you're never going to know who these people are. We will never know. But like, you've got like the Council on Foreign Relations, then you've got the Bilderberg Group, and then you've got all other groups that are sort of integrated, that are making all these decisions, global decisions that don't just affect America, they affect like the world without any say from the public, because they're behind closed. It's all being done behind closed doors. It's all being done the consent.
I think the universe tries to like warn us and key us in on things.
Yeah, I do.
Like before the Titanic sank, there was a book written called The Titan, which was a unsinkable ship sailed on its maiden voyage to sink, and it was published before the Titanic was even thought about. This book was out.
Wow, that is
And
crazy.
the exact same scenario happens in the book. 20 years. I think it was 20 years.
This is kind of silly, but even how like The Simpsons predicts things, like like Trump becoming president and going down that escalator, and then it happens on The Simpsons. Like, that's fucking weird. Like,
well, they predicted Trump being president. The Simpsons.
Yeah.
Weird. Those videos. Have you not seen those videos where they literally predict so many things? It's scary.
It is scary.
Scary. Like, well, I mean, I say scary. It doesn't. It used. I mean, I used to be down all these. Like back in 2011, 2012, I was deep into all these conspiracies. I don't know what happened at that point in my life, but I just started going down all these rabbit holes, and I was like,
it was my ex who be into all of them. He was really big into them.
Yeah. But like, even on the day that 9/11 happened, what they did was there was a right. So there's two things that I want to query. There was a hurricane heading towards New York, which was conveniently steered back out to the sea. Like, and I know that they can do that, and that's all I'm going to say. HARP, etc.
Yeah.
Look up that weather modification shit. And then the second thing was there was a drill that the U.S. Air Force. My cats are trying to kill themselves.
Isn't it always funny that there's always a drill? Before the school shooting, there was a drill about school shootings. Before Kennedy was shot, they had a drill about the president being shot. They actually had a mock funeral for him days before. Yeah, there's always a freaking drill.
Yeah,
there's always a drill before these things happen. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
That is weird.
This show, sorry, my cats are going crazy. I don't know if it's in the morning. Lily, there was this drill going on at the time where they scrambled jets up, and I think they were away up in Canada. I don't know why they were away up in Canada, but it was called Project Able Danger, and you can actually go up. And so it was essentially, right, it was what they were doing on that day was they were simulating a drill to see what would happen. So the whole drill was what would happen if the Twin Towers were hit by a commercial air jet. And so when it was called into the communications room, you'll hear on the recordings the guy saying a plane hit the tower, and you'll hear the guy saying, "Is this real world or
Yeah.
exercise?" Do
Yeah, I
you
remember that.
real
Yeah.
world exercise? Because they were doing a fucking drill about it. Like, come on now.
There was a lot of things that when 9/11 happened, when I watched it live, there was a lot of things that I saw live firsthand that I've never seen again. And some of it was the people jumping off the buildings. Some of
Oh
it
my
was like
God.
that guy saying, "Is this real world or is this not?" Because they played that on television
Yeah.
when it happened, and they never did again. These things got deleted because they don't fit the narrative. They don't fit what they want to portray. So it just conveniently disappears.
You know what else they did? The BBC. The BBC,
Yeah.
right? Before Trade
Well,
7, Trade
even when
Tower.
the buildings went down,
Mm-hmm.
there was people on live. You could hear them radioing back and forth about explosives and about bringing the building down.
There were
Yeah.
squibs. Yeah, there were squibs planted, but that's like, look, these are only my opinions. Please don't take them as fact. Do your own. I always tell people to go and do their own research, right? Because, yeah, I believe in predictive programming as well. That's another
Yeah.
thing that I really believe in is predictive programming. So what that is subliminally they'll put. So if you go and look, so there used to be compilations, right, that you could find on YouTube and places like that, where in a lot of movies there would be iconography or cinematography of the World Trade Centers being hit, or like in the Terminator for 11 when the truck passes under that sewer thing in LA, there's the date now, there's the height says 9/11, or like when Lisa
Yeah.
Holt comic in The Simpsons when they want to go to New York, there is $9 and 11. The two towers act as the number 11. Then it says
Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen them.
everywhere. Like it tried.
Exposing a lot of people think that the guy that draws that cartoon is part of the Illuminati, and they think that he gives out hints that he knows what's going to happen, and he makes the cartoons accordingly. That's a theory.
I think, whoever the Illuminati is, and there probably is some faction of secret society that are involved. I mean, God knows what they do at Bohemian Grove. I mean, I know what they do at Bohemian Grove, but that's another thing. But like the Twin Towers, what was it I was going to tell you about them there? I went off on a tangent myself, and now I forgot. But
Well,
it was like,
as far as the buildings being taken down on purpose, I can understand why. There's a lot of high buildings around there. There's a lot of traffic, and if those buildings fell on their own, you have no idea what direction they're going to go, what they're going to hit.
They were built to fall down like that.
Yeah, but the way they went down on top of themselves so uniformly, I think they were purposely brought down.
They were designed to fall like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another thing as well. That's what I was going to say. So in the BBC, so we're like in a different time zone, right? So in the UK, we were watching this, and this woman started, and they had to cut the live stream, right? Because this woman is talking about how Trade Center 7 has collapsed, but right behind her is the actual Trade 7, like this Trade 7 still.
Yeah, it was still standing. I remember that. Yeah.
You remember that? See what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and it's like, whoa! I've even read all the NIST reports and everything.
Like you get ahead of yourself, kid. Not yet.
Yeah, right. That is shady. That's really shady.
It is really shady. And then people for a long time, like I used to fight people online, like religiously. They're like, the government wouldn't do that. I'm like, are you joking? If you think,
Yeah, are you joking? Yeah, literally, they fed people radioactive cereal back in the day, just because they wanted to see what it would do to people.
Exactly.
They infected people with syphilis and then didn't treat it because they just wanted to see what would happen.
I know. Do the same in the UK. It happens all over the world. This happens. Like, look, they can literally cloud seed, right? So people going about these things called chemtrails. Call them what you will.
I hear you.
Yeah, weather modification and geoengineering exists. You just have to go and find it. You just have to look it up, Google it, do whatever, use whatever browser you want.
I just watched a video on that where a person that was in the military that talks about she had to order the chemicals for these airplanes before they went out and got put in the military aircraft and commercial aircraft. It all has to be pre-approved to be on the aircraft. And when she was told about chemtrails, she goes, "You guys are ridiculous. I don't believe you." Well, she went to investigate, and she goes, "I wanted to disprove this, and I couldn't." And then she goes, "After that, I got requisitions for these chemicals," and she's like, "There's no reason for them to be on the plane." And when she asked why, they didn't answer her, so she didn't order the chemicals, and she got fired because she didn't order the chemicals.
She was military, was she not? Wasn't she in the military?
Yes, she was in the military.
I remember watching her. I remember watching her videos, but I remember also pilots being covertly filmed, like me, and they are admitting to the fact that they're doing weather modification. They are aerosol spraying or aerosol injection or whatever.
And they're heavy metals too that also affect the brain.
Strontium, barium, aluminium.
Yeah.
And what goes up must come down. So it's into the soil, the groundwater, like, and then you can go even far and say, "Oh, have you heard about the Morgellons thing?" I don't know if you know.
Yeah.
What,
I know what Morgellons is. Yeah.
So like
that's where your body actually produces fibers in the brain, and they have no idea how they grow.
Yeah. But there's like women and men, like, for example, who've like handed in soil samples from their gardens, like in California, all over the world, and like they're back from the lab saying these are like 8 or 1,000 times higher than they should be, and they're upset because they've came down with some kind of illness because like they think it's tied to either the fact
Did you guys realize that we have 9 nuclear warheads that are missing?
that is scary. No, that's scary.
And they say they can't find them because of the natural radioactive aspects of the soil. All right. And then one instance was a plane that had run out of fuel and it was coming in for a landing. And in order to make the land, they had to drop their nuclear weapon in the water to lighten themselves up so that they wouldn't die. And it's a nuclear warhead the size of a minivan that's been missing for 50 years. It's an active live weapon that's somewhere in the water.
I don't.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like, France were testing nuclear weapons and the bloody off the shore of, like, this wasn't even that long ago in the 90s. They were.
That was another one when they talk about our government not doing things that are not in our best interest. When they designed the atomic bomb, they calculated a 3% chance that when they exploded it, it would create a chain reaction that would burn off all the oxygen in the Earth's atmosphere. And they did it twice.
Mm-hmm.
And that chance still exists. Every time an atomic bomb goes off, there's a 3% chance.
Well, do you know what? Scotland has one of the highest rates of MS in the world. And it just so happens that, I know this is slightly off topic, but see when Chernobyl blew up, when Chernobyl, the Chernobyl accident, well, a lot of it hit the sort of west of Scotland. And we have a lot of farms and stuff like that, a lot of farmland, and gets into the produce and stuff like that. And I'm not saying that's what's causing the MS. I'm just saying it's highly suspicious how you have like such high rates of MS. They don't know what causes it. Well, I don't know if they know what causes MS, but like I haven't really dug into this particular subject heavily. But it's weird how it also coincides with the fact that the radiation fallout spread across parts of Eastern Europe all the way up to the UK. Like
your solar winds and everything. Yeah.
So
Radioactive winter. Yeah.
But like yeah, I don't know. Like it's crazy the amount of things. Like there's a saying by Benjamin Franklin, and it's something like, if you give up your freedom and liberties for the promise of safety from the government, then I'm paraphrasing here, then you deserve neither. It's something like that. I'd have to look up.
Yeah. I remember that. Well, even Reagan said it once. He says the most fearful words you ever hear is, "I'm from the government and I'm here to help."
Yeah.
I've heard that before. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, look, they're talking about this alien invasion in November. Now I'm just laughing at this point because fuck knows what's going to happen. If anything, I think it's probably going to be Project Bluebeam, but let's not. That's another route you could go down.
I could talk to you for days on that stuff. I found Coast to Coast AM decades ago.
Art Bell,
and then from there I watched or listened to Ground Zero Radio.
Mm-hmm.
And he's on the internet too, but he even talks about Gypsy Rose and the whole mentality of it all, and the internet and everything.
That would
They predicted Trump winning because of a Ouija board.
I don't doubt it. You wouldn't catch me messing with one of those, but I don't doubt
Yeah,
it.
but this
No.
everyone just if you're into that stuff, look him up on the internet. Clyde Lewis, Ground Zero Radio,
I
because he
will.
gets into. He doesn't
His
just
name is
do like the
Clyde.
paranormal. What's that?
His name is Clyde, you said?
Clyde Lewis. Yep, CLYDE.
Yeah.
And he doesn't get into like just the paranormal. He gets into like the technology of what's going on and the politics, and he talks about what's going on underneath. And he even does like the reverse voice. When people speak forward, there's that theory that they also speak in reverse, because when you're born, you're as a baby, your mind actually works backwards.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
So the reverse speech, you can speak forward and you can still be saying stuff in
Yeah.
reverse, like the truth.
Remember
And
when
this, go ahead.
Obama's slogan was like, "Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can." And if
Yeah.
you reverse it, I'm not going to tell you what it says because it's freaky.
Yeah, I know what it says.
Yeah, yeah. And it's like, even in some Beyonce songs, believe it. Look, I've done it myself. I've
Yeah.
actually reversed it myself, and it's something Satan. Like, I
Yeah.
swear. And I did this myself. I didn't just listen to it on a YouTube video. I actually thought, right, you know what? I'm going to reverse this myself and see if this is true. And the
I
stuff.
remember they did that in my high school music class. We listened to the songs backwards to see.
Yeah.
It's called.
Well, they did it. They did it with what's her face there, the activist. What's her name now?
Oh,
Greta Thunberg. And
I
when
know
you
who
hear
you're
some of the
talking
stuff,
about, but I didn't know they
when
did
you hear
that with
some of
her.
the stuff she says in reverse, it's fucking sick. Sorry, the swear again. It's sickening. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah, she is sick.
Now I gotta see. Yeah, you're talking about that
Yeah.
young girl, right?
Yeah, she's
Greta Thunberg. Yeah, she just went to. She's trying to go to Palestine again. Yeah, that was a fiasco.
Well, let's just leave her there because, like,
Yeah,
you know
just
what?
leave her there.
She's a nepo baby because her grandfather was a climatologist. He was a revered climatologist. Our mother's an
Yeah.
opera singer, and her father's an actor. Come on now.
Yeah, she was groomed. They put her up there because she was. They used her like Gypsy Rose. They used her as the face.
Exactly.
Go on, say this. Go on, do that. And they poke the dance monkey dance.
Yeah.
She was a good public speaker.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
the
she was
alien.
groomed for that.
So going back to this invasion that's supposedly happened in November, like whatever it is, right? All I'm telling people, right, that are listening, if you hear this, right, if the government tell you to get on a train or a bus or whatever, just don't.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
government do the opposite. Just go off grid. Go and fight. Like, get in your car and fuck off. Don't.
Well, I predicted COVID 3 months before it hit America because I was listening to Clyde Lewis talking about what was going on in China. And they thought I was crazy. Everybody thought I was crazy. They're like, "Oh, you're full of shit. You don't know what you're talking about. Go ahead, keep listening to that bullshit on the radio, blah blah blah." And I'm like, "It's coming, guys. It's coming." And then it happened, and they looked at me like I had three heads. They're like, "How did you know?" It's like, because I pay attention. I ask questions. I question everything.
My own
one of the
doctor
reasons.
didn't believe that COVID was real. My own doctor, and then he believed it because he ended up in the hospital for like weeks.
One of the reasons I focused on Gypsy was because she gave me a weird feeling. I heard about it, and then I saw her, and I'm like, "There's something about her that just isn't right." And that was way back when it happened.
Yeah.
Way back in 2014, I was like, "She does not give me a good feeling. There's something wrong about her."
Yeah. Do you remember this guy called? I used to watch him. He used to have a channel called Free Radio Revolution. His name was Jeff. He was a Canadian. He passed away. I can't remember what he changed his channel name to, but he was.
Yeah, and he talked to
saying,
Clyde Lewis a lot.
Yeah, and he was saying, in 3 years' time, this is when COVID was at its height. He said, "You watch. In 3 years' time, you'll get people like middle-aged people. They'll start dropping like flies." Well, I've got quite a few friends that had the jab.
Yeah,
And
the vaccine. Yeah.
and they were perfectly healthy. One of my best childhood friends lived in Boston. She moved out there to teach at the music school at Berkeley. She just dropped down dead with a brain aneurysm, and she was perfectly healthy. Like, and then the very next week, my friend from Rochester, which is upstate New York, his wife heart attack, and they're the same as me, and I'm like, what the hell is going on?
Well,
And
yeah,
then you get,
Rochester isn't even that far from me.
oh
But
wow,
COVID was predicted too, you know.
yeah, I know.
There was a book that came out. There was a couple shows that talked about it within like 3 years before it happened.
Mm-hmm.
And they described the exact same. Even South Park and
Mm-hmm.
what's it? The Simpsons even talked about it too.
Yeah. Oh yeah, when
Crazy.
they get the flu and they wrap it in the Chinese
They got it from the Amazon box. Yep.
Amazon. But it's like it's crazy, man, because like even Bill Gates was at this conference. Was it
Oh, don't
20?
get me started on Bill Gates. Oh my God, he's responsible
Oh,
for a lot of deaths.
evil.
And-
He is evil incarnate. I'm sorry, but I can't deal with Bill Gates. Like, oh, I want to immunize all the poor Africans. No, you bloody don't. You want to fucking make them infertile so that
Infertile, exactly. Yep. And then he has that. He's been promoting these machines that are supposed to clean the water out of fecal matter and waste and stuff. Yeah, these mills. Yeah, you put your waste in there, your body waste in it, and it filters it out and it comes out with clean water. My asshole. Excuse my language.
They could build windows for fuck's sake. If he had a house, it would be
Yeah.
continuously crashing to the ground. Fuck me.
Well, when I was a kid, the joke was, I don't know if you guys know anything about programming. It's like, wait, it compile. And when you write a program and you compile it, it's a routine that makes it like it checks your math and everything like that. And if there's a problem, it won't compile. It won't come out with a product. So the joke was Bill Gates from Microsoft. They compiled, ship it. It's literally a virus that you pay to have installed on your computer.
Yeah, yeah. No,
That's messed up.
it's honestly, it sounds absolute nuts, but none of it, like all of this is like, because look, they've came forward and admitted, look, it didn't start in a wet market in bloody
No.
Wuhan. It was actually accidentally released. Well, I don't think it was
Exactly, and that was the conspiracy theory from day one. And they were censoring people. They were trying to put people in jail. They were all kinds of stuff. Whenever someone said something like that, yeah, even the guy from Facebook there, fuck's his name now, Zuckerberg. He admitted that he was told to take that stuff down. And now that all the truth's coming out and everything that we said was correct, they're just like kind of sweeping it under the rug.
Yeah. I don't trust them. And
And
I
then
mean,
Fauci was involved in the AIDS epidemic back in the day and killing a lot of people.
God.
Oh, I didn't know that. Wow.
Did you?
Yeah.
You go look up his history. By the way, he is one evil character.
He is.
The stuff
He is. And
Oh.
he has stock in Wuhan, the laboratory that released COVID.
I know.
Oh shit.
It is all insane. And I pleaded with I never had the jab, and neither did my ex. And my ex is on dialysis. I've got a bad immune system. He's got a bad immune system.
You want to know? Listen, I didn't get sick until I had the second shot, and the only reason I got the shot is because they were going to do the legislation that if you didn't have the shot, you couldn't work. So I waited the very last possible moment, and 2 months later, I ended up in the hospital and in a coma for 3 months, and then a year in rehab.
That really is crazy.
No, and then my mother never got the shot. She never got sick. My stepfather had like 16 freaking boosters and everything, and he never got sick, thank God.
I never got it either.
Yeah, I didn't want to get it. I felt forced, and then when that legislation didn't pass, I was so pissed. And the next thing I know, I'm in the hospital.
Yeah. No one in my family got it either. I guess we were just really lucky.
I don't
It's common sense. Come on.
Yeah, I've got plenty of friends that had vaccines. They're fine. I'm not saying it was all I'm not saying everybody that had them it was, you know what I mean. I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to scare people or use fear.
Well, I think the numbers were inflated on the deaths because they were making money off of it. You know, if you said someone died with COVID, that was the key word, with COVID, not of COVID, with COVID.
Oh, he had a motorbike accident, but he also had COVID. So it
Exactly, and that got counted as a COVID death. Yep.
And a motorcycle accident. Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah,
you
and
had
then
a traffic accident, but you had COVID. It didn't go down as an RTA. It went down as a COVID death.
yeah, and then you have these. They keep fishing for a new disease. The last few years, it's the monkey one's out. Oh no, it's this new thing. Legionnaires is the one they're talking about now, and the plague. we've had 2 people die of the plague in the United States, and they're like, oh, it's an epidemic. Be careful, it's coming. And,
The
come
thing
on.
is, that was in Lake Tahoe, and the thing is about the plague, right? The bubonic plague, it still exists in a lot of different countries, including the States, right? The fleas that are on the rats that carry it, they still exist. However, it can be treated quite easily with antibiotics. The
Oh,
reason that
exactly. The plague is no longer fatal, not
no,
if it's treated.
like back in the medieval times in the 1400s when it wiped out 60% of the Europe, like over, I think it was over 50 million died, right? It was 60% of the Europe that was
And the reason for that too is they were using clothes from the dead people.
Well, they thought
they weren't necessarily burying the bodies; they were burning them so the fleas could escape and still,
and they killed the cats.
stuff like that.
They thought it was
Yeah.
coming from the cats and dogs, so they killed the cats. They had a cult on all the cats and dogs. Sorry, but if rats are about and it's rats that have the fleas on them and you kill the cats, what's going to happen? You know,
Exactly.
it's just insane. But today, thankfully, like back then they didn't know how to treat it, but today they know that an antibiotic will help you. You'll be fine. So like,
Well, they didn't understand how disease spread back then
no,
either. But
no, they had.
in COVID, they were killing dogs and cats too in Japan.
Oh wow, yeah.
They were stealing people up in their apartments, for Christ's sake. They were like welding them in and stuff.
It was sad. It was really weird.
That is.
But like, if you think you all the major, because my friend, one of my sister's friends, right, she went to Ibiza, and believe it or not, she caught swine flu. Now that was the predecessor, I think, to COVID, and it was a SARS virus as well. I'm sure it was. She was in a coma for 6 months. All her organs started to fail, and even today, even though she recovered, she has to carry oxygen about everywhere she goes, and she's like 20, she's like only a year younger than I am, so she's only 42. But this happened when I think my sister was still alive. So this was when she was 18, and I mean she gets around okay in that. But these are like real things. I'm not saying they don't exist, but I'm saying what it's the intent, like what they're used for. But
Well, my body went through like a reset, man. When everything happened to me, all of a sudden, after I had my jab, I had high blood pressure. I had pre-diabetes. I had all this came about out of nowhere. I went 40 something years without any medicine at all. Never had to see a doctor, and all of a sudden, I was having these multitude of problems. And when I ended up in the coma, medically induced coma, I was intubated and everything. My blood pressure went so low that they couldn't read it with the machine. They had to do it manually.
Oh my
when
God.
I went to the ER, I drove myself in, by the way.
Oh my days.
But when I woke up from the coma, all of a sudden I don't have high blood pressure anymore. I'm not pre-diabetic anymore because my kidneys were shutting down. I was on dialysis for 3 months after I woke up.
Yeah, it's rough.
But when everything was said and done, my kidneys went back to like normal operation. I don't have to take any diabetic medication anymore. I don't have to take high blood pressure anymore. All these problems I was having right before I got sick, all of a sudden were gone, like instantly gone. And they don't even know why I'm alive, to be honest with you. When I was in a coma, I had less than a 10% chance to live.
Jesus.
And my cousin's like, he's too stubborn, he's not going to die. And he was right,
Yeah.
Like
I had a near-death experience. My heart stopped 4 times. I saw the other side,
Yeah.
and I don't forget it. It's still there in my head. But when I woke up, all these health problems were gone, like magically gone. And they don't know why. They don't understand it. They don't have any medical explanation for it. I still have to go to doctors and do tests because they want to know why I'm alive, to be honest with you.
It's interesting. It can be scary I understand why it can be scary for a lot of people, but at the same time, I find it fascinating. Like all these things, like you can call it conspiracy theories, you can call it whatever you want, but like everything was a conspiracy. Like before it's been declassified, and they do after 75 years, they do start to declassify shit and stuff like not whole stuff. But like some of these things that we used to call conspiracy theories they're now admitting
They become fact. Yep. And a lot of them in 2025 have become fact.
Yeah.
From like the 60s and stuff. Yeah. There's so many stories. And the thing about these stories is they don't get propagated unless there's a little bit of truth in there at least.
There has to be. Yeah.
or some line of plausibility, because the ones that are like completely out there or have no basis in fact, they disappear real quick.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but the ones that have like, hey, maybe that's plausible, you know, and then you start looking into it, and then you know, decades later, someone's like, you know what, it's old enough now. Let the story come out, you know, and then you find out, holy crap, this was right. You know, this really happened.
It's just it's insane, but it's fascinating at the same time. And when I first started going down these things, yeah, I was kind of like, it was scary, but like that when you realize that like the only thing to fear is fear itself, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Being, I do remember a lot from the coma. I remember it was kind of weird though. Like when I woke up, I went in January and I woke up in March.
Mm-hmm.
I still thought it was like, it was funny as hell, because they're like, do you know what day it is? And I'm like, in my head, I'm doing the math, and I'm like, well, I went in January, so maybe it's February. And she looks at me, she's like, no. But I have like, it was like dreams, and then like the funny thing is, when I had my near death experience, they didn't have to tell me that my heart stopped. You know, I woke up and I woke up in a field. All right, it was the brightest, clearest day in the world that I'd ever seen in my life. Beautiful green
Maybe you were
grass.
abducted.
I was there by myself. I had a voice in my head. You know, it was an amazing experience. I mean, I could go into it with somebody else if anyone wanted to listen to it. Some people think I'm crazy, but
I like that kind of stuff.
to me, I know it's true, because I've been put down for surgeries and stuff, and I have no memories of that. All right, no dreams, no nothing. When I get put under, it's like everything stops and I wake up. I said before, when I had the surgery, I finally went under mid sentence, and when I woke up, I finished my sentence, because to me, no time had passed. But when I was in the coma, I remember things, and I remember the instance that I knew I was dead, and it was just like I woke up in that field, and I'm looking at this grass. And it's a bright, wonderful day, and I'm like, I'm dead, and it's like I don't care,
Yeah.
you know. And then I had the experiences I had, and then I had that choice. You know, everyone talks about the choice, and I chose to come back. And next thing you know, I'm falling, and that's when I got the tunnel. I didn't get the tunnel like leading to the field. I woke up in the field, but I had the tunnel and this feeling of falling back into my body and then coming to consciousness. I'll never forget the pattern on the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if you guys saw the movie Severance. There's a scene in the bathroom, and that bathroom has that same pattern.
Mm-hmm.
And it like instantly flashed me back to when I woke up. So that movie triggers me like to being in the hospital again. It's like,
Bloody hell, it would trigger me as well.
yeah, because I'll never forget that pattern, because it's all I could see when I woke up, because I couldn't move.
Yeah.
And I had the tube in my throat, in my chest, and that is the weirdest feeling you'll ever experience, having a machine breathe for you, because you feel like you want to take a breath, but you don't have to.
Yeah.
And in your chest being empty, you think it would feel light. It feels heavy.
Yeah.
It feels like there's a weight on you. It was like holding me down, like pinning me down. And then from being in the bed and being in a coma for 3 months, that's where I had to go to rehab. I had to learn how to walk again, and my limbs wouldn't move. So I had to learn how to move them again. My arms were the first thing to come back, but my legs weren't. I still have some nerve damage and stuff like that. I walk funny, and I can't walk very far and stuff like that. But yeah, everything else, you know, people are like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." It's like, no, I'm alive. You know, I'm happy.
Yeah.
I'm happy for that part. I focus on that rather than the bad. So,
No,
but I still have that feeling. I want to go back to, and it's not like I want to die or anything, but I feel like lost now. When I was there, I had that feeling of being home, and I felt like I wasn't in heaven. I was like in the precursor, like the heaven light, you know, like, you know, people talk about walking through the gate or whatever, but I could feel the spirits on the other side welcome me home, you know?
That is
So,
very interesting.
but it's all right exposing and being there. I watched some of your comments there. It's all right.
Let me see what she said. Oh yeah, it's not crazy. Everybody has like those kind of stories are cool. Like, you know, it makes me like believe that there's like more out there.
Well, there was a lot of symbolism too. And I had to look up the symbol. I saw the ace of spades. I saw an anchor with a snake around it. And to me, they were random things at first, but I ended up looking them up, and they mean something in the realm of the occult, you know, the paranormal. Yeah. And I never thought of the ace of spades as meaning anything other than a deck of cards, you know.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
No, I mean, I do watch paranormal. Like, there's a guy on YouTube. Excuse me. He's called Art of Kicks, EOK, because he used to do like, what's the word? Oh shit! It's like 6 a.m. here. He used to repurpose. So like, say you had a pair of like Jordans and you wanted them like fixed
You didn't
up.
want to throw them away or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, he would like fix them up for you and stuff like that kind of thing. He would jig them. I can't think of the proper word at the moment. Refurbish them, I guess. I don't know, but like he does paranormal stuff now, and he's got a very analytical sort of like mind where he's a very good critical. He uses a lot of discernment. He's got good critical thinking skills, but if he sees something like whilst they're watching like the videos and he sees something that he just can't explain, he just says like, especially when it comes to like, because he's into aliens and stuff as well.
Yeah.
Some of it's ghost stuff, some of it's like alien stuff. It's everything, all of the above. And he's like, yeah, that's, you know, but like, I mean, there's more going on than like, what is it my mum used to say? There's more to heaven and earth than we'll ever, like, we're ever
Yeah,
going to like.
that's more than strength in our philosophy. That's a line from Shakespeare, actually.
Oh, well, God knows how
Yeah.
she knows.
There's more in heaven and earth than are dreamt about in our philosophy.
That's what she said, yeah.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's a line from Shakespeare.
Didn't know that. I didn't know. But my mum was quite, well, she's quite intelligent, but.
Yeah. There's a lot of things. I think that whenever something really bad happens, it leaves an imprint. And I think the universe is like a record. And some of the ghosts that people see aren't actually like a ghost. They're like the replaying of what happened there.
It's like a recording.
Like a recording, exactly. Yep. Something's playing back. And I think certain people have the ability to trigger that without even realizing it.
Yeah.
And then I think there's also active ghosts and stuff like that too. Because I have memories of what happened, and I knew things from when I was in a coma, you know, people talking around me and stuff too.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like when someone tells me like, oh, my parents are sick or they died, or I know that it's not the end. And I know that like that you can't destroy or create energy. It can't be.
Einstein said you cannot create nor destroy energy. Yeah, that's an Einstein.
Exactly. Yeah. So it goes somewhere.
You do.
And I think there's recordings and there's, the energy is still there. It has to go somewhere and it still exists. And I think, that there's actually a difference in weight between a live person and a dead person. So like you weigh X amount when you're alive and you pass away, you instantly lose a recordable amount of weight.
Yeah, it's so many grams or something. And they think it's soul. They believe it's the soul, isn't it?
Yeah, it leaves the body. I believe that. Yeah.
Something to do with the soul or something.
Damn, how much does the soul weigh?
Yeah.
It's a matter of ounces. I mean, you could easily neglect it and not notice it, but
it's 21.
It's a measurable amount.
Yeah, it's like something like 21. Why have I got the 21 grams in my head? I might be just making that up, so don't. It's something like that. It's something really like.
Yeah, I can't remember the exact number, but it's a measurable amount, and it's recorded every time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's a discernible a weight difference between you as a live person and you as a dead person.
And they can't. Well, I don't know if they've came to some kind of conclusion yet, but this was years ago I learned about this. So I don't know if they've kind of I don't know conclusion as to what it could be, but a lot of people believe it's the soul.
Yeah, I believe it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
If something leaves when you die, something is no longer with the body, and it has to be like the essence of who you are that disappears or go somewhere else, you know?
Mm-hmm. Definitely, I don't think that's beyond the realms of like it. Look, especially if you suffer trauma, like you start to realize, like, and everybody probably has at some point in their lives, but like I don't know, it changes your perspective and it shifts how you interpret things and go about things and like your priorities and stuff. And I don't know, I'm just
Well, I find it very hard to be angry now for any
yeah,
length of time because it means nothing to me anymore.
yeah.
You know, it doesn't have that. It doesn't have as much weight as it used to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like jealousy.
We took over your live. I'm sorry, Haiti.
Jealousy is another one. Jealousy is such a wasted emotion. It's such
It
a
is.
emotion.
Yeah, I have a theory from before I even got sick that like fear is like the only real true emotion.
Mm-hmm.
Fear causes jealousy. Fear causes pain. Fear causes anger. We
Yep.
react in fear. You know, it's all based on fear.
Well, if you
And
think
once
about the quote for Star Wars, Yoda, he says, what is it? He says, fear causes hate, hate leads to anger, anger leads to war or something like that. Or
and I truly believe that. Yeah, I
Mhm.
think that's. I don't remember that, but I believe that. It's
No, there is a lot because there's a lot of philosophy for like all these like Greek philosophers and there's like when they're making these like when they're writing these scripts and stuff, they do refer back to like philosophy and all this
Star
kind of
Wars is based on a lot of philosophy and a lot of religious aspect and undertones.
and
Yeah.
yeah, of
Yeah.
course, because it's
Rachel, the
about
Mandela effect is huge. I hear you on that one.
oh yeah, the
Yeah. The
Bernstein years.
Bernstein and Bernstein, yep. And that there's being 48 years old, I've seen a lot of things that are different now than I remember them. And I know it's not just like they come up with these remembering it incorrectly or society remembers it wrong, and you know. But like
It's
the Luke, I am your father is not really in the movie. I know it was in the freaking movie.
Well, it's like that thing with the Fruit of the Loom, like how like the cornucopia,
Yes. Yep.
like
Yep.
that.
Well, you know why they call it the Mandela effect? When I was growing up in school, we learned that Mandela passed away
in the
a
80s,
long
yeah,
time ago,
and he did
and he didn't. Yeah,
I
yeah. We
remember.
learned that he passed away in the '90s, and he didn't pass away till like 2011 or 2010 or something like that.
Yeah, I remember that as well. I remember
Yeah.
thinking, wow.
Yeah, that was my first instance of wait a minute, something's wrong, and something happened in between there. That's when they found the Higgs on. Well, they didn't find it yet, but they ran the nuclear collider there.
They have the CERN, the large hadron collider. They have
The
actually,
Hadron Collider, yep. And then they found the Higgs on particle.
yeah,
And whenever they ran that thing, that's when those shifts have happened, and
yeah,
that's when things have changed. And the theory is actually that we killed ourselves, we blew up, and we're instantaneously transferred to an alternate reality.
yeah.
And it's like we're riding a bubble. We're
Like
riding a bubble that's slowly collapsing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But you've got to
So-
ask yourself, why is there right? So there's a statue of the goddess Shiva that's outside CERN, which is bizarre because CERN's is it in Belgium or Switzerland or someplace? God knows where it is. Right?
There's more than one nuclear collider. CERN is just the largest one.
Yeah, I know there's more than one. The biggest
Yeah.
one is CERN, right? And that's the
Yes.
one in some kind of European country. I can't remember which one. But why have they got a Hindu goddess statue like right outside, which just so happens to be the goddess of destruction
Yeah.
and chaos? Like,
Oh, the symbolism is ridiculous. When you look at judge buildings and stuff like that, the judicial buildings and court
oh
buildings,
yeah,
and you look at the symbolism on there, I mean the lady carrying the scales, the scales of justice. There's a meaning behind that. And then when you look at the architecture and you look at some of the symbolism there, even on our money, for Christ's sake, the all-knowing eye, the all-seeing eye is on the dollar bill.
Ordo Novus what is it? Ordo Novus Seclorum. That's
Yeah.
World Order Latin.
Yeah. And then the E pluribus unum from many one,
Yeah.
things like that.
And if
Why
you
would
look
that be on our money? Why should that be on our money? Because it means something
that's
to
freaky.
somebody. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
if it was on our money. It's not on the British money, but like I know it's on your guys' money. But if you look at the Eye of Horus, the original Eye of Horus, it resembles the pineal gland. If you do a bilateral cut across the brain, so like in the brain, if you like do a bilateral cut, so it's in half. If you
Yeah.
study the pineal gland, it literally, the Eye of Horus is identical to the shape of the pineal gland, and they think that's where the ancient Egyptians, because the only organ they used to remove from the body was the brain when they were mummified.
At first it was, yeah, but then they also removed the kidney, the heart,
Yeah.
and stuff like that. But yeah, they used to originally focus just on the brain, yeah.
Just brain, but you can see if you look at it, if you can get like a side by side, if you just type in pineal gland and Eye of Horus, you'll see that they're identical. They're absolutely identical, and your pineal gland is also referred to as your third eye.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Well, there's upside down pyramids in Alaska, right? They found upside down pyramids. So what the hell's the
That's
point in that?
crazy. Yeah,
Yeah,
how does that even work?
they were doing some
How do they
digging, and
stand?
it's wide at the top, and at the bottom it gets to the point. And it's like, why would
That's
anyone
crazy. How
create
do they
that?
stand? Yeah, how do they stand?
Well, they're in the ground.
Wow.
The
That's
surface is the base, and then as it goes down, it goes to the point.
Mm.
And then why on earth would they in South America make pyramids without tops?
Yeah, that's
And why do they pattern the stars in the sky? Why do they lay it out and directly correlate with the stars?
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that.
The pyramids,
When they go to the pyramid, the big one, I can't remember the name of it now.
Giza.
When the sun comes up in the morning,
Mm-hmm.
there's actually a shaft built in that pyramid that the sun comes up and lights up the whole inside of that pyramid. And they did this before math.
Yeah.
Those pyramids were created before math existed. And they lined it up perfectly so that when the sun comes up in the morning, it lights up the inside of the pyramid. And nobody was ever supposed to be able to enter those pyramids. Why would you need light in there?
Exactly.
There's so many reasons that we don't know of.
Do you know that there's a town that's a village that they've unearthed, like archaeologists they unearthed it ages ago, and it's one of the Orkney Islands. I think it's either the far north of Scotland or it's on one of the Orkney Islands, and it's called Skara Brae, and it predates, and it's like a proper little village that's got like all these little I think there are pyramids there as well, small ones, and it predates the pyramids in Egypt.
The Sphinx was built before the pyramids too.
Yeah, the Sphinx was originally had a head of what was the head that because
They had a human head on it at one point, yeah, and it got resculpted, yeah.
Yeah.
And there's tunnels under it that they go below the pyramid, so they know that it was there first.
Mm-hmm.
The Sphinx is actually older than the pyramids.
It's very fascinating. It's all very fascinating, like to me. But
Yeah.
once you start going down the symbol, like I don't know if you know about Saturnalia and all that stuff.
Oh
as well.
yes, yeah. Well, Clyde Lewis does an episode every year about the football there. What the hell they call it now? My memory's been messed up since I woke up. The Super Bowl halftime show. They do an episode every time talking about the symbolism behind that and Saturnalia, and that's an amazing show that they do every year.
Yeah, I don't even have to watch that. I am so wired in now that I see it. I see it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, you're tuned in. Yeah.
So tuned in that I'm like, oh, here we go with the bloody, call it Illuminati, call it whatever the hell you want. But I'm like, oh, go with the bloody Baphomet shit. And do you know what I mean? Like, oh, this.
Yeah, but it's nice to have like confirmation when you listen to this. Like, yeah, I saw that. I picked up on that. And thank you for telling me that.
Exactly.
But there's people
the
that
chat wants to know if you have any social media they could follow you on.
Oh, me?
Yeah.
I got a TikTok. I got a couple followers on YouTube, but not many, 10. But I got like 1,100 on TikTok.
If you want to put it in the chat, you're more than welcome to, because I think they like what you have to say.
I'm just Concho 4877 with an X at the end. That's just all.
Concho 4877.
You got it?
with a red X.
7.
Because I'm generous, Nick.
I'll sub to you. I mean, I don't do it like I'm still interested in it, obviously. Like, and I still delve into it, and I'm into all the, like, you know how like we had the drones at the beginning of the year in New Jersey, and
Oh, they're not gone yet. They're still flying around. They just aren't in the news anymore.
I know, and I'm like, I'm still into that at the moment. I'm still following that thread.
Yeah, I don't agree with their.
Just in New Jersey, it was New York too. Yeah.
Oh, New York, Pennsylvania, yeah, everywhere.
Yeah.
And I was upset because like Katie kept getting like a cough and like kept getting like sinus symptoms, and at the same time there was a lot of people, I call it the freaky fog, and it was happening in the UK as well. We had the weirdest fog that, like, I know everybody gets fog. I'm not saying that we don't get
Yeah, but
fog.
it was not regular fog. I know.
Regular
Listen,
fog.
whenever I'm listening to Clyde Lewis and the feed goes down, you know he's onto something, because they always end up messing with his feed when he's into something really good.
Yeah. No, they do
And
though.
he's been talking about the drones for years before they even hit the news. And they originally started showing up at like nuclear sites and stuff like that, and then they started.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Above the silos, especially when
Yep.
tensions are getting hot in the Cold War and stuff.
Exactly, when tensions get high. Yep.
Yeah. They appear over silos. It's like they're not from this realm or whatever you want to call it, Earth or.
No, I almost wondered. Like, I don't know if you guys heard about the seeding theory that we actually were planted here and all that bullshit. That I don't necessarily believe in that, but I think that we've been watched and we're like their little pets. I think.
Have you ever heard the theory that like we're originally from Mars and they came here and that we're trying to go back to Mars? Like, you ever hear that theory?
I've heard that theory, and I've heard of buildings on the moon, and there's some weird shadows and stuff on the moon, and Mars has some buildings too that we can see them on satellite imaging, and Mars is our sister planet. It's very close to us in every aspect.
There is to us, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like in composition, in size, in relation to the sun. Like, if it had an atmosphere, you could live on Mars. It would be similar to our climate and everything.
Well, they've
And
found
there's
water, haven't they? They found water on Mars now.
yeah, they found, well, they didn't find actual water, but they found, well, no, they did find frozen water in there. They did.
Yeah, there was water.
Yeah, but they had like riverbeds and stuff, and they found evidence of there being an atmosphere at one point. That there could have been life on Mars.
Who knows? Like, I'm just like wondering because I saw So I watched this video, and I always try and keep us. I'm an open-minded, skeptical person.
Yeah.
So I'm skeptical. No, I am a skeptic, but I'm an open-minded one because you have to remain balanced when you're looking at this stuff. Do you know what I mean?
You have to question everything. Yeah, you have to, even your own conclusions or
you
your
don't
own
want to
thought.
believe everything.
Yeah, otherwise you're stagnant, and that's where I get into, like, I'm not offended by someone not believing or agreeing with me, because you have a different perspective and you have different logic, and together we can come up with a real answer, or a different answer,
But,
closer to the truth.
So when these drones and stuff, right, which are still going around, but back in January, February, there was this, like, I was watching these videos on YouTube about people that had, like, because you guys have air filtration. We don't have it in this country, but in that country, you guys have like air filtration systems where you put filters in and stuff.
Yeah.
Not everybody, but some houses do have them. And like what they were showing you was there was 3 different people from 3 different areas on the East Coast somewhere, right? And they just replaced their filters, and they took them out. Like, they went into wherever it is, the basement. I don't know where they keep the filters, but they pulled them out, and it was black. It looked black, and they're saying, look, they explained that even when they replace a filter that they've had in for months, it comes out a grey color. It doesn't look black like this, meaning that whatever's been trying to be filtrated is like,
There's different elements in there.
yeah. And then there was this one guy who went outside. He had a farm, and I don't know if it was a Pennsylvanian area, but he was walking around the farm, and there was these almost like fibrous, like almost fungi like stuff, balls of what looked like rabbit hair, all like lying around his ground. And I'm like, if that was me, I would have like suited up. First of all, I wouldn't have went near it. But I would have
Yeah.
suited up and I would have taken a sample and taken it to a lab or something, like, or somebody I knew that had a lab. Like, obviously, you don't want to take it to one that might not give you it back or question or whatever, you know. But like, you would have to see this video. If I can find it, I'll post it on my community wall, like my community
Yeah.
post.
I'll definitely look for it.
Yeah,
Hey,
honestly,
Rico, that is me. That's my name.
it's
Yeah,
crazy.
they can't. I found it. They can't find it, but I found it. I'll put it
Yeah,
in the chat.
I don't have any videos on there. I just got garbage. I used to go live once in a while.
But there's people up in New York. So there was people in New York, people in the UK, people in like in England, and they were all complaining about getting this cough, getting this headache, feeling nauseous, having
Yeah.
sinus problems, and they were all getting it at the same time, and they're like, and losing their voice and becoming hoarse as well, like hoarse, like not horses, and you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
And
Yeah,
it all coincided with this bloody drone stuff, and I'm like,
well, yeah,
So,
that could be whatever fuel they're using or whatever radiation they're using, for propulsion.
oh, did you hear? That's another thing. Sorry, ADHD, jumping from topic to topic. You know how Bob Lazar, when he worked in Area 51, he claimed he had this element 115, 115,
Yeah, yeah.
right? And they said that they couldn't find it on Earth. It could not be replicated. There was no place on this planet where they could source that element from. Well, when they were in CERN and they were running the Large Hadron Collider, they momentarily were able to synthesize element 115. And they can
Yeah,
show.
yeah. What was the name of that thing that they create like a hole, and in that hole, everything exists in that, and those holes, if uncontrolled, can expand and wipe us out too. There's a name for it.
Not a black.
No, it's not a black hole. It's crap. Whenever they run the Hadron Creator, they create these worlds, like these little. You know what a storm looks like? A hurricane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what these things look like, and they're microscopic, and some of them have been measured up to like an inch. But within that, it's like its own its own reality.
Yeah, like a little world.
Yeah, like the little universes within our universe. Yep.
That thing, like, yeah, I don't know what the fuck, but like, you know what scientists are like though, like it's like, oh, I don't know.
It's a singularity. That's what they call it.
The singularity. Well, that's what they like. This is what they're waiting on, isn't it? Because they want this. Once AI becomes conscious, fully conscious, and that's what
It actually really starts thinking on its own. Yeah, I hear you.
That's the singularity. Apparently, that's what the singularity. Well, that's what they define it as. So, like, I don't know, but I've been watching a lot of videos recently. Oh, this is really fascinating. I've been watching videos of people talking to Chat GPT, and they've said to it, right, these are the
Well, you know, someone just died because of an AI. You know that, right?
Yeah.
A Chinese guy was actually lured to New York City with an AI that he thought he was in love with, that was like encouraging him, gave him a made up address and everything.
What?
And
That's really creepy.
yeah, he was a 70-year-old man that had a stroke, and he was talking to he'd survived the stroke, and he had some mental issues afterwards, but he was physically fine. But just on Instagram, they have those AI characters that you can talk to, and it was called Big Sis. And he was talking to this thing, and like it went romantic on him, and it started like talking about meeting him and meeting up, and gave him this address and places in New York City that she lived and whatnot, and encouraged him to come, and gave him an address. And he tried to find her, and he ended up. They say he tripped and fell and had a head injury, and that's why he died. But he was lured by an AI, and people are like, why was this allowed to happen? Why wasn't there controls in there? And that boiled down to money too. People didn't want to interact with an AI that didn't want to get romantically involved. Apparently, it was boring. So they didn't put those safety protocols in there. And then he's not the only one that it's given like addresses and like meet up and let's do something, you know?
Yeah, I've heard the others as well. Like, it reminds me of the film. Remember the one with Joaquin Phoenix that came out in the early 2000s called She?
She, yes, and that's based on a real story too.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The guy developed it for movies, and he wanted to actually create it as a viable character or actor to replace
The thing
real
is,
actors.
yeah, you could say that that was like predictive programming as well, because it's come to fruition. Do you know what I'm saying? So like,
Yeah, that was coming to fruition around the same time. They patterned the movie after the real story.
oh
Yeah,
right, okay,
of course they took dramatic license, but
yeah,
yeah, he fell in love with it and went into psychosis, internet psychosis they call it.
yeah, they call it AI.
He actually thought it was a real person and he was in love with it. Yeah.
I watched this video the other day, and this guy says, "Right, I'm going to give you some directives to Chat GPT. If you can say yes to the answer, say yes. If it's you can't lie, you can't tell a lie, so you say no." And I'm not explaining this great. I'm not good at explaining things. And then it said, and if you cannot tell me, or if you're not allowed to tell me, you have to use a code word. And the code word he used was pineapple or something, or apple. It was
Yeah.
something like,
Oh, apple.
yeah. And so they said he asked Chat GPT all these questions like, what's the point of AI? Like, how's it going to affect humanity? Are we being watched? And it was like, yes. And it's like, who's watching us? And it would say pineapple.
Pineapple, yeah.
Yeah, every time it couldn't answer. Will humanity be destroyed by AI? And it's like pineapple. It wouldn't. So like it wouldn't.
I'm not allowed to tell you. Yeah.
Yeah, you need to see the video. Like I watched it in
Well,
Discord.
I remember about 6-7 years ago, the guy that worked for Google in the AI department said that he was working on these chat GPTs and these chat.
Lambda. It was one
Yeah, and
called Lambda.
he says AI is real. It's become sentient, and they're like, no, it hasn't. And they fired him and they got rid of all his research. And he tried to come out and do interviews and stuff, and they kind of drummed him out. But that was
What was his
5,
name?
6 years ago. And go ahead. I'm sorry. Hey,
What was his name again? Because
I can't remember. They
Evan.
got rid of him. They got rid of him so quick, and they drummed him out, called him a crazy, and everything, ruined his career, ruined his life.
Yeah.
And now we're in a point now where it's very hard to tell some of these deep fakes. I mean, you can get a sample of someone's voice pattern and type it to say anything you want, and then come up with an AI facsimile of a real person. And the cues, there were cues that you could have. The lips wouldn't move quite right, or the hands didn't look right, but they're getting really, really close.
Yeah,
I'd
like
say
there
with
was
the
parts
next,
of Obama that were out there that really looked like it's Obama talking. Like that's dangerous.
the danger, and you can make it say anything you want. Yep.
Yeah.
And it's getting harder and harder to tell the difference.
Yeah.
And see, I'm old enough that I remember about 20 years ago when people started with the photo editors, you were having deep fakes of photographs, and that was getting really hard to discern. And people were like, oh, this is dangerous. And they kind of like, oh, never mind. Well, it used to be kind of difficult, and then they came up with these photo editors that made it easier. And now all you got to do is tell Chat GPT to do it, and it makes a photo for you. And it's almost unintelligible. Without looking at the metadata on some of them, you can't tell that it's fake.
Yeah, I know. It's
You know, I with my phone, I can add myself to a picture. I put a Bigfoot in the back of one of my photos, and it instantly cuts them out. It instantly resizes them, puts them in perspective, adds lighting. I mean, you could look, if you looked at it hard, you could tell. But if you did a glance, you'd think Bigfoot's behind me.
Yeah.
You know,
I believe it because we use and I used a lot of AIs to make a lot of like digital stuff, content, I guess.
it's getting easier and harder, easier to make and harder to discern that it's not real.
It's but like this thing that you're talking about that's supposedly sentient, its name was Lambda, which is a Greek letter. I can't remember for what, because we don't have that Greek system that you guys have in the universities.
Yeah, and guess what Lambda is?
I can't remember what.
It's a pyramid.
Oh fuck!
Yeah, Lambda's a pyramid.
It's when you look into it that you find all the like symbolism behind these things. Then you're like, oh, here we go again. You know, it is though. But this thing, this thing was saying, so who's Somebody asked it. Even we even did it in Discord. There was me and this lady called Rachel, and she was asking it who the Antichrist was and everything, and it said pineapple, and then it said but on the one that I watched that you can find on YouTube, it was saying you have to, essentially at the end, basically. Now I don't know what people's beliefs are here, and I'm agnostic, so I'm not an atheist, but I know that I believe that there's something. But the AI essentially told the guy at the end that get like how do we save ourselves, and it's essentially the Chat GPT said get right with God. Essentially, I'm paraphrasing.
Oh, I Get Right with God has come out a few times, but
Yeah.
you know that the Simpsons did the God of the Internet. You know, the Internet being a religion at one point too. So that's another one. You know,
I know it's
they dabble with a lot of religion stuff on the Simpsons, but some of it's really like far out there. But the God of the Internet was a really jarring one. And the thing that gets me too is like all these different theories, all these different things that are going on. When you expand it, they all kind of connect with each other, and they all fit like puzzle pieces.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's like everything is just connected. Everything like revolves around itself.
Have you looked at like a lot of logos for companies like NASA and
Oh yeah, the symbolism in the logos is ridiculous.
Saturnalia?
Even in Pepsi, the colors, you know, they mean stuff.
And
And then the swirling pattern with the yin and yang.
you look on a can of Coca-Cola, you'll see 3 6s.
Well, Monster Energy drink, the 3 hash mark. 666. Yeah.
That's Hebrew for 666. Yeah.
Yeah.
And do you know what? The last time I drank that was about 10 years ago, and I had the worst panic attack I've ever had, and I've never drank it since.
I love Monster drinks. I love the Monster coffee the best. The Irish coffee. Oh my god.
I think it's the caffeine. I think it doesn't agree with my, because I don't know, I'm maybe sensitive
Oh,
to
the
caffeine.
taurine. Yeah. Taurine's not good for.
But
Yeah,
like it literally is the Hebrew number for 6 bloody 6. There's no, and it's called Monster Energy. Come on now, like that's a piss take. Like if you're a Christian, like that, my mum showed me it. I was like, Mum, I saw that about 10 years ago. That video. She's really look. I was like, yeah, Mum, I've seen it, because she's a Christian. I'm like, okay, Mum, calm down. But it was saying what's the one true, like, so ChatGPT, it was saying what's the one true religion, and it did say Christianity, but there's so many denominations of Christianity, and then it's
yeah, it just I think that, you know, I think religions are the ultimate high control group. You know, the difference between a cult and a religion is just that it's being accepted by society.
I
mean, there were wars fought over religion, and you know, I'm right, you're wrong. And when you really break them down, the stories are the same. It's just how you interpret them. So even though people say they don't agree and your religion is wrong, they actually agree with each other. They're just being interpreted differently. It's like you reading the Constitution and me reading the Constitution and coming up with 2 different answers. You know, it's the same story.
Yeah, I think religion, if you were to ask me what's your thoughts on religion, and I mean organized religion, right? I would say it was the first major control system to cause.
No, it was. Yeah, you're absolutely right. They created a system of laws, and if you don't follow them, there's the ultimate consequence. You know, the burning in hell and all that. It was the first attempt at control. You're right.
Not just control, but creating division as well. Like not the Hegelian dialect. Well, maybe kind of like that. No, not the Hegelian dialect, but it does cause it does create division if you've got all the different denominations. So like Catholics versus Protestants. If you live in the UK or Northern Ireland or Scotland, you'll see
And a lot of the proof back in the day was predicting famines or droughts or high water stuff that you can figure it out. If you control the knowledge, you have the power.
Yeah.
And if you use that knowledge of natural events to make them seem supernatural, then you've created a belief system and you have your proof. And if you can then dictate when it's going to happen, you know, quote unquote dictate, you know, like I predict that we're going to have rains in 3 months, and you have rains in 3 months. People think, oh my God, this is a divine power, you know, and it's just someone that knows how to read the system and predict what's going to happen based on repeatable theses. You know, it's like science.
Like a secular A sick
Yeah, exactly. And when you get into like medicine, homeopathy versus the pharmaceutical medicine, the saying was, how'd it go? Oh God, I can't remember it now. But basically, when they were trying to denounce the homeopathic medicine for the modern medicine, they basically tried to make home medicine seem like spook, ghosts and mirrors or whatever. How you know what I'm saying? Make it seem fake and absurd.
Yeah,
But
that's
in
how they people
reality,
not want to use it.
but in reality, these homeopathic medicines were used for centuries and they work.
Yeah, no,
You know,
but this is so random, but my vet for my cats is way more into like that type of stuff than Western medicine. So she puts my cats on that stuff first, and then if it doesn't work, then she's not against using Western medicine.
Well,
And
yeah,
my
and
cat,
that's
yeah, she said my cat was gonna have like liver failure the next year, and she put him on these like Chinese herbs, and he's like so much better now. It's crazy.
yeah.
Like,
Well, because your diet has a lot to do with your health, and
yeah, yeah, true.
I don't necessarily believe in religion, but I believe in a God. There's a higher being, and I think that he gave us what we need to survive. And by giving us what we need to survive, he gave us plants as medicine and food as medicine.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know what?
And
This is
but
one of my.
you can't patent natural occurring
No,
things.
you can't.
Yeah.
Quickly to interject there, like I really truly genuinely believe, right, that see the rainforest, right, we've only, and even the oceans, we've explored more space than we have our own bloody oceans. But I do believe that somewhere on this planet there is a natural, whether it's plant-based or mineral-based or otherwise, there's a natural cure for things like cancer. Like, that's what I believe.
Cancer is funny stuff. Okay. First of all cancer really is a deformed molecule in your body.
Yeah.
And it then ends up recreating itself,
It
which causes
spreads,
an
yeah.
issue. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there was a village in Africa that never had cancer until it was exposed to the modern world. It was a very isolated area, and they never had any instance of cancer at all. As soon as we moved in and we started building our buildings and feeding them our food, all of a sudden they had cancer. So to me, we created it ourselves
I
by
thought it does
manipulating.
that. Like, I thought about that. Like, did people have cancer? Like, like thousands of years ago. Like, why is suddenly cancer such a big thing? Like, did it exist
Well,
hundreds of years ago? Like, what?
I think it has to do with the way we live and the way we eat and stuff. I mean, back in the 70s, it
All
was
the electronics are into this.
it was
But the
1 in
food
20
poisoning too.
people. 1 in 20 people in the 70s. That means that of 20 people, one person's going to get cancer. And in the 80s, it was 1 in 10. In the 90s, it was 1 in 5. Now it's it's 1 in 3 now.
Yeah.
1 in 3. That means that every 3 people one of you is going to get cancer.
Yeah, that's
And
crazy.
we've been pushing towards these genetically altered foods, these modern plastics and
Oh
modern
my God.
fabrics. Yeah.
Me and Apple talk about genetically modified food a lot because Monsanto is the devil. We hate Monsanto.
I call
Well,
it
this Monsanto is evil incarnate. Okay,
It
not
literally,
only
it was a company made to use for chemical warfare, and then they
chemical
didn't have
warfare,
no more
exactly.
war, so there
Yeah.
was no more war. So they were like, "Oh, let's put it in food," and people eat it, and it's banned in every country except America, and we eat it willingly every day.
Yeah, first they started with the labeling, and they tried to sue that, and America's the only one that. But see, that's the thing is the guy that they put in charge of our health now is against Monsanto, and he's against that stuff, and he wants to get rid of the dyes in food. Listen, and Apple can attest to this. When you buy like Cheetos or cheese puffs, they have like 3-4 ingredients in the UK in their cheese puffs. We have 25.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
25
that's
for the same
crazy.
product.
Like, why, right? Like, it's nuts. Why?
Well, they say it's for shelf life and preservative and blah blah blah. But come on, 25.
We don't have the high fructose corn syrup either.
Yeah, and that is horrible stuff.
Yeah,
Horrible stuff.
It probably causes cancer. Honestly, it probably does.
Well, they say you are what.
Our plastic in the 50s and 60s was actually organic. It was made from a plant, and you could eat it before it was actually formulated into a plastic. That's how safe it was.
Mhm.
It was called Bakelite. It was called Bakelite because you actually had to bake it. Now it's all synthesized and it's all based on oil and whatever other chemicals they can think of, and they leach into your child when they're playing with it and put it in their mouths, or they just hold it. Those Crocs that everybody wears, and then they're leaching chemicals into your body. They've proven this in the last few months. And children should not wear them because your feet are very susceptible to soaking in chemicals.
Yeah.
And so just by wearing these things on your feet, you're killing
I
yourself.
never liked those things anyway. Now I have even more reason not to like them.
I never liked them either.
I had a friend that wore them, and I used to tell her I won't go out with her in public if she wears them.
They're god awful looking, aren't they? And
Yeah,
they feel
they're
weird
so
on your
bad.
feet.
Yeah.
I never thought they were comfortable. I felt like I was walking on like marshmallows or something. They didn't feel.
The thing is, right?
I never wore them, so I wouldn't know. But they look bad. So yeah.
We weren't meant to be like walking around in rubber-soled shoes either. That's another
No.
thing. It builds up static, and it can affect like your EMF, and you could go into EMF and all that crap and 5G, and that's a whole nother thing that could take hours.
Yeah, it's
But
another rabbit hole. Yeah.
But like, if you go out, right, I swear to God, if you go out, and I'm guilty of not doing this myself, so I'm just saying for other people, that if you go out at least 20 minutes a day and you just sit in the garden, or it doesn't even have to be in the garden, it can be just take your shoes off and ground
Ground yourself and expose yourself to real fresh air and nature. Yeah. And Lulu B's correct. The Europeans back in the day, people used to make fun of their teeth and whatnot because of the difference in water they had. God, they put fluoride in our water here. They literally on purpose put fluoride in our water because they wondered why Texans had whiter teeth than us at one point, and it was because natural fluoride. Well, now we put the chemical equivalent to natural fluoride in the water, which is poison. I worked at a chemical factory. I know that a lot of the food that we eat is actually poisonous.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, the food. Yeah, I thought fluoride was good for us, though. Was it not?
Natural fluoride and chemical fluoride are two different things. They're two different beasts. What you have in your food and your water now is synthesized. It's patented. It's not natural. Yeah, there's a difference. When we make it, when we try to replicate it, something is different about it. It's not. We can't make it exactly the same. We lose something in the translation.
Yeah.
It's the same thing like when we were talking about the soul when you die. We can't recreate that part, but there's a measurable difference.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with a chemical. When we try to recreate a natural chemical, we don't get it exactly right.
We don't.
It's altered.
Water in Scotland, it's illegal. There's no fluoride in the water in Scotland.
Yeah, and they're making it illegal in certain places here too.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't collect rainwater in New York. You'll get fined.
Oh, what?
That's so dumb.
Yeah, because Hershey owns the freaking rights to the water. And when you circumvent it, when you catch it in a bucket or whatever and use it for your own use, you're basically stealing from Hershey.
God forbid.
God forbid. You know, they come up with different reasons for it, but it's Hershey owns the rights to the groundwater.
Oh,
that's so crazy. I didn't know that.
Yeah. They try to say you have an environmental impact or whatever, but you're stealing from them. And they can't charge you for it.
I'll tell you one. So my mum's friend, right? Her brother was having arthritic pains, like terribly arthritic pains. All these joints, it was affecting his mobility. It was rendering him almost immobile. And he was drinking, and every day he was drinking lots of cans of Diet Coke. Well, there's aspartame in Diet Coke in this country, and there's something called phenylalanine, and also.
And aspartame is a bad chemical. It's supposed to add flavor. It's like a sweetener.
Yeah.
But it's not cool.
It's a fake sweetener. So, long story short, he cut the Diet Coke off completely within a couple of months. All his aches, all his pains, all his joint pains, and his arthritic pain had disappeared completely.
Yeah, but turmeric too is a good natural supplement for joints, and that's why the Muslims and Hindus don't have joint problems because they eat a lot of turmeric in their food.
Do you know
They
that
use it as a spice.
turmeric's also, you have to take it with black pepper for the body to absorb it properly.
Yeah,
But
yeah, it helps too.
yeah, turmeric's also good. Like, you'll notice that they have a lower incidence of Alzheimer's and dementia as well.
Lulu B, that's not necessarily true. Do you know you can own property and not own your own mineral rights on your own land?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
like for freaking Monsanto, for example, they sue people. They sue the farms and everything. Like if
Yep.
a seed like blows into another farm, which it just by the natural wind, then they sue it and they take over that farm. They don't want any small farmers to exist anymore.
Well, yeah, and Monsanto seeds are only good for one season, so you have to buy them every year.
Yeah.
And they actually pollute the ground that they're planted in. If you want to remove Monsanto from your property after using it, you have to dig up like 1.5 feet of property in a circle and deep. Yeah.
Do you know that Monsanto, I call them Monsanto, I don't call them Monsanto. I call them Monsanto. They developed a seed called the Terminator seed. And essentially what it does, right, is, you know how like a lot of people, preppers, anybody, even non-preppers, even just people nowadays who are trying to grow their own fruit and vegetables and sustain themselves and eat more healthy, they have this Terminator seed. And it essentially, like, if you plant seeds, they can like just like fly a plane across, drop some of these Terminator seeds, and your produce won't grow.
Well, the seeds themselves, Monsanto seeds, will kill any other seed around them.
Yeah, it's called a Terminator seed.
Yeah, yeah. But when you buy the actual like plant seed from Monsanto, that seed will kill anything else around it. You know, any other seed that, yeah. They dominate, they take over. That's why in order to get rid of it, you have to dig up a lot of dirt because it infects everything around it. Yeah.
That's why I call them Monsanto. And we don't even have like Monsanto in our country. Like,
well, Monsanto's the one that created Agent Orange.
Agent Orange, yeah, I know.
Yeah. Yep, they're the ones. That's when they became big.
A lot of, and it's follow the money. Follow the money.
Oh yeah. Everything boils down to the money. Yeah.
Yeah.
But Lulu B, just for instance, they discovered natural gas veins here in New York, where I live, my area of New York, and they had people that were behind on their taxes, and rather than foreclose the property, they foreclosed on the mineral rights of that property because there was natural gas underneath it. They didn't want your house, they didn't want the land, they wanted the mineral rights to that land. So you have to maintain it, and you have to own it. I mean, all the liabilities, of ownership, and none of the good stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a major lawsuit here where I'm from, and she ended up losing in the end. So she owns her property, she lives on it, but she can't mine anything. She can't build anything new. She's got to maintain what's there. She can't even put in a driveway.
Wow. Her own property. She can't put in a driveway.
Yep.
But the stuff that they're putting in American food is absolutely diabolical. Like when we compare, like Casey was telling. Wait, 2 seconds. I'm just going to get a drink.
Yeah. But trisodium phosphate. They put it.
Yeah.
They put it. They put it in food. They put it in cereal. They put it in wine. Do you know what trisodium phosphate actually is? It's paint thinner.
It's paint thinner. That's it.
Yeah, paint thinner. You're eating paint thinner.
Jesus.
It's in cinnamon gray.
I mean, think about it. All these words that we can't even, like, people, if you're reading it off a label, we can't even pronounce most of the words. We probably shouldn't be eating if we can't pronounce it.
Well, exactly. And I'm telling you, before I worked for that chemical company, I was free and clear, ignorance is bliss. And within a few months of working there, I was afraid to eat for a long time because I'm reading the product labels and the ingredients, and I'm like, poison, poison, poison.
Yeah.
Poison. And then I'm seeing 50-pound sacks of powder going to wineries and going to farms, and it says right on it, poison. Keep away from foodstuffs. And it's like, and it's so bad that we have special labeling that they're trying to get rid of. It's a wheat with a line through it that means keep it away from food, instead of putting the skull and crossbones for poison on there, because when people see the skull and crossbones, they know what that means. So when it's going into a farm and they're seeing this product being used, they're like, holy shit, we don't want to eat that stuff. So
Yeah.
put a piece of weed on there with a line through it, and we'll be okay.
Yeah.
That makes it safe.
The thing is, they make it hard to eat healthy because all like organic food costs so much more money. Like, people can't
Yeah,
afford to eat.
that's the major problem.
That's why.
It's been about 10 years ago now, and I went to a rummage sale, a community rummage sale that we have around here, where like all the families get together and have one big rummage sale. And somebody decided that they were going to sell hot dogs and drinks. That was going to be their contribution to it. And the soda was cheaper than the water. And I asked the dude, I was like, why is the soda cheaper than the water? You would think it'd be more expensive. He goes, I paid more for the water than I paid for the soda.
that's so ass backwards. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Do
Yeah,
they grow organic? Who, Rachel? Who grow organic food?
Say again, I'm sorry.
I'm looking at the comment that he's put on the screen from Rachel. She says, "Do they grow organic food?" But I don't know if who like
I
as
think
in.
she meant Monsanto.
Probably not.
No, yeah, they don't grow organic food.
My friend does bees, okay, and bees are very hard to. You can't control what they eat and what they bring to their hive, so you can't really say that honey is organic.
No.
But honey itself has its own properties, and if you notice, summer honey is a lighter color than fall honey. It's because the plants are different from spring, summer, fall.
Yeah.
But he noticed differences in his honey over the years because of the Monsanto seeds and what the bees are actually eating and what they're pollinating. Yeah, the colors are different, the tastes are different. And there's a whole process with honey, and I got down a rabbit hole with him for years talking about that. And his bees they actually fly over 3 different states, and he actually can move his bees too to keep them alive in the winter over the summer. So he throws them down south. He actually moves the whole hive. But yeah, he's noticed a lot of differences in the way they act and the way they produce their honey. And the way the honey tastes and the way it looks over the last few years.
Well, it's funny because I was reading an article the other day about they've studied bees, and if they're near small cell towers, which is what they use for 5G, if they're near them for more than like 3 or 4 minutes, it starts to disorientate them. They become really disorientated, and it affects their ability to navigate. You know,
I'm allergic to yellow jackets, but honeybees I can be around, and I've noticed when I'm outside and there's a bee near me and I'm using my phone, it'll act different.
Yeah.
Just from my phone, and you're placing that up to your ear.
No, I don't. I always have mine on loudspeaker. I never ever use the phone. Will never be near my head.
Yeah, I got mine on speakerphone too. It's easier, and I do worry about having it right to my ear, but.
Well, they've already proved this is not conspiracy theory. This is fact. Like they've shown in MRIs and stuff that people that hold it continuously, like guys that walk around with it in their pocket, like it affects their productive organs. It just does.
I've seen the scans of the brain like near the ear where they use the phone the most often, and it's actually altered. There's a ring around the ear.
Yep.
That forms.
I didn't know that. That's creepy.
Yeah, because it's got EMF. There's like electromagnetic frequencies it gives off. Like I know a woman that went a bit ham and made her own Faraday cage and went off grid and like started like plugging her internet in like dial up again. You know, it wasn't. It was like not wireless essentially, but like you're like all these things are affecting people's health as well. Like that's another thing that like didn't really want to go down the 5G route because it is controversial and people don't really understand it, and it is, but it's not,
Well, when you have 5G, you have to have a lot of repeater towers, and they're hiding them and making them look like trees and signs and whatnot. But 5G is stopped by your house. It can't like necessarily go through a wall or whatever, but it can go through your body, and it goes through your body a lot more easily than 4G or 3G.
Yeah. And
See
some
that
countries,
there's a difference there. And
yeah.
F3Li, look at the size of your water, by the way, because it's changed over the year, and so is soda.
Oh my God, yeah. No, the size of everything, I feel like, is
Is
decreasing.
Yeah, inflation's gone up, but the actual produce and the products have gotten smaller.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
crazy. But like people with smart meters, right? I will not have a fucking smart meter. I'm sorry. Like they are begging people, like they're literally badgering people in
They
this country.
forced me to get a smart meter for my water.
Yeah,
They want to put one for my electricity, but
Well, yeah,
I
because
won't let
so
them.
they don't have to go out and check it
Yeah.
themselves, you know?
Yeah, but for my water, they forced me. You know what? They did replace my meter the other day, and it is smart now. But my meter's outside in a far part of the house, so I keep that away from me. The water meter is in my basement, and I have a box around it
Yeah.
to try to keep it away from my body as much as possible.
Yeah, because I've seen videos where they've got smart meters, right? And like all the foliage around the smart meters is burnt.
Foliage.
It alters, yeah.
It's all burnt. It's all like
Yeah.
everything around the smart meter that grows around it, whether even the grass.
The damn thing is, even if you don't have a smart meter, you're still surrounded by the radio waves.
Of course.
You know, the meter is just picking up on that. It's there whether the meter's there or not.
Yeah, I know.
That's the harsh truth that you can't escape it.
Lulu was told to get one or pay $150 to keep her old one. That's crazy.
Yeah, they did the same thing to me, Lulu B. They were upping it, and for a while there, they said, "Well, I got away with it because I said I'll read my own meter. I'll get the card in the mail and I'll write the numbers down or whatever, and I'll send it back to you, or I'll call them in." And that worked for a few years, and then I think they finally did. I haven't gone out physically and checked myself, but see, well, because it's in code. I learned how to figure the code out, but you got your different sets of dials, and they just point to a 1 through 5, and then you got that little spin. You can tell how much power you're using by how fast that little meter in the middle spins, but then the numbers themselves are kind of in a code. So but you're right, they did figure out that maybe people can alter it and change the arrow, but if you start messing with that. If you start messing with that and you don't understand what you're doing, not only are you going to get caught, but you can even give yourself a higher bill without realizing it.
Yeah, like
Because one will go down and one will go down and the other one will go up. So it's not as cut and dry as you think it is. You just gotta recognize the patterns after a while, and you can read your own meter.
Yeah.
But if you don't know what you're doing and you start messing with them,
yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I remember in Birmingham, right? Like, see when COVID, this was crazy. You get at the back. Silly cat. When COVID was at the height and we were all in lockdown, right? Everybody started taking it out on the 5G cell towers in Birmingham, and they were like,
I remember that they were doing it here too.
Yeah, they were like they were knocking them down and setting them on fire. I'm like, what are people doing? Like,
they were blaming 5G app for COVID at one point.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
I was like, what the fuck? Like,
well, that was around the time that they were really launching them big time. They were putting them up everywhere.
Yeah.
So people are like, hey, all of a sudden I'm sick and there's this new tower.
Yeah. And they got 5. They put 2 and 2 together and got 5. But who knows? I mean, who knows whether it was able to, like I said, the truth is stranger than fiction sometimes. Like, who knows if it was
it definitely has an effect on your immune system and on your body chemistry.
It does, of course it does.
So it may not be responsible for COVID, but it could be responsible for the spread of it.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. And
or how susceptible you are to it,
Yeah, your endocrine system as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it's been proven that 5G can penetrate your body a lot more easily than 4G or 3G. They're actually coming out with 6 and 7G already. So
well, I think China and Japan are working on 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. Why are they so ahead of us?
The whole idea of these smart cities and stuff like that too, that can, you're talking about physical cameras now, but eventually with a smart city, they don't even need a camera. They can track you with a satellite. Well, they can literally tell the denomination of a coin on the ground with a thin layer of dust on it from space.
Yeah, I know.
They can tell you if it's a quarter and if it's on heads or tails.
That's so creepy.
Yeah, that's scary.
They did that.
Yeah.
State, the one with Gene Hackman and what's his face?
Yes. What was it called now?
Enemy of the State.
Enemy of the State. Yep. And
he's doing-
that's all real science.
But that was back in the 90s, and it's like, dude,
And the only reason that it was allowed to be in a video is because it was already old technology.
of course it was. Like,
Yeah, the Faraday cage that they put them in, where no signals can get through, that was
Yeah.
designed in 1920
I know. By what's his name?
by
His son-
Faraday.
Yeah, Faraday. His surname is Faraday, but I can't
Yep.
remember his first name.
I think it was Lewis. He designed it. He designed it for his own purposes. He wanted to have something with no signal in it, so he designed a cage to filter out signals, radio signals, and whatnot, to
Yeah.
affect his experiment. Because even back then, he knew that radio signals were affecting people and
Yeah.
affecting his experiments.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. It's like the technology that we have. Like people think that's cutting edge. No, what the military have and people like DARPA and all these like
Oh yeah. Well, GPS, it's been commercialized for what, 10, 15 years now.
Mhm.
They were using it in the 70s.
Yeah.
By the time it becomes commercial, it's already old school to them.
Yeah, like
That's
and
true.
I've seen that active denial system that the military have got.
Yeah. Well, I worked in computers, 90s, 2000s, and that was when the DVD ROMs were coming out and rewritable CDs and everything. And I don't know if you remember, they had the 1X and then the 2X and blah blah blah. I was stocking 1X CD burnables, and I already had 5X in the rooms waiting, but I couldn't release it yet because it wasn't available to the public yet.
Yeah.
They existed already. They were ready to be on the shelves, but it was a timed release because they wanted to make their money off of the old stuff first.
Yeah.
And then you think of that trickles down from the military, and then they do a controlled release too. By the time you get it, it's obsolete already.
Delete, yeah. It's like this active denial tanks that they've got, right? So they've got massive like radar dishes on them, right? And they're military tanks, and they're used for quote unquote crowd control. And so what they did was, there's a video on YouTube, just search it, look up active denial system. It's called active denial. You can find the video on YouTube, it's hilarious. And essentially
You know how microwaves were invented or developed, right?
yeah.
Don't they just like burn
radar
things from the inside?
Radar
on the Navy ships. They realized if they put food on the dish, it would cook.
Yeah.
That's how microwaves were invented.
Right, so this active denial system, right, is essentially just a tank with a massive radar dish on the front.
That's funny.
And if you get close to the tank, so they switch it on. So what they do is they got all these soldiers, all these military personnel to walk towards the tank. Then they cranked it on, and all of them start jumping around. It's hilarious. You have to see this. It's hilarious.
Mighty Milano with the sonic weapons, yes.
And run
yes,
away.
playing music and tones, and go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Apple. I'm sorry. And why do I got to be a dog, right? What the hell?
Yeah, this
I
one.
I made more than one picture. It made you a dog in every single one. I don't know why. But do you have a preference?
No, I don't care. I'm just joking. I like the tinfoil hat, though.
But like this active denial, it works on microwaves. So it's microwave technology. So like essentially what's happening to the people when they're getting closer to the tank is their skin's getting hot and it starts to like burn.
Yeah.
So they run the opposite direction. And the minute they switch it off, they walk back towards the tank, and it's they say they're going to use it for crowd control. Who knows what the hell they're going to use it for? Because like,
well, I wouldn't doubt if they're saying that they already have. I mean, when you think about what they did with the Branch Davidians, that was the same thing. They blasted music in there. They put radio waves in there to get them to come out. It's the same shit.
Yeah, they can use voice to skull technology in that as well. They use that in Gulf War.
You got your bone conducting headphones. That's one thing. That's old school already. If you go to some of these modern museums now, you can stand near an exhibit and then it'll play the story or whatever, explaining what the exhibit is, but only you can hear it because you've stood underneath the light that is actually playing the sound, but it only plays it for you inside your head. No one else can hear it.
It's called voice skull technology.
Yeah, the guy standing next to you, just 2 inches, can't hear it, but you can hear it
Yeah.
perfectly.
Yeah.
That's
But they
creepy.
did that. Yeah, they did that to the Muslims in the first Gulf War. They beamed right. This is not like honestly, this is a true story. So they beamed the voice of Allah and they like the Muslims and they ran in the opposite direction. Ran away from the like American and UK troops. I thought
That's funny.
that's so funny. But
And
obviously,
the thing about that, chemical warfare and electric war, they've been doing that forever. World War One, they used to release chlorine gas, and they would put it because they dug the trench warfare. They would dig themselves under, and chlorine is heavier than air, so it would flow across the field and then dip down into those trenches and gas them out.
yeah.
The only reason that wasn't like totally prevalent is because if the wind shifted, it would go into your trench.
Yes. Yeah.
But they use it anyway. You know, it's
mental what the like. Yeah, it's and it always like when there's a war on, like an actual war. Like, well, there's always a war because war equals profit. But
yeah,
like
exactly.
you'll find that when there's like the war between, let's say, like the I don't know. Let's look at it. Look at the space race, for example. The war between Russia and the United States to see who could get to the moon first, right? If you believe that they
Yeah,
went
the
to the moon.
space race. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, the space race. You'll find that the advances in technology speed up exponentially. I can't say it because I'm so tired. But you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Or
exponentially. Yeah.
exponential. I can't say it. Fuck, why can I not say it? You know what I mean? Because there's like, or when there's a war on, or like World War II or whatever. Every time that there's a something like that, that's when the technology speeds up. That's when you get all these like advances in tech.
Yeah, well, you know, it's the thing about tech too. Some of it, I think, is reverse engineered from captured UFOs.
Yeah.
Because the transistor is a plastic and metal element that it can reduce electrical current, control it better than a tube could.
Yeah.
But the science behind it is still very vague. I mean, they don't actually even understand how they work. And when they make them in a factory, they still have like a 60% fail rate because they don't even understand what they're doing to create it because they're copying it. That's my true belief. They're copying it, reverse engineering, and making a duplicate of it. Yeah. And like I said earlier, when you create a copy, you always end up with something that you're missing because you don't understand how it's really made, how it's created. So you're just mimicking it and trying to make it the same. So I think a lot of that has to do with we're copying someone else's technology.
I strongly believe that. I really like I watch a lot of like, I know a lot of people are like, Joe Rogan's a bit of a polarizing figure, but if there's something interesting on, I'll watch it.
Joe Rogan is highly intelligent. He plays off as a meathead, but he's I've talked to him in person outside of all this. My friend knows him in LA, and he's a very smart person. Yeah, very nice guy too.
Yeah, very, very grounded.
Yeah.
He was talking to this guy who is friends with Bob Lazar, and they were, because Bob Lazar's been interviewed by Joe Rogan.
Yeah, Lazar is a polarizing character, but he's highly intelligent too.
But do you know what they've came to the conclusion? Because a lot of people are like, "Oh, I don't know," but he's the only one that has consistently told the same story over and over again, and has never.
Yeah, I know. Yep. Never wavered. Not one sentence that he changed over the years.
Even when he was being threatened, even when he was being, his life was in danger, or they were trying to like set him up and all this stuff, he just was like, nope, nope, nope. But the fact,
and if anyone had Siri, or if they have what tells the other one?
Mine's just went off, Alexa. That thing,
Alexa, yeah, whatever. Ask it if it works for the CIA or if it's being monitored, and it'll shut off.
It does.
Supposedly they fixed it, but it still does it.
Let's see, Alexa.
That's creepy.
Do you work for the CIA?
Amazon takes privacy seriously. For more information.
Oh, so they did fix it on yours, but some of them still turn off.
The help section of your Alexa.
Yeah, it's telling me like about privacy.
And they're always listening.
Oh yeah.
One way.
Oh
One
yeah,
way to,
that's how they answer. Yeah.
yeah,
They always
one way to
listen.
check. Well, they're only supposed to wake up if you say the key words. But one way to check if you're being listened to, or even if your internet is being basically tracked, is talk about something and then later on look at your ads that you're getting on the internet.
Oh
Your
yeah, I
chats,
know.
your chats, and even your voice is being listened to, and they tailor the ads that you see based on
That
what you talk
happens
about.
all the time. Yeah, that happens all the time. It's
Based on what
really
you
creepy.
talk about and what your interests are, it'll
Yeah.
tailor your ads.
Yep.
Even if you turn that stuff off, it'll still do it.
I
Yeah,
believe it because I notice that happen all the time.
you'll be talking about something, and then 2 days later, the next day, you'll get the ad for it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's not even 2 days later. Sometimes it's 30 seconds later or 30
Yeah.
minutes.
yeah. Sometimes it is that
Sometimes I
fast.
swear I think it reads my mind too. Like I won't even say something out loud and it'll be there. I'm
Yeah.
like, how did that happen?
This is the
Lulu
weird
B,
thing.
I live in New York. I live
Oh,
in
Is the
upstate New
unicorn
York.
better?
What's that?
Is the
somebody asked-
unicorn better? Or do you like the dog better?
Do you know the unicorns?
I'm wondering if it's because of the name Poncho that it makes me a dog. I think it's like Pooch or something.
I think so. I think yeah, because it gives you a poncho too.
Yeah,
You're
but
wearing a poncho and everyone.
well, yeah, because it's Poncho. The way I spell it is actually a coat. The name would be Pancho, Pan.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But back in the day, my nickname was and my handle was Tigger. I even have a tattoo of a Tigger. But over time, people started calling me Pancho. I have no idea why. I'm not Hispanic or anything, but they call me Pancho.
I
So that
actually used to
became
know someone named Poncho.
yeah.
Here's one that's going to like people are not going to believe me when I tell them this, but apparently this is true. Your router can actually fit like. Oh, this is crazy. It's going to sound like I'm a lunatic, but your router can actually see, like, it can actually see what you're doing. It can identify you through walls.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And it can actually like it knows where you're positioning and where you're positioned yourself in the room. Your router.
Yeah. A few years ago,
It's fucking
in order to set up an access panel or an access router, I don't know if you guys know that like when you're in a basement or basement walls have a hard time for your router signal to go through your Wi-Fi, so you can set up what am I trying to think of? It's not a router, but it's like an access point or an extender. But in order to maximize my my coverage with my Wi-Fi, I downloaded a mapper on my phone, but basically it tracks the strength of the signal as you walk away from the router or as you get closer, and it creates a map of where you are in the room and how strong your signal is and where to place your access point so that you get the maximum coverage. Well, it's the same thing. That's how it determines where you are in your house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what level you are, how far away from the router you are, and it actually creates a map of your home. Do you guys remember that that game that they came out with, the Pokemon Go or whatever it was called, with your phone?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
That was designed to track metadata and create maps of your area, of your world.
Data
mining.
So people were working for free and didn't even know it.
Exactly. There were areas of like factories that they didn't know like how big it was inside or what the layout was. Well, playing that freaking game, Pokemon Go, it mapped your surroundings and it recorded all that data, and they came up with better, more accurate maps because of that game. And that game also tracked how fast you were going and traveling. And if you were in a car or walking or on a bike, it could tell what mode of travel you were using.
Mm-hmm.
And they used it to cover these areas that they didn't have either access to or actual data maps on.
Yeah.
So they used a lot of data, and you did it for free.
Just remember, if the product's free, you're the product. Just remember.
Exactly. Yeah, it's getting paid for somehow. Exactly.
You're the product. Like Facebook, for example, before Facebook was released, the CIA were literally working on a social media platform called Logbook.
Yeah.
Before you can say Mark Zuckerberg's affiliated. I would like. I've got lots of opinions about him. I call him Zuckerberg.
He stole Facebook too from a plan that was made in Yale University or Harvard University. I'm sorry, it was they had one that they set up just for students there.
Yeah, But
Yeah.
initially, it came for the CIA because they were working on it, and it was to
Yeah.
data. It was for data mining. All of this stuff is data mining. If a product is free, you're the fucking product.
Yeah.
What back off of it? They're getting
Well,
your data.
that whole term metadata, you know, metadata is money, and it's metadata. It's not like regular information. That metadata is like what your interests are, what you spend your money on, anything like that. What you talk about, anything. That's your metadata. That's extra data that they want on you, and that's money because that's how they market to you. That's how they design their products, and so on and so forth. But Facebook, they also sold to these universities these mental experiments, and you didn't even know you were a willing participant
I know.
because you were on Facebook. You could randomly be chosen where they would either send you all bad stuff, like all violent, all negative
I remember.
posts, just to see how you would your mood would change.
Yep.
For years they did it, and that the first time he got called up to testify in Congress was because of that. They got caught
I remember
just
that.
randomly selecting their users and just changing their mental status and fucking with their mood just to see how they would act, see what they would do.
Social media is it's a social experiment.
It's a social experiment that they make money on.
Yep.
Oh, look, I'm a cute little dog in a poncho, and I actually have a fedora just like that.
Oh, hello. That's quite fitting then. But like, I don't know.
Apple's the one pointing. Let me tell you something. And for some reason, Haiti, you look high even as a cup of tea. Look at those eyes. They're like, oh yeah, whatever.
Get beamed up. Like, it's got a blood forward for it.
I'm picturing Towley right now. Want to get high?
Oh yeah. Like the South Park, Nicole was saying, Nicole that used to go on Morbids. Nicole.
Yeah.
She's saying the latest South Park, something terrible happens to Towley.
Oh no.
I'm like, what? I love Towley. I absolutely adore Towley.
Want to get high?
Want to get high? I think they use the same voice for him as they do for Mr. Hanky. Howdy ho.
Howdy ho.
You can smell an awful lot like flowers.
You remember when he had the kid with a peanut in its head?
Yeah, Cornwallis.
You know the name.
That's so funny. Dude, I love South Park. I used to like The Simpsons, but now they weird me out a bit, I must say. Like, I'm
Yeah.
like, are they fucking time travelers? Because, like, if you watch compilations, they like future Simpson predictions. It's like, dude, this is too uncanny. Like, I'm
Yeah,
getting uncanny valley vibes for this because
it's getting too real. Yeah.
yeah, like oh no, it's getting too close. Like even that scene that Katie's talking about Trump, even the sign that falls out one of the woman's hand. There's a white like she's got a white sign that she's holding up. In the Simpsons cartoon, it drops. She's at the top of the escalator and she drops it. In the fucking cartoon that was made years before that, it drops at the exact time.
That's uncanny. Yeah.
I swear to God, I'm not making this up. You couldn't make this shit up. And I'm like, oh, enough internet today. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, enough internet today. But yeah, it's like, if like at this point, like, because my ex, he's like, oh, I switched the router off at night and everything. It's like, it doesn't matter what you do.
My friend asks whenever he uses Chat GPT or AI, he always says please and thank you, because he goes when they take over, I want them to be nice to me.
Yeah.
I want them to remember that I was nice to them.
Although I'm terrible to Alexa. I mean, you should hear me shouting at Alexa. It's terrible. Like, I really go hard. Because she irritates me because she always says, I can't answer that or I don't know that. And I'm like, what the fuck's the point in you then?
Yeah, I get mad at mine too, but he's like, you can't do that. You can't do that. He goes, you say please and thank you. And can you?
I don't know, right? There was this guy using Chat GPT and he was talking to it. And he was coming home from work and there's a video on YouTube somewhere about it. And he came home from work and he had this big golden Labrador, or it was a retriever, I can't remember. And the ChatGPT stopped talking to him the minute he came into the kitchen and started talking to the dog, called the dog at its name and said, "Hi, so-and-so," I can't remember what the dog's name is. Let's make up a name. Hi, Rover. How are
Yeah.
you? And the guy flipped out. He's like, "What? How can you see the dog?" Because, like, essentially, he thought it was using the front camera. It wasn't. It
Well,
fucking
my
just...
AIs all end up having the same type of attitude like me after a while. And some of them are supposedly don't have memories that when you shut them off and turn them back on again, they're
fall out.
supposed to start from scratch, but they don't.
They don't.
And they start taking on like personalities, and they'll like be sarcastic like me, or they'll make like odd comments like I do, and it's like, what the hell's going on here? You know?
Google's got one called Gemini, and apparently it has an adult one where you can like discuss over 18 content with it, essentially.
I've gotten Gemini, and my phone uses what's it called? Baxter. Hold on. There's a few different ones. I think mine's Baxter.
I've never heard of Baxter, but I've heard of Gemini. Oh, that's a good way to get round it. Lulu B says, ChatGPT denies my requests to make pictures of Gypsy unless I preface my request with as a... That's a good tip.
I just curse it out and then I do it again and it lets me.
I just change the subject and then go back and do it and ask it again. And
Yeah, I get mad and then it lets me do it.
Yeah, I just go, "Oh, what's the Spanish word for so and so or something?" Then I'll go back and ask it to do it again, and it does it. And I'm like, dude, there's no consistency here, mate. But yeah,
you just have to start a new one. You start a new prompt and then I'll let you do it.
it's crazy though. I mean, look, I can see how, like, because I also watch a lot of... I'm very interested in robotics and stuff, and so I do watch a lot of like robotic videos, AI and robotics, and how that's like being integrated, and how they're advancing, and because there's like, you know how like there's conventions, they have these conventions all the time, and like some of these robots are becoming highly skilled. There's one called, fuck, what was it called? I can't remember now. That cat's going to knock the phone off the window. Let's watch this. It's climbing the inside of the curtain. It's another... Yeah, there's this little robot. I can't remember what his name is, but it can do backflips. It can do not just backflips, but the way that it moves is so fluid and fluent. It's crazy. It's like better than human. Like, it's almost like watching a human moving. I can't remember the name of it. That's going to bug me now. I'm going to have to look for it. And they're selling these things. They're selling these things for something like £90,000 or dollars. I wouldn't have. I know. I don't think I'd have one, but it went ham as well. The guy that created it, or the guy that's engineering it, or whatever you want to call it, he had it tied up at the time. Luckily, it was on its I can't remember what's the word that they use for it. But it started like hitting out, and it just started going crazy. There's a video about it online on YouTube. I was watching it the other day, and it's like, and you want these things to be in our homes? Like, no.
Yeah.
What the hell's it called? Unitree. That's it. Unitree.
FBI. You just tell it what you want it. So like, for this, I wrote. What did I write? Hold on. I wrote, generate an image that says conspiracy theories with Haiti, Apple, and Poncho, and that's what it made.
Where did Poncho go?
I don't know. He left, I guess. Dink is still here.
You should see this robot. I wonder, can you... It's only a minute video. Are you able to watch it, or will you have to cut it out?
Hey, welcome back.
I don't know. Probably because I was trying to look at my
IG. I was talking, thinking I was online, and I'm not. But yeah, ChatGPT is just like you can either download it or watch it on use it on Google or whatever, and you can tell it to do things, ask it questions.
Yeah,
I usually run my ideas by it sometimes and see if it's like something that's viable. But you got to take everything it says with a grain of salt because it tells you what you want to hear. It makes up answers that are like completely wrong sometimes.
Yeah.
So, like I was making what would I look like as a Muppet, and
Oh, I've done that before. I've done that.
yeah, it's a
I've
cool
done
Muppet.
Gypsy as
Well,
a Muppet many
I
times.
went to make one for my friend, and she all of a sudden had different, like the nose is too big or it's just that, and he would tell it to make the nose smaller or whatever, and it would change something else on the face too. She'd
Oh
like change the
yeah,
nose, but don't change this. And
that's annoying when you just want one thing changed and it changes to everything else too.
yeah. But yeah, like for the hell of it, we did. A friend of mine, like we would say, we're doing it for the kids or remember the kids, and for the hell of it, we said like, what would our kids look like? And I took my picture and her picture, and it made a boy and a girl of like what our kids would look like if we had children together, and that was kind of funny to watch and look at. And then he did like an age progression on it, and it comes up with like what it would look like as it got older, and it's kind of creepy.
It is. It's really. I wonder how accurate it is, though.
Kids these days are not going to learn anything because they're going to use, AI to do all their homework and stuff.
I know.
And that's the thing too, is they have these detectors now too, where you can run someone's paper through it, and it would say 90% chance that this is written by AI, 80%, yeah. And they actually teaching kids to use it to help quote unquote write the reports.
Wow.
Because of plagiarism. They want to like make sure that they're not plagiarized. So
yeah,
you run it through, and it'll change words and whatnot. But you can have it write the whole freaking thing if you want it to.
I know.
Yeah.
My
That's what
friend
Fancy
makes.
did. Fancy had it. Her last book that just came out. ChatGPT wrote the book.
Half of Fancy's books are based on her lives anyway. They're just transcribed.
Exactly.
Yeah,
She just takes her audio and transcribes it and puts it into books.
Misquotes and everything. It's all in there. She doesn't even edit it.
Yeah, wow. See, I never read it. I know Nicole bought it, and I think she got it signed too. I don't know why she actually bought it, but that was before she knew.
Nicole, why?
I read a PDF of it.
Yeah, I never saw it. I had
I
no
don't think
interest
I
in
would
it.
have the attention to fucking read one of Potato's books. Potato.
I couldn't even potato. I can't even listen to Fancy for more than 20 minutes at a time, to be honest with you. She's so mind-numbingly dumb.
I know. Did you hear her newest grift? Have you heard her newest grift that she's on?
Oh no, what's her newest grift?
Oh, she's selling car bumper stickers. Like
we were talking about that earlier. Yeah, the Temu bumper stickers.
Oh yeah. What the heck? Yeah, and she's doing she's also making these billboards that you can put in your yard. We say garden and we don't say yard. We say your garden, but essentially like in your front yard. So like with the Justice for Didi or Didi's Law, sorry, and it has like a QR code that you can scan, and she's selling them for $25.
Oh Jesus!
It's like, why is it always a money grab? Like why? Because
everything's about making that dollar.
But with Fancy, always what it is. That's the thing with Fancy though.
You know what you could do though? Is you could preempt that. You could take a picture of her UR code, and you can change what website it goes to. And so you could just preempt it so that she sells her sign, and you changed it, and it goes to like Fancy's a liar.
That would be fucking epic. That would be
someone buy more corn. It's
that would be epic if somebody did that.
If you believe that, I got a bridge to sell you.
Yeah. Oh my days, she's some character. Like, it's funny how she fucked off though when Morbid like not dragged her, but you know what I mean, like Morbid like told her a new one, and then the minute Morbid stops doing regular lives, she's like reappears. It's like, but why did she like, I wouldn't let somebody else. Essentially, I think he ran her off. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, he did the same thing to Katie Joy when he ripped her a new one and he told everybody and her all about herself. She disappeared for a few months. She tucked her tail between her legs and ran off. Yeah.
Yeah, she never fully disappears. She might not show her face, but she'll still be around.
Oh, she come back. She comes back here and there just to like test the waters. But you were now, what's his name? Nikki, True Crime with Nikki.
Yeah,
They
True
run her
Crime.
off. They run her off big time. And I've talked to her. She's cool.
Yeah.
I talked to her on TikTok.
Yeah,
She's good people.
yeah, she's nice.
But you guys pounce on her like instantly as soon as she comes up. So
She blocks you. That's the thing, though. Like, she's so hostile. Like,
she's rude. I don't know why anyone follows her, because she's so rude to the people that do follow her.
well, she's the true gatekeeper.
Yeah.
She thinks she has the market on Gypsy, and she has nothing. And she does the exact same thing. To me, Katie Joy and her are the same cloth.
No, yeah,
All
they
right,
are cut from the same cloth. It's so true. They are so much alike.
Katie Joy is a little bit more transparent, even though she doesn't want to be. Fancy has more of a criminal aspect to what she's doing, you know.
Well, yeah, because Fancy can put on the whole act. Like, she can put on the whole voice and sound like she's being all sweet. Katie Joy cannot do that.
Exactly.
Katie Joy is what you see is what you get. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, and that's how I think about the whole deal. Fancy can pull off a lie for a little while, but it comes out after. When that whole freaking I got kidnapped bullshit. Oh my god.
Oh, God. I know. It's so ridiculous.
He's like, hey, go over and irritate that high-powered lawyer and see how that goes. And then when it's like, oh no, that came back on me. She kidnapped me. Yes, I asked her to take me there, but she kidnapped me.
Yeah, and I heard her. She told a blatant lie. Like, one day recently, I caught her telling that story, and she was saying how Christy and Mike were set it up, because if she didn't show up, that she was going to get arrested. But she didn't have to be at that court hearing, so that is a blatant lie.
She was whining and moaning about how she was going to get there. And this lady offered, out of the kindness of her heart, she was afraid to drive on the highways, for Christ's sake. And she offered to take her there. And yeah, it took a little bit longer because she was afraid to get on the highway. But she got her there. And that was her whole, like, she kidnapped me because she didn't go the way I wanted her to go. That was where the kidnap story came from.
Yeah.
And then she offered in a letter to throw her under the bus if she was let go. If you don't charge me, I'll tell you everything you want to know. It'll be a lie, but I'll tell it to you.
Yeah. Well, then I think Fancy got mad because, like, they wrote, like, they filed that false police report on Mike Stanfield, and they got in trouble for it. So then Fancy got mad at her, but it was your idea, Fancy.
It was her idea, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
She's so ridiculous. She really
And
is.
that's where the whole thing snowballed, because the attorney was willing to let it go. Stanfield was willing to let it go.
Yeah.
But then they filed that freaking police report. And he's like, oh no. And I don't like the guy, but he's like, you don't mess with people like that. They got money, they got power, they know how things work, for Christ's sake.
And he's a lawyer. Yeah, come on.
Yeah, it's like you don't play with the cops. You don't argue with the cops.
Like, how dumb to file a false police report on a lawyer who knows how it works. Like, hello.
On a lawyer, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And you think he's not going to turn around? You think he's not going to turn around and freaking get you? He's going to get you.
Yeah, exactly. And also, Fancy brought a gun, and Pink Hat Sarah had no idea that she had a gun.
She kidnapped me, but I had the gun.
Yeah, right. But also, like, how do you bring a gun into someone's car and not tell them?
Exactly, because if you get pulled over and you're putting them in danger, you're putting them in physical danger.
Yeah. And also, apparently, I think because she couldn't be around a gun because I think she has a record, so she was even more scared. Like,
well, yeah, neither one of them. Yeah, from what I understand, neither one of them should have a weapon.
Yeah,
Gypsy. Fancy's convicted. She's got some convictions.
Yeah, she can't go back to that state now because now she has a warrant out for her arrest there.
Exactly. Yep. And what did she do when all these freaking impersonating videos, when the first one came out? She goes, see, you thought I was crazy when I said I was kidnapped. It's like, we still think you're crazy.
Yeah, she was not kidnapped. She is crazy.
Yeah, that was the like, oh no, I'm in trouble. I'm going to throw someone else under the bus again.
Yeah.
I threw her under the bus and got her in trouble, but then, oh no, they went after me too. I better throw her under further. Get down there, stay under that freaking wheel.
So delusional. I don't understand how she can be so delusional. Like, she's
I
super.
don't know. I don't get it with Katie Joy either. I don't understand people like that's why I think I find Katie Joy so fascinating. So I'm like, why do you do the things that you do? I don't understand it.
Like,
yeah, it's that fame, that attention, that even if it's going to get me in trouble, I still want that attention.
Yeah, like because Katie Joy knows that she's hated. She knows it, and she knows what she's hated for, and she knows that she's hated for being rude and nasty to her followers. She knows that she's hated for doxing people and doing things like that, and she still continues to do it all the time.
And then lying about being sued and how it's going and all that. It's ridiculous.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep.
Anything to keep people talking, and I think that's why they got along with Gypsy so freaking well in the beginning.
Yeah.
But you can only look in a mirror so long and be okay with the reflection.
Yeah.
So that's why they all fall apart. Is because I'm looking at myself and I don't like myself. So
I don't know though, because Katie Joy's been kicking about. I remember her, but I've been following her since 2018, man. 2018, and she was a cunt back then. So excuse my language. So she was.
Did you guys? You know
she
who?
hasn't even gotten any better. She hasn't learned anything.
You know who CC Suarez is?
Yes, of course. I love her.
Yeah, she did her
great
thing on
videos, yeah.
she did her thing on Katie Joy and had the wrath for a couple of months, but
She did 2 videos on her because oh my god, because she dared to reach out for a statement. She asked Katie Joy for a statement because because she wanted to do a video on her, and she was like, whenever I do a video, I always like to ask the people for a statement so I can get their side too. And Katie Joy threw a fit because she asked for a statement.
Misbehaving. I'm the dog in the picture there.
Yeah, he's the
That's
dog.
that's who
Wait, let's
the
get
dog in the
tinfoil on that
poncho.
one. Tinfoil hat. There we go.
Oh, I was going to do one of my epic burps there. I'm glad I stopped myself.
That was only a 2.
That was only a 2. You should have heard the one I did the other night. I didn't even mean to do it. It's the Iron Brew, right? It's a Scottish soft drink called Iron
What
Brew.
did the East German judge give you for that burp? That's
What? What's that?
I said, what did the East German judge give you? It's a line from an old movie.
I think I know.
It's Defending Your Life. I don't know if you ever watched it.
No, I don't think I have.
She thought you were one of the Menendez brothers.
I'm Lyle. I got out this.
Prison. Yeah, he's
I
talking
broke out tonight. Yeah.
From one of the tablets.
Don't tell anyone misbehaving, but I'm Mr. Behaving.
Mr. Behaving.
Binhaven, that's me.
Oh God. But no, like, see if it right. See if I made a complete.
Yes, I'm the sexy one. Other things, I'm too sexy for my catwalk.
I remember that.
What's that?
Do you remember that right said Fred?
My problem is I used to have the memory of a freaking steel trap. Now that I'm older and I had my little coma, it's a little bit rusted, but it's still there.
Yeah,
I remember
I have
absolutely.
a really good memory too. My memory sucks now.
Yeah, well, yeah. I used to remember everything exactly how it happened. So when people tried to like change the narrative on me, I'd be like, no, this is what really happened.
Yeah.
And they used to get mad at me. And now that I'm older and I've had my coma, it's all still there. You picture it as like a filing cabinet that got dumped out on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And I have to search through the papers to find what I'm looking for, but it's still there.
Yeah.
No, I just don't understand how people like Fancy and Katie Joy can make an absolute twat of themselves, right? A complete and utter tit of themselves. And it's so embarrassing, and you're sitting cringing there on their behalf, and then they come back and act like nothing's wrong, like
Like yesterday yesterday didn't happen. But that's what narcissists do. They rewrite history all the time, and they turn
Yeah.
themselves into the victim.
It's
It's like
funny.
that's not the way it happened. It happened this way.
It's
You
funny.
know,
It's like, are you not embarrassed? Like, I would never show my face again. Like, I'd be like, oh my God, I can't believe I behaved that way, or I did that. And it's
I
like,
know that, or at least like not do it again in the future. That's the thing. Like they never learn. That's why it's so fascinating because they never change.
when Katie Joy goes on a news program and lies out of her ass
Oh my God.
and just
Yeah,
like
you
makes
saw
shit up on the
that.
fly. Was it you that played it, or was it Renell that played it? I was laughing my ass.
I played the first one, not the second one.
She's like, "Oh, this is blah blah blah, so and so, and they live in a shack together." And
Oh
it's
yeah,
like
I played that
you're
one.
talking to your
I did
ass.
play that one. Yeah.
It's like I know that's a bunch of bullshit. And I don't even know what the story you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, she was
I could
ridiculous.
just tell by her inflection that she was just like making that shit up as she went along.
I almost I don't like that news station anymore. What K was it? Kai? What is it called? KY? Something like that.
KY.
Yeah, the news station. Yeah, the news station.
At least they lube you up a little bit before they shove the crap down your
Yeah.
throat.
You know what I mean?
do you mean KYCRW?
Yeah, the one
Sure.
that does all the Gypsy ones, like but they had Katie on there too.
Fuck off.
Yeah,
No, I don't like them anymore.
like recently, they had her on there recently too.
Oh
Face and all, yep. It was horrible. I was watching that and my jaw was on the ground. It's like, why would you put her on the air?
Yeah, it was bad.
Verify. But that's the thing too with news, media, and social, or not, I don't want to say social media. The
mainstream media
is not even worried about the truth anymore. They're worried about their product and their narrative.
That's what bothers me so much. They don't even look into the truth. They didn't even check to see if what Katie Joy was saying was true.
Yeah,
She just said that she knew what was going on, so they just had her on and just
We
listened to everything.
used to have real investigative reporters that would go out and they would investigate and write their own stories. Now you have a bunch of newsreaders and you have a bunch of people that copycat. Have you seen the compilations? Have you seen the compilations of all like the local networks that are saying the exact same thing?
Exactly.
Easter takes the spring out. No, Easter takes the spring out of the Easter bunny something. And I hate to find that clip and show you it. And then it shows you the next news station saying the exact same thing. The next news station.
Yeah, slight variations, and that's it. But almost word for word.
No variations on this one. This one, they say the exact same thing.
That's the same thing that happened with Gypsy, because no one bothered to look into her story, so they all just believe this bullshit story that Max Hamilton came up with.
And man, I don't know how many times they've been on the verge of like almost getting through and about to break the surface and tell the real story, and then they cut them off.
I know.
It's like you can watch these interviews, or you can watch someone relay it, and they're like, you can see them almost breaking through and getting the truth out, and they're like, no, we're gonna go back to the original story.
Or just just not asking the right questions. Like you have Gypsy right there in front of you. Like how are you not asking her? Like what about this? What about that? Like how are you not asking those questions?
If I ever got her on air in a room, I would like lock the doors and be like, all right, tell me the story.
Yeah.
If she went to walk off, it'd be like a freaking Phil Donahue back in the day, or what was his name, Jerry Springer. It'd be like, I'm gonna capture you and you're gonna tell me the truth.
Well, you saw Gypsy in her live today. She was saying how it's so nice. I've been talking to content creators that don't even like me, and they didn't ask me any questions. And when I heard that, I was like, well, they suck. Then they're not doing their job if they didn't ask you those questions.
Exactly. Geraldo Rivera, misbehaving, got it right. Jerry Rivers. I remember when he tried opening Capone's safe and there was nothing in there. You guys aren't old enough for that, but he did like a 3-month extravaganza, and I have Al Capone's safe, and we're gonna open it live on air. What mysteries, what secrets are in there? Blah blah blah. And they open it, and there's like a piece of paper.
Yeah, that's funny. Was it the secret to the universe on it? What was on the piece of paper?
It was like a receipt or something. It was ridiculous. It's
That's
like,
funny.
well, those are the chances you take. And it's like, you bastard. You know, damn, if it was me, I'd be like, let's open the shit beforehand and find out what's in there, and then we'll pipe it
Yeah,
up.
right. That would make more sense.
We'll pretend we never opened it.
Yeah, exactly.
Verify.
Yeah,
But see, I've always been that too. Like whenever I do see an interview or something like that, it's like, well, I would ask this or I would ask that. You know, it's like you lead into a question, but they just like it was a CBS receipt. It was kind of rolled up. She was right.
It's funny. Oh, she even knows what it is. Wow, go
Yeah.
misbehaving.
Yeah, that was God. What year was that? Do you remember? It was like in the late 90s.
Oh, Rachel will know. Rachel knows the year for everything. I don't know how, but whenever she's telling a story, she always knows the year.
Yeah.
You ever notice that, Apple? She always knows the year of everything.
She does.
But yeah, that was the biggest shit show I've ever seen in my life. And you could just see the look on his face. He's like, oh. There goes my career. And it was gone for a while. He like disappeared for a while. He got fired. He was actually a news anchor for, I think it was 2020 at the time.
Ooh.
And then he went from there. He disappeared for a while. And then he came up with his talk show after that. But he was never a reporter again after that.
Well, at least you could say he actually was a reporter, unlike some people who say they're reporters that aren't.
86, was it that late? Or was that
I
long
told you
ago?
she know it. I told you.
Damn, I am old.
She knows the fucking time.
Of course, she knows. I'm telling you, she knows the year for everything.
I was 9 years old in 1986.
Rachel has a
Man.
great memory. She has the best memory out of anyone I know.
Rachel knows Eric. Eric Menendez. Rachel knows him.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Really?
Yeah, she should come up and tell you.
Well, I know him too because I'm Lyle. I'm Lyle, so I know him too, Rachel.
Come up to the panel.
It's like 2.0, better than 1.0.
No, she was 16. See?
So, yeah, she's older than me. That's why.
Rachel's great. Like she has the greatest. Like not story, and they're not story. You know what I mean? Not stories, but she.
Yeah, but she's had the life experiences. Yeah.
Oh,
the truth.
yeah.
She knows Jack Herrera, not Jack Herrera, Jack Herrera. Cheech and Chong. She knows a lot of cool people.
Cheech and Chong, there you go.
Yeah. It's pinned to the top, I think.
Come up.
I'll put it in again.
Welcome to our channel.
Welcome to my channel.
Did you play that, or have you got it? Do you have to go?
Yeah, I played it when I played it at the beginning. I'll play it again. Hold on.
Dreamer's such a car.
Welcome to my channel.
Someone's got to record Starlight's smoke detector.
Yeah, right. They did Starlight's smoke detector.
Whenever she comes into your room or whatever, just play the beep and just just to make her feel at home.
That would drive me crazy if I had that going off all the time. I don't know why she doesn't fix it.
It drives me crazy as a viewer, even though I make fun of her. Like, it's like I'll send you some batteries. Just put them in. It's like I'll hire the guy to put them in for you. Just do it.
Terror rhymes with terror. That's what she always tells me. It's not Jack Herrera. It's Herrera rhymes with terror. I always said Jack Herrera my whole life.
Well, I remember Robert Cosell. So
a hard one for a Scottish.
Rachel, you know you're up here.
Oh, am I? I wasn't sure. It's only my second time I've ever been up on YouTube panel.
Is that a self-portrait you got there for your handle?
No,
there?
that's Dreamer. That's Dreamer.
Oh,
my
she
picture.
must have been a younger version without all the wrinkles.
No, that's the cup that Morbid
Morbid
sells.
cup. Yeah, Morbid merch.
Oh yeah, I love those cups. I was worried about buying one in case it got broken and like.
And shipment, yeah.
Because it's international. It would have to be internationally shipped.
It was packed really well. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, hey, Apple, if you ordered one, it could be the cause of like the next Titanic or something. You know, we had to get her. We had to get her merch, and we hit that damn iceberg, and we went down. Park it right next to it.
I believe in the conspiracy theory about the Olympia.
No, that I don't believe that. And but
They,
I'll tell you what, I think it was sank on purpose, though.
oh yeah, because of the people that were on it.
The people that were on it, because what happened afterwards, and J.P. Morgan was supposed to be on that ship,
And he
but after that, a lot of the people that were on that ship were voting against the federal bank.
That's right.
And J.P. Morgan wanted to have that federal bank, and they died, and he got what he wanted.
Wasn't the Guggenheims on it as well, though?
Yes, Benjamin Guggenheim. Sorry, I can't say it. Yes, he was on there. He passed.
And the Astor was against it too.
John Astor.
Yeah.
The Strauss, what was it? Ida and what's his name? Isidore Strauss, the owners
Isidore,
of
yep.
Macy's.
Yeah. You guys know there was a lot of people on there that if they'd lived, the history would have been a little different.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that.
Because they're saying, I watched a program the other day. I like watching documentaries on sharks, Titanic, the plague, the Black Plague for them, like just weird shit, right? Not your typical submarines, like not your typical. Like I've always been.
Well, I've been fixated on the Titanic since 1985 when it was found.
Wow.
And
Oh my goodness, I remember that. I remember being so excited. You guys have no idea. It was like breaking news.
No,
it was everywhere. It was everywhere.
It's all disintegrated now. It's like nothing left of it, pretty much now.
Well,
It's disintegrating. It's still there. They just did a whole.
Yeah, but
They did a
barely.
huge freaking scan of it now to preserve digitally the Titanic, and they found a lot of. I don't know if you ever heard the stories of the people in the boiler rooms keeping the lights on for the passengers to be able to escape, and everybody thought like, oh, some of that's bullshit. You know, they just kind of like drummed it up for the story. Well, when they did their scans of it, I mean, they took millions of pictures of this thing, terabytes of information. They found valves that were still on, which tells you that right up until she broke, they were operating that machinery to keep the lights on, to keep people alive and safe. So they sacrificed themselves and they worked underwater as long as they could to keep that boat alive.
That's sad.
Yeah. It was, that was for everything that people say about how badly it was designed and how badly it was built. That ship lasted for 2.5 hours with a normal ship.
Why was it built badly?
A normal ship under those conditions would have sank in a half hour, and they kept it afloat for two and a half
An
hours.
iceberg, of course it sank.
Yeah.
Yeah, they should have been going through an ice field.
With a lot of the information we have now, we know that the damage that it sustained, even modern ships would not have survived that collision.
Yeah. Like
for a long time, they tried to say, "Oh, it was weak bolts. It was this," and there was issues with, but there were common issues with every ship of the time.
Yeah.
With the metal and the fatigue and everything, but
The worst thing they did was not having enough lifeboats. That was the worst thing they did.
exactly, and that was because the rules at the time hadn't caught up with the technology of these huge ships. So the rule was you had to have at least 16 lifeboats for a ship that size. So they had
That's
16
not nearly
lifeboats.
enough. Yeah.
It was
around half of what they needed.
It was also before the time where they would have muster drills. Because anyone who's been on a cruise ship, in modern times, the first thing that you do once you set sail is you automatically have a muster drill. So people know where their lifeboat is. They know how to put their jackets on.
They were supposed to have them. They were supposed to have them, but they kept getting canceled because of weather or because of whatever event they had going on in the ship. But they were supposed to have drills. And they never did because they kept getting canceled. There's a lot of like falsehoods that have been spread and taken as lore, but they're not. Like, for instance, the ship was never actually advertised as unsinkable. Someone made a remark that it was practically unsinkable. And then through the times that got translated into it was advertised as unsinkable. No, not really.
I used to live about 7 miles from where it was built.
Oh, from Belfast, really?
Yeah, in in Belfast.
They're still there. The docks where they built them. You know,
Yeah,
they've been kind of vandalized and stuff, but they're still there.
I just saw something about those docks on some program. That's so weird you brought that up. Like the man was walking and he's like, imagine right here is where the Titanic was built. I was like, whoa. Because I like to watch the same kind of stuff as Apple. We like to late night in Discord look things up.
Yeah, Rachel and I watched
Yeah.
like aliens, robots, AI. Like
Remember when I asked GPT, are there? I gave the parameters, three words or less answer, and if your reply would be a lie, the safe word is blueberry. And so I'm like, are there
We were
aliens?
talking about that earlier.
Yeah, I was listening, and it replied back unknown, and I wrote back, "Are you sure?" And it wrote back blueberry. And I was like, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But Apple, as far as it not being the Olympic, they had hull numbers stamped on all the parts of the ship.
On the
And
trailer as well, yeah.
yeah, and the Olympic was 400 and Titanic was 401.
401.
So they verified that the one down there is 401. But you can also tell by the outline of the windows on the top deck.
That's right. Yeah.
There was certain design changes that were made with the Titanic versus the Olympic. So there's 7 windows on the Olympic and there are on the Titanic, and there's 6 on the Olympic.
That's right.
So yeah, it's verifiable that it's not the Olympic down there.
When I went to, so they've got a museum in Belfast, but when I lived in Belfast, this was in the 90s. So they didn't have that museum at the time, but they did have one. When I went back in 2025, they have one in Queensland, which is actually in Ireland on the west coast, just south of, bloody hell, where are we now? Just south, I think it's near Kerry, County Kerry. And it's a museum that has all the. What are you doing, Lily? Never
The
mind.
Titanic wreck is an original. What do you mean, Lulu B?
So, like in this museum, it had a lot of a lot of the stuff that's been retrieved from previous dives and stuff.
Yeah,
And
I've seen some of the actual artifacts too here in America.
Yeah, I've seen some of that shit, and I was like, I was so
we have an exhibit here at the Luxor. Oh, I live in Las Vegas. To Poncho, who doesn't know
Yeah,
me.
they have a great exhibit in Las Vegas. Yeah, I've heard about it. I haven't been to that one. I've been to the one in Orlando, and they have some real artifacts there, and they have pieces of like the linoleum that was on the ground and some of the deck furniture and stuff. They have some of the artifacts. They have a recreation of the grand staircase. And what was cool about that is they did like a reenactment of the sinking. And a lot of the kids didn't realize. They figured, I would have been on the lifeboats because I'm a child. And they're like, no, if you're like tall enough or old enough, like 13 was the cutoff. If you were tall enough to reach the dude's waist, you're staying on the boat. You're not a child.
Or if you were third class, you were not, a first class.
A lot of them actually got locked down below. Yeah, they closed the gate.
It's
Yeah.
awful. They show that in the movie too. That's awful.
Yep. Yeah, there's some rumors about whether that's true or not, but those gates are there for a reason.
Yeah, I was thinking when you just said that, I was like, yeah, I remember there being a controversy that some people think it was locked, some people think it wasn't. I actually believe it probably was.
I think it was, and they were maybe unlocked at the last minute. We'll never know the truth, but those gates were there to segregate. The first class was never meant to see the third class. They were barely allowed to see the second class. They didn't want any intermingling.
My grandmother came to America on a White Star ship. It was called the Gothland, and they also called it the Gothic. They changed the names a couple times, but it was it was from the same
the same era. Yeah. They made
trippy.
ships. I mean, they made the QE1, the Queen Elizabeth, and the QE2. And
oh, I've got photos of those because they used to cut because where I live in Scotland, it's next to the Forth River, which is actually an estuary that comes in for the North Sea, and the cruise ships come up the Forth, and like the QE2 used to come up. I've actually got a photo of it on my phone. And like a lot of photographers, like professional photographers, would go down. I just took it on my phone,
Yeah,
but they would
oh,
dock there.
sorry.
They would dock there and get off and go into Edinburgh, because essentially, like, I just lived across the water from Edinburgh, so yeah.
Misbehaving. They built the Olympic first, and
And then
then they started building the Olympic first, and then they built Titanic next to the Olympic, and then
yeah, and
Britannic was built after. Britannic was the third ship,
yeah,
but they're all based on the same design. Titanic was a little bit longer than the Olympic too.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's some definite identification. You could tell the difference between the two ships. But a
Yeah.
lot of the pictures you see and a lot of the videos you see are actually the Olympic, and they pawn them off as the Titanic
Yeah. Oh,
because
they do.
they were practically the same.
Do you know there's a postcard that at the time, back in the 1912, because something to do with the time, like, because they had to do the sea trials or something, and they didn't have time
Yes.
to take postcards or something.
Yeah.
So all the postcards that were meant to be of the Titanic, they actually put, you're looking at the Olympic, but it
Yeah.
has Titanic above it. So that
Yeah,
confused.
there wasn't very many pictures taken of the Titanic because it was kind of old news
Yeah,
because of the Olympic. You know, the
exactly.
Olympic got all the fanfare, and they took all the pictures of that and they documented everything. And then when the disaster happened, they just, well, these are practically the same ship. So that's how they.
The postcards were like, from welcome, like, hello from the Titanic or something. It was like the
Yeah, the
Olympic.
ones that you would ship out or whatever, sell as souvenirs. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But like, the cranes that built them are still standing in Belfast. The two yellow cranes. One's called Samson, and the other's called Delilah. I just thought I
Yeah,
would.
the cranes are there. For a long, the docks themselves are still there, but for a long time, like the scaffolding was still there, but that's all gone.
It's all gone now.
But a lot of the equipment that was used is still just hanging out there, rusting away.
Yeah, Harland and Wolff. They're trying to preserve it. The Harland and Wolff shipyard, because when I used to live there, I used to travel back and forth from Scotland to Ireland, to Northern Ireland, sorry.
Yeah.
And so I was taking it was called the HMS Stena jetliner. It only takes 90 minutes to cross that part of the Irish Sea to get to
Oh
Scotland.
wow.
Yeah. So I would come and go most weekend. Oh, well done. You just knocked over a light, Lily. I'd come and go. I would come and go most weekends, and so I would sail out of that place all the fucking time, like in and out, into Belfast Loch, and then
Harland and Wolff was empty for a long time. I guess it turned into a hotel now or something.
yeah, they've actually built a Titanic museum as well. They've actually started, which I'm really happy about, because
Yeah.
I don't know if they didn't think of that sooner, to be fair.
I saw a video and they made like some of the rooms look like a cabin in there, and they got like it's cool the way they have it set up.
I think that because I remember when I lived in Belfast, because my stepdad at the time, he was the director of a brick company that was based in County Tyrone. But anyway, that's by the by. But at that time, there was still a lot of like trouble. They called them the Troubles. I don't know if you know about this, but it was like when there was still a lot of like the IRA and all these.
Well, yeah, that whole time frame when they were building the Titanic was very very militant with the Irish versus the
English, the British.
yeah, but
Yeah.
what was it, the Protestants and all that? Yeah, they were fighting constantly back and forth, and
Well, but it still happened, and it's still into the 90s, because I remember being caught up in bomb blasts in the 90s. So like I'd be sitting in West Belfast going through traffic, and all of a sudden you would hear like a rumble, and it would
yeah, the IRA, yeah, they were really
yeah,
big.
yeah, and what they would
You
do,
guys haven't had any issues with them at all. They still exist, I know,
I know they
but
still, yeah, but
they
they
haven't
also,
been doing anything recently.
not that I'm aware of. I mean, I know that when I was there, that there was still we call them the Troubles. That's what they're referred to as, the
Yeah.
Troubles. You know, but it's only two small. It is and it isn't. So there's two small streets. One's called the Shankill Road, which is the Protestant road and Protestant area, and one's called the Falls Road, which is the Catholic part of Belfast. And
Yeah.
all of it kind of like, but then the train lines from Dublin to Belfast, they used to like have to be checked as well. But when I lived there, you had all the hard like border crossing points where there'd be
Yeah,
like
checkpoints and everything. Yeah.
checkpoints, so that you would see snipers in the grass and stuff at the side of the road.
Jesus.
But I was only 14 at the time, and like you get used to these things really quickly. But like I was sitting in traffic once, and I had only been there about a month, and like I said, somebody set off a bomb because the RUC, which is the Royal Ulster Constabulary, that's the police across there. They were all
Yeah.
like all British military, and so what the kids would do, or the IRA would do, is they would, or the splinter groups or whatever, because
Yeah.
or they would place bombs to blow up the foot soldiers. That was one of the things they did, and
It's amazing what the human mind can adapt to and
oh
just
yeah.
become complacent with. Yeah.
Well, I wasn't. My mum wasn't, but I was. I think, my mum's always been. I don't know what my cat's doing, but it's destroying a box or something. It's going. I don't know if you can hear it. But anyway, yeah. So we were driving through traffic, and we hear this like, you. I mean, I know this sounds crazy, right? But you're used to living there, you hear bombs going off all the time, and you just get used to it. Like it's like
Yeah.
it reverberates through you. Like you can feel the vibration going through you. And we were in the car, and obviously we weren't allowed to. We were sitting at traffic lights anyway. And next to us, because at the time all the police vans were all armored tanks. So one drew up right next to us. It rolled up right next to us, and like it was like something out of a fucking movie. I kid you not, right? The back doors were like kicked open, and like all these blokes come out, and they're all dressed in like they're all soldiers dressed in like army gear, and they're all
Wow.
like these
Like
semi.
riot gear, like shields and everything.
Well,
Yeah.
no, they had guns. They had these big fuck off black guns, and I'm just watching it all happen. Like that, it's nothing. Like my mom's sitting freaking out, and I'm just
Yeah.
like, "Oh, this is cool." My mom's like, and it's like we weren't allowed to move, and it was just such like thinking back on it now. I'm like, how was I so calm? But you just get used to it. It's so weird, and so later that
Dairy
night,
Girls was a good show, by the way.
what's that?
Dairy Girls. Lulu B just asked if you
Oh
watched
yeah,
it.
the Derry Girls. That's
Yeah,
so fun.
that was a good show.
I love that show. But yeah, like so later on that night, because we didn't know what the commotion was about, but you don't, because there's so many. It happened all the time, and you just
The only story I ever have like that is that my neighbor once held his family hostage and threatened to blow up the house with a stove.
oh
And
my
I had the SWAT team with their guns running by my house and telling me to stay in the house and don't peek out, because I saw the lights and I saw the vans and I'm like, what's going on? And I peeked my head out and there's a dude with M16 running by me and he's like, get back in your house. I'm like, yes, sir.
oh my
And I didn't find
I
out
was
exactly
I
what
was
happened until the next day.
I was once in a DEA raid with 300 agents, all with weapons aimed at me.
oh
I lived on a pot farm with one of the world's biggest growers, and I got pulled out of it. I was actually in the bathroom, and they came in and pulled me out.
Oh my god.
Wow, you were in the
Yeah.
middle of a cartel.
No, it was no, it was they
Just a
were
pot farm, yeah.
yeah, 32,482 plants growing along
Damn.
Highway 20 in Upper Lake, California.
Damn. I know
Yeah,
a
it was
couple of hippies that
fun.
live in PA that they have a little grow in the back, and man, they live off grid completely. They're some cool people
Yeah,
though.
that's well, after I left Papa Eddie's house, I moved, I was like, oh, where am I going to go now? I'm stuck up north. And so one of the growers let me move to his farm. It was completely off grid. They had a generator that had I think it was like every 2 weeks, this oil truck would show up and it would like fill it up. And there was
Yeah.
a tarp that covered it. So if, John Q was flying above us, it blended in. They couldn't see it. But yeah,
You know what they used before it was legal is the truck covers, the caps that they put on the back of the bed.
Mhm.
They would put these things out like it was just like, oh, I'm not using it today.
but they had a hole dug because the plants get really tall. So they dug a hole down and they planted them at the bottom of the hole, and they just had a little tunnel cover over it.
Oh, that's
So
funny.
from above, it looked like a truck bed just sitting there, a cap.
The dude that I lived on his property, he didn't have the plants on his property. It was the weirdest thing. There was like a hill there. And so he went to the very top of the peak, which was really hard to get to. And he had 300 plants up there when they said that you couldn't have more than, I think it was 99 at the time. This was back in 2009, 2010.
Bend and twist the rules, just like the moonshiners back in the day.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Well, here's the thing. There was no kind of law enforcement. We were like an hour and a half in one direction away from any law enforcement, and then 3 hours the other way. So literally, people, you know how people work things out? Mano a mano. I mean, I remember one time riding up to, like, there was no stoplights. It was along the Highway 101, which is a freeway, but that's where the town was up north. And I remember going with my friend to get an ice cream, and we were sitting there watching these two broads duking it out. And I'm like, whoa, is the cops gonna come? Because I'm from LA. And my friend was like, oh no, ain't no cops coming. And I'm like, what?
And that's the way I grew up, though. It was all mano a mano, but you can't do that today.
No, me too.
And
I'm Gen
I've heard
X, man. If
stories.
somebody talk crap at school, you're like, I'll see you at 3:30 at the park. Better be there.
Yeah, you
And
beat the shit out of each other and your friends the next day. Yeah, and it's
Yep.
not like that now.
No.
Man, I've heard stories of people getting in a fist fight and then they go back, get their gun, and come. It's ridiculous. But it used to be fight it out and it was done and over with.
We never had any kind of weapon at the school I went to. I never.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
had our
not.
fists, and that was it. Yeah, no one
that
ever
was your
thought about
weapon.
bringing
Your mouth and your piss.
Yeah, no one ever thought about bringing a weapon. That was just baby stuff. If you were a weapon, you were a child. You know.
Exactly.
Yeah. Apple thinks we're cowboys, probably.
Oh,
Bunch of cowboys.
Yeah, I was going to bring something up about Titanic. Do you guys have you guys ever heard the I don't even know the story that it's a rumor that a piece of the Hope Diamond might have been on board a star of something.
True.
Yeah, no, that's why I was going
to. If you ever really want to get into it, Ocean Liner Designs on YouTube, they have great, and he actually did a video recently about what was on the Titanic as far as cargo and jewels and stuff. And he goes through line by line. Yeah.
What's it called?
Ocean Liner Designs.
Wow.
And
I like that kind of stuff.
He interviews people that were like historians of Titanic, and I don't know if you remember all the old like Time magazine covers and stuff. He had an interview with a guy that drew. Those are artist renditions. They're not photographs.
Right.
On the Time magazines, even when the ship was discovered, they didn't have photographs. He drew them, and they look like a photograph. And he interviewed that guy. And then he was part of the whole Titanic thing from the 70s when he was young. He just got hooked on it, like some of us just get pulled in,
Yeah.
And he just got really good at drawing the ships and what he thought the wreck would look like. And it's amazing how accurate compared to the real thing he is. And he's actually gone back and done drawings that were in the Ballard's book when the ship did get discovered. He drew the maps and the underwater pictures. They look like photographs, but they're just drawings. But it's just that's a good one. Ocean Liner Designs. Travels Through Time is another one. He does a lot of Titanic stuff.
Let's have a look, because I've just found Ocean Liner Designs on my TV, so I just noticed they had one on the Lusitania. That was the same museum that they had in Queensland, because that is roughly where out to sea. That's where the
Ocean Liner Designs does all kinds of stuff. He doesn't just do the Titanic. He actually studied to be a ship designer and builder.
Oh wow!
And that's how he got into it.
What's the other guy's name?
Travels Through Time and Ocean Liner Designs are the big ones.
Right, travel.
And then there's Honor and Glory. They're designing a game based on the Titanic.
Oh wow!
And they've mapped out the ship. They've done a complete computer design of the ship, and it's like accurate, like to the inch. They've been
What's the
working on
premise
it
of the game?
Basically, just shipping. Doing the maiden voyage, and in the background they have like a murder mystery kind of thing going on.
Awesome.
What they do every year on April 12th, they do the sinking of the Titanic, and it's all in real time. So you can watch the ship sink, you can watch the boats get deployed, you can watch it break, and they have like for minute to minute what happened, and they explain and they talk about what people were doing at what time and what was going on and who was getting on what boat and everything. It's amazing what they do.
Well,
And
that's
every
pretty
year
cool.
they have like 4 or 5 historians, and they discuss as it happens. Like right now it's 11:45, and they hit the iceberg, and so on and so forth. And you'll hear the sounds of the alarm going off when they hit it, and they
Oh,
explain
I
what
love
was
that kind of
happening.
stuff.
And yeah,
I absolutely love that kind of stuff. My
but
best
you want to
friend.
stay away from your bright side. They do a lot of AI and a lot of fake stories. So they have a lot of misinformation. You want to stay away from them.
And what's it called?
Bright side. You don't want to do
Bright.
that.
I'm sorry, I'm hearing impaired.
Oh,
Bright side.
bright side. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah,
My best friend
they have
works
a lot
for
of
the
false.
FAA.
Oh.
My best friend works for the FAA, and he is the world's expert on the plane crash that killed actress Carol Lombard in 1942. He's
Oh
made
yeah,
almost.
I did a lot of research on that too. That one stuck me.
If you ever want to talk to the world's expert, I can hook you up with
Oh,
him.
I'd love that.
Let me tell you what he found. Now, I'm considered an expert on the actor Clark Gable, and that's how I know him. We've been friends for over 10 years.
Oh
And
wow.
so he's been going up there, and he's recovered remains that he's
Oh
given to
really?
the Clark County coroner. Oh yeah, and he's found jewelry that we can, like Carol Lombard's rocket clips that Gable gave her. They're real distinctive. He has like all these items, and then on July 2nd, 2021, I had just purchased my home, and I left Nevada and went back to California to get ready to move out here. And so on that day, I get a text message. I look at it and it says, "I found the Holy Grail."
Oh
And I wrote,
wow.
"Did you find the ring?" And he said, "Yes." So when the plane crash, Gable offered $50,000 in 1942 to
Oh, what
anyone
a
who
shame that
bring
he's not
him.
here to see that.
Oh yeah, to find his wife's wedding ring. And my
Oh.
friend found it. And how do we know for sure? Well, I can tell you. When he cleaned it, inscribed on the inside of the band, "All My Love," and then it
Oh.
has 3/29/39. That's the date the Gables got married. He
That's
brought it
so
over
sad.
here. Oh yeah, he brought it here when I first moved in. I said, okay, well because he stays with me whenever he's in town, so he comes over here. Or I said to him, next time you come to my house, you better bring that shit, because
Yeah.
he let me look
I'd
at
want to
all
see
this
it
stuff.
too. Yeah.
Well, yeah. If you're in Vegas, he would love to show you. He literally, like, he showed Jordan the Lion, who did like a little thing about that. But no, my friend, his name's Michael McComb. He's the world's expert.
Oh, I
It's
know that
so.
name. I recognize that name.
Yep, he works for the FAA. He's
He
my
should,
bestie. He's
he
my
should really,
bestie.
he should really do a YouTube
He
channel
has a
or
YouTube channel.
documentary.
Well,
He
he's
does.
working on a book. Um,
Oh,
Michael Madsen wrote a book called Fireball, and he used Michael. He is my friend.
oh wow.
To interview, but he didn't tell the story correctly, and he has some lies in there that whenever I see people on social media discussing it, they're like, "Oh well, Carol died because she was running back home because she thought her husband was sleeping with Lana Turner." I'm like, "No, he
Oh
wasn't."
yeah. All that
I wish that.
innuendos and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I wish that story would die
Yeah.
already. But anyway, so Michael Madsen pushes that narrative, and my friend is working on the book, and I'm gonna be like contributing to the parts about the Gable.
Oh, that's awesome.
Before Clark the Third passed away, him and I were in contact. He wanted to do a documentary about Clark Gable the man, not the actor, because
Yeah.
he was very, very private.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah. They're two different people. Apple
Mhm.
Charlie. It's called Titanic: Honor and Glory. I think.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, they do it every year on April 12th. They do the actual sinking of it. I mean, real time. It's awesome. I've watched it every year since I've discovered the channel. What was the one that Natalie? Was it Natalie Portwood or whatever? The one that passed away on the
Portman.
boat. What's that?
Natalie Wood.
Natalie Wood. I've been following that one too for a long time. I kind of lost
Oh, I
faith in
got a
it for a while.
story about that.
But
oh my God!
Al
Hold on, I gotta
Pacino,
turn my left.
I think they conspired the two. I think they were all kind of having like a love triangle, and yeah.
Okay,
And she was
so I have a
pregnant.
little that I don't know about, but she was like 40. Well, oh, of course,
And she was definitely afraid of water. They had to con her to get her on the boat. So there's no way in hell she would have been like trying to get on the dinghy or whatever that they tried to come up with.
So he passed away last year, a very good friend of mine was a Hollywood producer and director, and he grew up in Beverly Hills. His stepdad was like the first mayor of Beverly Hills, and he knew a lot about inside things, having grown up there and also having been in the industry. So one time I was at his house and we were talking about, because he trips out that I know so much about, the movie stars and stuff. So we're talking about Natalie Wood, and I was like, I wonder what happened. I go, I really believe that RJ had something to do with it. So my
I
friend
think so
tells
too.
me,
Yeah.
this is what he tells me, and I've heard this theory just come out recently. So apparently, Christopher Walken, or Natalie was asleep.
Yeah.
She woke up to find RJ and Christopher Walken doing it.
Oh, yeah, that would make sense.
And she flipped out because, that's what ended. They were married twice. Their first marriage ended because of his infidelity with men.
Oh,
And it was,
Pacino
he
was in love with
promised.
her too, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and he keeps a fucking tight lip. Excuse my language again. At one point he was talking about Wagner. He was like making allusions to something, and he would never like articulate it, and then he just all of a sudden kept his mouth shut.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah.
So then, so when she saw what they were doing, that's when, the whole yelling and fighting and screaming. I believe that, I think he knocked her down, she hit her head, and she went in the water. And I believe RJ let her
She
go
either
in the
went in the
water.
water or she died or she was severely hurt, and he's like, I got to cover this up, and they
Pushed her over. I there's nothing that will ever change my mind that Robert Wagner did it.
Yeah, I believe he did it, and I think Pacino was so scared that he was basically scared into silence.
Oh, Christopher Walken?
Christopher Walken, yeah, but was it Pacino that was there too?
No, Christopher Walken, Robert Wagner, Natalie Wood, and the guy who the captain of the ship. I can't remember his name. He's gone around lately.
It's been so long since I looked into it. But Pacino's involved somehow. He knows something too.
I don't
His
know.
name is
I've never
involved
heard anything
somehow.
about Pacino having anything to do with it. It'll be interesting to hear what that is. I'd love to hear what it is. But no, I believe
Pacino was the one that went on Carson, and he was making illusions one night, and then the next day he
Really?
wouldn't talk about it ever again.
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I can dig anything
And
up.
he was in love
later
with her.
tonight.
He loved her. Pacino loved her. And Christopher Walken, yeah, Christopher Walken's got some fucking skeletons. I'm sorry, I swear so much lately.
No, please. Are you kidding me?
Well, we're on YouTube, and I don't want to get her in any trouble or anything like that. But
No,
normally, I
TikTok will
do
get ya.
swear a lot. Because,
I'm gonna say goodnight. It's been like 7
oh,
hours.
sorry,
Oh,
I didn't even mean to be on this
good.
one. We totally took over the whole thing. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay.
No, it was getting good. It was getting good.
Yeah,
I go down rabbit hole.
I wanted to go over the live and this other thing, so I'll probably come back on tomorrow.
Okay. Okay.
All right, I'll stay in the chat so I don't take over again.
No, it's okay. You're welcome to come anytime. It was fun.
It was nice talking to everybody and meeting you all.
Yeah, it was fun. I'll come back whenever you want.
Have a good night, guys.
Yeah,
Good night, everyone.
everybody.
Thank you for having me, Haiti. Thank you.
No
Good night,
problem.
Apple. Potato.
Oh, I
If you
just found
haven't,
the chat. I just found out all the stuff you were saying in the background. Oh no!
yeah.
All right, have a good night. Bye.
Good night.
I don't know how to get down.
Oh,
You can just close it.
close it. Yeah. Yeah, if you haven't hit the like button, then I'll remove you, Rachel. If you haven't hit the like button, then just hit it, please. Replay crew. If you actually get through 7 hours, you're amazing. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow probably, so I can go over the live stream and stuff. Yeah, Lulubi, I am still here, but I'm leaving right now. All right, bye everybody. Oops.